Chapter 4, Part 2, The Invasion of Iraq, March to April 2003, of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 4, Part 2, The Invasion of Iraq, March to April 2003. Securing the lines of communications. As the sandstorm subsided on March 27th, Task Force Tarawa was reinforced by 2 Marine Expeditionary Units, or MEUs, and began to clear and secure Nasiriyah, destroying Iraqi military and paramilitary bases in the city. By April 2nd, the Marines and Special Operations Forces had rescued the surviving 507th Maintenance Company soldiers captured on March 23rd, and Natanski declared the city secure. 1st MEF then split, with a small element moving toward Amara and the main body continuing northwest toward Baghdad. The 101st Airborne Division, meanwhile, conducted deep aviation attacks against the Republican Guard Medina Division in an operation incorporating lessons learned from the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment's failure. The 3rd Infantry Division continued north toward Najaf and prepared to isolate that shrine city before seizing the bridge over the Euphrates at the town of Kifl between Najaf and Hilla. On March 28th, 5th Corps was ready to launch a 5-pronged attack to clear the way for the eventual entry into Baghdad. The 1st and 2nd Brigades of the 101st Airborne Division went to Najaf to secure the highways leading north from the city, and then began clearing the city itself along with the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, and Special Operations teams in the area, while 1 brigade of the 101st conducted a feint toward Hilla. The brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division moved into Samawa with the 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment, relieving the 3rd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, and then began clearing the city as McKiernan had directed. Between March 28th and 30th, the 3rd Infantry Division handed over the fights in Najaf and Samawa to the 101st and 82nd, respectively, and then moved north to prepare for operations to isolate Baghdad. On March 31st and April 1st, the 3rd Infantry Division seized the bridge between Hilla and Karbala with the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, while 3rd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division cleared the all-important Karbala Gap. 2 incidents of note occurred as the 3rd Infantry Division moved through the Karbala Gap. As the division's troops neared Karbala, they captured Iraqi soldiers claiming to be from the Republican Guard Nebuchadnezzar Division, which CFLCC had not detected as it moved south and still believed to be fighting in northern Iraq. Although these soldiers initially were thought to be deserters, interrogations revealed they had been ordered south to defend the capital. But instead of moving with their tanks and mechanized vehicles, they had donned civilian clothes and moved in trucks and technical vehicles. As a result, 5th Corps deduced that the Republican Guard presence around Baghdad might be more robust than the coalition anticipated. Another incident was still more disturbing. On March 29th, when 3rd Infantry Division soldiers stopped a taxi for inspection at a checkpoint, the vehicle exploded, the coalition's first encounter with a suicide car bomb. Though it was the only incident of its type at the time, it had a jarring psychological impact on U.S. units and proved to be the first of many such encounters in the months and years to come. The Battle for Haditha Dam. The sandstorm did not halt the special operations activities in Anbar province. During March 26th and 27th, elements of the 75th Ranger Regiment seized the Qadisiyah Research Center, an airfield near Nukaib in southwest Iraq, and the H-1 airfield. Having secured these essential points of entry, the Rangers' focus shifted to critical Western infrastructure targets, which included the main bridge over the Euphrates at Ramadi and the Haditha Dam. Although in poor condition, the dam provided 1/3 of Iraq's electrical power and regulated the flow of the Euphrates. If it was destroyed by Saddam's forces, subsequent flooding could devastate the lower Euphrates River Valley, potentially hampering 5th Corps' movement through the Karbala Gap. On April 1st, a company of the 3rd Battalion 75th Ranger Regiment conducted a pre-dawn raid to seize the dam, meeting stiff resistance from local Iraqi guards. Soon after seizing the dam, the Rangers realized a much larger Iraqi force was stationed in the area. Over the following week, Iraqi troops mounted counterattacks against the small Ranger force, which beat back the attackers with the help of close air support. The Rangers also faced an unexpected emerging threat. In an incident on April 4th, 3 Rangers were killed by a suicide car bomb driven by female attackers who had made videotapes prior to the suicide mission and aired them on the Al Jazeera television network with the message that they intended to wage jihad to expel the Americans from Iraq. As they turned back successive Iraqi attacks, the Rangers actually found themselves engaged in another battle to prevent the dam from collapsing. Poor maintenance had caused its turbines and overflow machinery to deteriorate to such a degree that the dam was close to catastrophic failure at the time the Rangers seized it, even as many of the dam workers fled to avoid the fighting. Recognizing the danger, the Rangers and civil affairs personnel persuaded the captured dam superintendent that the U.S. troops did not intend to destroy the dam, and convinced him and many of the remaining dam workers to return to work. By the time Baghdad fell, on April 9th, Haditha Dam was secure, albeit still in need of repair. Kirkuk and Operation Viking Hammer. While the Rangers seized the Haditha Dam, Cleveland's CJSOTF-N was linking up with the Kurds and receiving Mayville's 173rd Airborne Brigade under its tactical control. Executing a combat jump into a secured airfield in northern Iraq on March 26th, the 173rd provided Cleveland with additional combat power that could take and hold ground as special operations and Peshmerga forces advanced on Kirkuk. Elsewhere, to the northeast, the 3rd Battalion 10th Special Forces Group began Operation Viking Hammer to remove Ansar al-Islam from its base in Iraqi Kurdistan. With PUK Peshmerga helping the 3rd Battalion move to its targets, the special operators estimated the Ansar al-Islam sites at Halabja and Sharqat contained approximately 700 fighters and a suspected biological warfare development site. Special Operations Forces and PUK Peshmerga commenced the main attack on March 28th, a week after 64 Tomahawk missiles had first hit the Ansar al-Islam building and facilities. The fighting continued until March 30th. By which time all the Ansar al-Islam fighters had either been killed or fled across the border to Iran. It would be far from the last time the coalition would hear from this terrorist group. The Regime Falls. Page 95. Securing Baghdad and Basra. While the 101st and 82nd Airborne Divisions cleared the 5th Corps lines of communications, 1st MEF finished clearing Nasiriyah and moved along the east side of the CFLCC area of operations toward Diwaniyah. A growing problem was that Highway 8, which ran through Diwaniyah, was in the 5th Corps area of operations and not occupied by any Army units, thereby creating an area 80 kilometers wide that was a virtual Fedayeen sanctuary. Alerted to Fedayeen who were massing in Diwaniyah, 5th Corps called in an airstrike that destroyed a stadium in the city where the Fedayeen were gathering, after which CFLCC ordered Marine units to secure and clear the city. On March 31st, CFLCC ordered 1st MEF to attack east along Highway 6 toward Amara to provide a second clear line into Kut. From April 2nd to 3rd, the 1st Marine Division crossed the Tigris River at Nemanja, destroyed what remained of the Baghdad Republican Guard Division, and moved north to destroy the Nida Division. Back on the Euphrates, 5th Corps used the 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry and the 101st Airborne Division to reconnoiter enemy forces along the Corps' western flank and the southwest side of Karbala Lake. From April 1st to 2nd, units of the 3rd Infantry Division crossed through the Karbala Gap, the last checkpoint at which they were vulnerable before approaching Baghdad. The 3rd Infantry Division then began destroying the remnants of the Medina Division and seized the Al-Qaid Bridge. With assistance from special operations teams, the 101st Airborne Division moved into Hilla and began to clear and secure that city. Iraqi commanders discerned the coalition's main effort too late. On April 1st, as 5th Corps forces were moving on Karbala, Hamdani recognized that he had little with which to stop the 5th Corps' push through the Karbala Gap and the Marine advance at Kut. As the Marines successfully moved through Kut, the Iraqi Army 4th Corps collapsed, and the central Euphrates-based units were in a similar state of disarray. In an emergency meeting of the senior Iraqi military leaders on April 2nd, Hamdani asked for permission to move the Republican Guard Nida and Medina divisions to defend avenues of approach to Baghdad along the east and west banks of the Euphrates. Qusay and Defense Minister General Sultan Hashim, however, conveyed Saddam's continued belief in the need to defend against the supposed American main effort from Jordan, and, based on information he received from Russian sources, the Iraqi dictator did not believe the Americans would attack Baghdad until the arrival of the 4th Infantry Division. Therefore, Qusay instead ordered the Nida Division to reinforce the Republican Guard First Corps' defenses against an American attack from Jordan that would not be coming. By April 3rd, CFLCC was ready to begin the attack on Baghdad. The 3rd Infantry Division had safely pushed through the Karbala Gap and was prepared to advance toward the Baghdad airport, while 1st MEF had crossed the Saddam Canal and was prepared to advance toward Baghdad from the southeast. Using remnants of the Medina Division, Hamdani attempted a counterattack on the morning of April 3rd to destroy the Al-Qaid Bridge, but coalition air power quickly decimated the attacking Iraqi units. With no forces left at his disposal, Hamdani gave up, quitting his post and returning to a relative's house in Baghdad to await the inevitable. Seizing Saddam International Airport. On the western outskirts of Baghdad, Saddam had designated a brigade of the Special Republican Guard and a contingent of Special Operations Forces to defend the airport. The Special Republican Guard was the final vanguard defending Baghdad. It was also Saddam's most substantial armored force, armed with the country's most powerful and best-maintained T-72 tanks and artillery systems. As coalition forces advanced toward the airport, Saddam ordered some of the paramilitary fighters assigned to the defense of Baghdad to reinforce the units at SIAP, but most of these forces were destroyed by coalition aircraft before they reached the gate leading to the airfield. The 3rd Infantry Division began its attack on SIAP with preparatory artillery fires late on the evening of April 3rd. By 11 p.m., 3rd Infantry Division units had breached the airport wall, and in the early hours of April 4th, the division's 1st Brigade began securing the airport itself, taking considerable time to clear the obstacles the Iraqis had emplaced on the airfield to make it unusable for coalition aircraft. In conjunction with members of a Special Operations Task Force, the division began clearing the remaining Special Republican Guard and paramilitary forces on the airfield, a process that required 2 days because of the complex tunnel and bunker systems the defenders had prepared. The securing of the airport involved some intense fighting. In one instance, troops from Company B, 11th Engineer Battalion had come under attack by a force of up to 100 enemy soldiers as they constructed a holding area for Iraqi prisoners. Under intense fire, Sergeant First Class Paul R. Smith, an engineer platoon sergeant, organized a hasty defense. When an armored personnel carrier was hit, Smith evacuated 3 wounded soldiers while under intense fire. He then returned to use the vehicle's .50 caliber machine gun and killed up to 50 of the attackers before being mortally wounded. For his actions, Smith was awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously, becoming the first recipient of that award since 1993. With SIAP under the 3rd Infantry Division's control, the 2nd Brigade moved toward Baghdad from the west and southwest, and by April 5th was in a position from which its commander, Colonel David G. Perkins, intended to conduct armored raids into the city. Basra. While the 3rd Infantry Division and the 1st MEF prepared to attack into Baghdad, the British 1st Armored Division completed its efforts to secure Basra far to the south. The British commanders approached the operations to secure Basra much as they had secured Zubair. As with Zubair, they were reluctant to enter Basra until conditions were right to capture the city. Using a combination of information acquired from tribal and municipal leaders from the city and targeting information provided by Special Operations Forces, the British forces prepared to enter the city using a combination of lethal and non-lethal means. On April 4th, they conducted an airstrike on the suspected location of Ali Hassan al-Majid's, or dubbed Chemical Ali for his use of chemical weapons in attacks against the Kurds, headquarters, which, while unsuccessful, had a dramatic effect on the population of Basra. Believing Chemical Ali to be dead, the population appeared to become more willing to cooperate. By the time the British 1st Armored Division began conducting reconnaissance missions into the city on the morning of April 6th, British units had encountered no resistance. The division commander, Major General Robin Brims, decided to go into the city in force and attacked into Basra from 3 directions as coalition aircraft carried out precision airstrikes on the remaining Ba'ath Command targets. By the morning of April 7th, Basra was under British control. The Thunder Runs. Wallace's intent for Baghdad was to, quote, avoid owning the city but yet still be able to control it from the outside, end quote. He intended to establish bases outside the city and conduct armored raids against enemy targets inside Baghdad for approximately 30 days, after which he expected the remaining Iraqi leadership would capitulate. The Fifth Corps planners believed they could target Baghdad's key nodes in a manner that would limit collateral damage but expeditiously facilitate the final collapse of the regime. Their targets included Ba'ath Party headquarters, symbolic regime structures, and Saddam's numerous palaces and offices, all sites that CFACC repeatedly had bombarded for 2 weeks. Wallace originally wanted the 3rd Infantry Division to probe into the city with brigade strength to evaluate the Iraqi response and prepare for follow-on operations. Thus, he expected that when the division's 2nd Brigade received the order to prepare for the first of these armored raids into Baghdad on April 5th, they would return rather than remain somewhere in the city by themselves. Major General Buford C. Buff Blount, the division commander, had a somewhat different view. Having encountered little coherent Iraqi defense on the approach to Baghdad, Blount preferred to keep his brigades moving and attack through Baghdad rather than merely probe it. Blount and Perkins thus set out to conduct what amounted to a movement to contact into the city, and attack the unit dubbed a Thunder Run. For his part, Perkins defined his task as, quote, to enter Baghdad for the purpose of displaying combat power, to destroy enemy forces, and to simply show them that we can. End quote. As had been the case with other Iraqi cities, the attacking coalition units had no detailed breakdown of the enemy forces they could expect to face in Baghdad. Pre-war intelligence estimates anticipated the city was defended by company-sized units of Special Republican Guard as well as paramilitary forces. These forces, the coalition believed, would anchor their defense at Saddam's palace complex in central Baghdad, which was surrounded by outer sectors of defense reminiscent of the First Battle of Grozny. What the 2nd Brigade encountered instead as it moved into the city on April 5th was a hodgepodge of uncoordinated attacks by different groups of Iraqi defenders, some in uniform, some in civilian clothes, and some in jihadi-type black pajamas, as coalition troops dubbed them. The 3rd Infantry Division suspected the Fedayeen were running the fight along with other miscellaneous paramilitary forces and uniformed Special Republican Guard soldiers. On the morning of April 5th, from its position at the intersection of Highway 1 and Highway 8, just north of Mahmudiyah, the 2nd Brigade moved north on Highway 8 through the southwest Baghdad district of Rashid, encountering heavy fire from the uncoordinated regime paramilitaries as it went. Repelling one lightly armed group of attackers after another, Perkins's men penetrated into West Baghdad and turned west on the airport road later known to the coalition as Route Irish. Moving through a series of ambushes, the brigade arrived at the airport and linked up with the other 3rd Infantry Division units there. The regime's response to the 2nd Brigade's attack was to claim that it had not happened. Despite the fact that media outlets had reported video of the Thunder Run, Baghdad's information minister, Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, derisively called Baghdad Bob by the coalition, insisted on television that there were no U.S. forces in Baghdad and claimed that the 3rd Infantry Division attack on the airport had been repelled. Wallace and McKiernan were concerned that this disinformation campaign would only harden the forces that were defending in Baghdad and could potentially cause 5th Corps and 1st MEF to lose the initiative in the city. Linking up with other 3rd Infantry Division units at SIAP, Perkins reported that in his judgment the remaining enemy forces in the city would fight hard but could, quote, no longer mount effective resistance, end quote, a conclusion that validated Blount's instincts to press the attack. Elsewhere, Mattis, whose Marines were closing in on Baghdad from the east, also believed that pulling back from the city would constitute a, quote, forfeiture of the initiative to the Iraqis, end quote, and would allow Saddam to, quote, thicken, end quote, the defense of Baghdad. In order to fully isolate Baghdad and protect 2nd Brigade's forays, Blount ordered his 3rd Brigade, commanded by Colonel Daniel B. Allen, to attack across the western flank of the city and seize key bridges to its north. After fighting through elements of the Hammurabi Republican Guard Division as well as Fedayeen forces, Allen had taken the bridges and sealed off Baghdad by the evening of April 6th. Iraqi forces, desperate to break through, attacked 3rd Brigade for the next 60 hours straight, sending tanks, Russian infantry fighting vehicles or BMPs, infantry, bridging vehicles, and even a crane in massed wave assaults. The attacks resulted in some of the most intense fighting of the invasion, with nearly overrun units calling in their final protective fires and artillery units firing in direct fire mode, actions that had not occurred since the Vietnam War. Despite the onslaught, Allen's brigade held, buying time for the remainder of the division to continue its assault into Baghdad. With 3rd Brigade blocking Iraqi reinforcements from the north and preventing units trapped in Baghdad from escaping, Perkins and Blount made plans for another thunder run to occupy the regime's central node in downtown Baghdad and stay there overnight. Wallace was concerned about the plan to remain in the city, as he did not believe the division or his corps was ready for the move into Baghdad, but he authorized Blount to send forces on the same route through Baghdad and occupy ground for several hours before withdrawing. However, Perkins never received these instructions, so when his brigade attacked into the city again on April 7th, they advanced back into the central Baghdad government center, later the Green Zone, including Saddam's iconic Crossed Swords military parade ground, and stayed there. Wallace was surprised when Blount confirmed reports that 2nd Brigade alone had occupied the center of Baghdad, but decided not to pull Perkins and his troops out. Though the brigade ran low on fuel and its brigade command post was hit by a surface-to-surface missile causing heavy casualties, Perkins was adamant about remaining in position. The 1st Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, meanwhile, sustained heavy fire from what it believed were foreign fighters as it attacked to secure overpasses south of the city and support the 2nd Brigade. The supporting attack, along with continued coalition airstrikes, enabled Perkins and his troops to remain on the ground they had seized at the very heart of the regime's territory. The fall of the regime. As the 3rd Infantry Division brigades penetrated through West Baghdad, Mattis and his 1st Marine Division crossed the Tigris River on April 6th and 7th and attacked into the east side of the city, encountering intense fighting but linking up with 3rd Infantry Division units on April 8th. The little Iraqi resistance that continued was disorganized and sporadic. On April 10th, Allen's 3rd Brigade launched an attack south into Baghdad, linking up with Perkins's 2nd Brigade. As those two brigades joined forces with Mattis's Marines, virtually all resistance in Baghdad collapsed, and the Ba'athist regime lost control of its capital. Iraqis began celebrating in the streets, and in one memorable celebration, encouraged U.S. forces to topple an iconic statue of Saddam in Firdos Square on the east side of the city. Amid the chaotic situation, and with 2 American divisions in Baghdad, Saddam made one final public appearance in the Sunni neighborhood of Adhamiyah on April 9th, walking through a crowd of supporters in front of Arabic television cameras. As U.S. Marines and tanks approached the neighborhood, Saddam quit the capital, becoming a fugitive whom U.S. forces did not see again until December 13, 2003. In retrospect, Hamdani judged that, had it not been for what he termed the, quote, extreme caution, end quote, of the American forces as they approached Baghdad from Abu Ghraib, Baghdad might have fallen as early as April 5th. By the time U.S. units reached Baghdad, most of the Republican Guard units responsible for the outer defenses of the city had collapsed, and all of the corps and division headquarters were destroyed. Many of the remaining paramilitary forces tasked to defend the city, including the Fedayeen and some, quote, special security and protection forces, end quote, were sent to their deaths at the battle for SIAP instead. Thus, little organized military resistance remained in the city apart from Saddam's personal guard. Even he knew the end was near. From an obscure residence in Mansour, he ordered his remaining militia and irregular forces to make a last-ditch attempt to stall the coalition, which they did by attacking the 3rd Infantry Division's armored raids on April 7th and 8th. Chemical Ali, meanwhile, made a failed attempt to organize officers to carry out suicide bombings against the American mechanized vehicles. As the statue of Saddam fell, the remaining Iraqi security forces donned civilian clothes and faded into anonymity. The near-simultaneous collapse of Basra and Baghdad, two of Iraq's three largest cities, along with Saddam's abrupt departure, was greeted at CENTCOM and CFLCC as the effective destruction of the regime. However, these events in Baghdad and the south eclipsed the fact that Mosul and the upper Tigris Valley remained under enemy control. Several days elapsed before a small contingent of Special Operations Forces from CJSOTF-N and Peshmerga arrived in Mosul to announce the fall of the regime. For the moment, at least, the future hub of the Sunni insurgency was, in the coalition's thinking, an afterthought. A validation of the RMA? Page 103. Despite facing unexpectedly tenacious irregular Iraqi defense in southern Iraq, U.S. and coalition forces succeeded in forcing regime change in just under 3 weeks, far ahead of the 70 to 120 days the invasion plan envisioned. Forced to adapt quickly to several unexpected factors, coalition units had used rapid maneuver and overwhelming firepower to destroy the sizable Iraqi security and intelligence forces in less than a month. The invasion showcased some successful innovations in joint and combined arms operations, but also highlighted flaws in intelligence, aviation deep attacks, and the risks associated with unsecured urban centers along maneuver lines of communications. The invasion also marked one of the largest, if not the largest, special forces operations in history, involving almost all of Air Force Special Operations Command, 2 Special Forces groups, and part of a third group, a Naval Special Warfare Group, and international special operations elements from the United Kingdom and Poland. For the bulk of the invasion, combat operations remained largely compartmentalized between special operations and conventional forces, with each having mostly separate missions, terrain, and key tasks. On the surface, the Special Operations Forces component of the invasion appeared to validate pre-existing expectations of those forces' capabilities. With a comparatively small number of troops, Special Operations Forces completed all of their tasks except locating the non-existent Scud launch points in western and northern Iraq and supported conventional force efforts to identify and destroy Iraqi irregular forces. However, Special Operations Forces faced significant challenges in Haditha and Kirkuk in seizing and holding terrain by themselves. Eventually, those cities would have to be occupied by larger, conventional military units. Assuming risk in the urban areas was a problem that neither exercises nor simulations identified ahead of time. CFLCC, 5th Corps, and 1st MEF, however, were able to rapidly reallocate their forces, adjust their plans, and employ the reserve force to manage that difficulty during the operational pause provided by the mother of all sandstorms. At the same time, the deep attack that had served as a standard pre-war winning move in simulations against peer military forces simply did not work in Iraq. The dismal failure of the first scheduled deep aviation attack against the Medina Division of the Republican Guard made the CFLCC and 5th Corps commanders reluctant to use attack aviation in future shaping operations. When aviation assets were used to support light or mechanized infantry in combined arms operations to secure the lines of communications and key objectives for the remainder of the invasion, those operations were very successful. In the aftermath of the invasion, advocates of the Revolution in Military Affairs, or RMA, pronounced the rapid coalition attack to Baghdad validated the RMA's contentions that speed and technological superiority would supplant mass and firepower in contemporary military operations and render large ground forces less relevant. Among the RMA advocates, Rumsfeld himself hailed the invasion as, quote, an unprecedented combination of speed, precision, surprise, and flexibility, end quote. Speaking before the Senate Armed Services Committee 3 months after the fall of the Iraqi regime, Rumsfeld told the senators that the principal military lessons of the invasion included, quote, the importance of speed and the ability to get inside the enemy's decision cycle and strike before he is able to mount a coherent defense, end quote, as well as the importance of jointness, intelligence, and precision, with the latter defined as, quote, the ability to deliver devastating damage to enemy positions while sparing civilian lives and the civilian infrastructure, end quote. He also posited that the invasion had shown that, quote, "In the 21st century, overmatching power is more important than overwhelming force. In the past, under the doctrine of overwhelming force tended to be measured in terms of mass, the number of troops that were committed to a particular conflict. In the 21st century, mass may no longer be the best measure of power in a conflict. After all, when Baghdad fell, there were just over 100,000 American forces on the ground. General Franks overwhelmed the enemy not with the typical 3-to-1 advantage in mass, but by overmatching the enemy with advanced capabilities and using those capabilities in innovative and unexpected ways." End quote. It was certainly true that the invading coalition forces had displayed an impressive flexibility in their operations, as Rumsfeld and other RMA advocates noted. But more importantly, the invasion highlighted some of the shortcomings of U.S. military intelligence and the associated precision of coalition operations. The pre-war intelligence estimates failed to anticipate the role of Saddam's irregular forces sufficiently, and the coalition intelligence apparatus had difficulty absorbing the enormous volume of information at its disposal and analyzing new information outside their pre-made templates of Iraqi regime forces. In reality, the enemy did not behave much like the coalition planners, psychological operations specialists, and intelligence analysts expected. Although airstrikes and the rapid coalition advance demoralized segments of the Iraqi military, widespread capitulations did not occur. Nor did coalition forces see the, quote, "massed tank battles," end quote, they expected from the Republican Guard. Saddam did not use chemical weapons as coalition forces advanced on Baghdad, and the bulk of the resistance in southern Iraq came from Iraq's irregular forces, the Fedayeen in particular, rather than the Iraqi Army and Republican Guard. From the first engagement with the Fedayeen, Ba'ath Party militias, and other paramilitary forces, intelligence personnel across CFLCC had difficulty comprehending the true enemy picture. This placed the responsibility for understanding and targeting the enemy almost entirely on the shoulders of the maneuver units and special operations forces in contact. Assets that were supposed to provide real-time tactical targeting information, for example, Joint Surveillance Target Attack Radar System, or JSTARS, UAVs, and national-level platforms, were often focused on large Iraqi mechanized formations, forcing the coalition divisions to rely on the more traditional cavalry squadrons, long-range surveillance units, and special operations forces for reconnaissance and surveillance against paramilitary forces. In short, it was an exact reversal of the late 1990s trend, which Rumsfeld and RMA advocates had encouraged, toward technological platforms and away from combined arms reconnaissance units that could fight for information. When put to the test, the technological platforms were found wanting. The lessons Rumsfeld and RMA advocates took from the invasion also tended to ignore the simple fact that the Iraqi regime was a weak enemy whose leaders struggled to mount a coherent defense, and that this factor might have played a larger role in the apparent ease of the coalition invasion than the coalition's own advanced technological capabilities. For example, a lengthy 2007 report by Stephen Biddle of the U.S. Army War College found that the Iraqi military had performed exceptionally poorly in March to April 2003, and that the coalition advance was not so speedy that the Iraqis could not have taken advantage of some significant opportunities had they been a fully competent force. The Iraqis had, among other things, failed to flood the Karbala Gap or destroy bridges to slow down the coalition, use the Republican Guard in an urban warfare environment to inflict coalition casualties, conduct a scorched earth campaign, or even competently perform simple gunnery and hit close coalition targets. If the coalition's easy victory rested on Iraqi military incompetence, Biddle concluded, then the supposed lessons of the new importance of speed and precision might not apply to a future conflict against a more competent enemy, as Rumsfeld had implied. Within the Iraqi regime and military, years of preparing to wage war against Iran or an internal insurgency left Iraqi forces ill-prepared for a coalition onslaught. Saddam's overconfidence in the abilities of his forces, fed by years of demanding only positive information about them, caused him and his inner circle to make military decisions far removed from what their operational commanders observed or requested. Although some Iraqi conventional and unconventional forces mounted energetic defenses of Iraq's southern cities and key terrain, they never gained the initiative. Select Iraqi units were able to mount some tactical counterattacks near Nasiriyah, Samawa, Kut, Najaf, Hilla, and the Karbala Gap, but at no point did the Iraqi forces have sufficient command and control or combat power to conduct an operational-level counterattack. In reality, the Iraqi regime and its military never stood a chance. End of Chapter 4, Part 2, The Invasion of Iraq, March to April 2003. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 5. We're Here, Now What? Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 5. We're Here, Now What? Chapter 5. We're Here, Now What? Page 111. As 3rd Infantry Division troops seized downtown Baghdad on April 2, 2003, Lieutenant General William Wallace called Coalition Forces Land Component Command, or CFLCC, Operations Chief Major General James D. Thurman for instructions. Quote, "Okay, Bubba, we're here," Wallace said. "Now what?" End quote. Wallace's question foreshadowed what became the private views of many coalition commanders in the weeks following the toppling of Saddam Hussein. Like Wallace, many were unprepared for the new situation that emerged as the Iraqi state collapsed, which necessitated a combination of combat operations, intense policing operations, reconstruction, and the establishment of new local governments. As they had done in the exercises leading up to the invasion, U.S. ground forces expected to be able to seize their objectives, conduct after-action reviews of the operation, and prepare for redeployment, leaving the post-conflict phase as some other agencies' responsibility. These expectations were reinforced by overly optimistic strategic assessments that the Iraqi population would welcome the coalition and resume normal activities quickly. The Army and Marine forces that had spent their organizational energy focusing on their immediate objectives of destroying the Iraqi military and forcing regime change were not prepared for the complicated Phase 4 they were about to face. The speed with which coalition forces arrived in Baghdad also caught the few planners at CFLCC and the U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, who were finalizing Phase 4 plans by surprise, meaning that much of that planning was completed while the transition to Phase 4 was already in progress. Consequently, CFLCC conducted a very rough rolling transition from major combat operations to stability operations, with some units beginning their humanitarian assistance missions while still engaged in combat operations. As CFLCC scrambled to reposition its limited forces across the contested territory, units also encountered new enemies that intelligence estimates mischaracterized and underestimated. Phase 4 operations were complicated by a number of other factors. Widespread public disorder and looting surprised coalition commanders, and the coalition's efforts to restore order undermined the legitimacy of the entire coalition enterprise in Iraq. Neither CFLCC nor 5th Corps had accounted for looting during planning for the invasion, and neither they nor CENTCOM were prepared to declare martial law in Iraq in the interim. In addition, the collapse of the regime did not mark the end of major combat operations. Iraq's borders with Syria, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia were wide open, and Saddam, his sons, and most of the Ba'ath Party senior military and internal security leaders remained at large, as were suspected weapons of mass destruction, or WMD, materials. CFLCC units continued to encounter pockets of resistance in Baghdad and Anbar, while Mosul, Kirkuk, and the upper Tigris River Valley remained unsecured by coalition forces, although many government buildings and posts were seized by Peshmerga and Badr Corps militias. As Lieutenant General David D. McKiernan later recalled, quote, "We're in Baghdad. We know the Ba'ath Party has ruptured, no one can find Saddam, but in a city of 6 million people, we don't know if we're in control yet. There is not a lot of combat going on. It is a fluid situation. We are still trying to exploit WMD, or weapons of mass destruction, sites, and there is fighting in other areas of Iraq, so it is a very complex, convoluted situation." End quote. Iraqi State Collapse. Page 112. The Dissolution of Public Order. Once it became clear that Saddam was no longer in power, Iraqi citizens began wild celebrations in the streets of Baghdad and other liberated areas. Coalition troops were unprepared for the utter dissolution of public order that followed. Within days of the regime collapse, Baghdad and other areas of Iraq descended into chaos. Looting and arson began in Baghdad almost immediately, and disorder spread throughout southern Iraq and in Kirkuk as well. Opportunists took advantage and ravaged Ba'ath Party and Iraqi government facilities, critical infrastructure sites, public houses, and the homes of wealthy Ba'athists who had fled. Regime loyalists and security and intelligence personnel who remained destroyed a substantial amount of government security documents and ministry information, all of which was intricately maintained only in hard copy form. The Iraqi police structure was severely damaged, and many police stations were destroyed. Looting at hospitals resulted in the disappearance of much-needed pharmaceuticals. The National Museum of Baghdad was looted as well, and ancient Iraqi artifacts quickly began appearing in black markets outside of Iraq. By April 11th, CFLCC recognized that the presence of coalition troops deterred looting, and McKiernan ordered units to increase patrols around important governance locations, hospitals, and other facilities. CFLCC tasked its civil affairs units with helping to recover local museum items and, with some outside assistance, made progress towards that goal by the end of April. The gradual reduction in looting and violence was at least partially due to coalition units' efforts to find local police willing to conduct joint patrols in various areas of Baghdad, and CFLCC began providing new uniforms to the Iraqi police to distinguish them from the old regime. By April 16th, coalition and Iraqi police joint patrols were on the streets of Baghdad. CFLCC judged that the looting was dramatically reduced and that Iraqis, in Baghdad at least, were beginning to resume normal activities. Isolated pockets of looting in other cities and ammunition depots continued across Iraq through the end of April 2003. In some areas, the looting of April 2003 was accompanied by rioting that the small number of Iraqi police who remained at their posts were unable to quell. Demonstrations in Baghdad, Anbar, and some cities of southern Iraq increased steadily toward the end of April. During some of those demonstrations, CFLCC units determined that anti-coalition agitators in the crowds were attempting to provoke coalition troops into a violent response to pin blame for the instability on the coalition. Another hurdle to halting the demonstrations arose as Iraqis began competing with each other for political power and positions in hastily organized governance structures. Just 10 days after Baghdad's fall, CFLCC observed that Iraqi religious leaders from various sects were, quote, establishing themselves as local leaders or pushing support for their designated candidates in the cities, end quote, creating local rivalries. In response to rising civil unrest, many CFLCC units began implementing curfews, especially ahead of major events that included the Shia Arba'in holiday and Saddam's birthday. Changing rules of engagement. The coalition's difficulty in arresting the looters was symptomatic of a larger problem: unclear and varied application of the rules of engagement, the guidelines under which coalition troops were instructed to use force. The rules of engagement had already changed significantly from the beginning of the invasion through its completion. Both the 1003V and Cobra II war plans initially called for very restrictive rules of engagement against non-uniformed personnel, and those who were captured in uniform were expressly categorized as prisoners of war. Quote, there was also a lingering concern if we should put U.S. soldiers in a position to stand between the Iraqi people and symbols of the regime from whom they had been liberated, end quote, recalled Wallace. Because the coalition did not want the Iraqis to perceive them as oppressors, coalition commanders directed their troops to apply the minimum amount of force needed for each situation. During the invasion, however, commanders at all levels had gradually eased restrictions on the use of force as the number of paramilitary attacks by the Fedayeen Saddam and others increased. As looting and disorder spread throughout Iraq, commanders were unclear about how to apply the rules of engagement that had governed the invasion. Coalition units had shifted from taking prisoners of war to taking looters and criminals into their custody, designating them as detainees rather than prisoners of war. Commanders and civilian leaders differed on how to deal with looters and violent dissidents they could not capture. Some believed it was best to allow the Iraqis to blow off some steam after years of oppressive rule. On the opposite end of the spectrum, others proffered that shooting looters and instituting martial law might be suitable deterrents to disorder, albeit unpopular ones. After a discussion concerning a theoretical order to shoot looters in the act was leaked to the press, Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, Donald H. Rumsfeld expressed his concern that the rules of engagement established by the headquarters in Baghdad, quote, were being diluted as they were passed down the chain of command, end quote. Lieutenant General John P. Abizaid, empowered as the CENTCOM deputy to make decisions about Iraq, quickly agreed and decided to, quote, re-energize the chain of command to ensure they had robust rules of engagement in place and that every soldier and Marine understood them, end quote. In response to the emerging circumstances on the ground, CENTCOM made an addendum to the rules of engagement in Op. Ord 1003V on April 25th. These additional rules of engagement contained provisions for commanders to implement curfews and the use of force during civil-military operations, which included authorization to use deadly force to prevent the theft or destruction of property belonging to U.S. troops or private Iraqi citizens. U.S. forces also were permitted to use deadly force to prevent the escape of detainees or enemy prisoners of war, to exercise law enforcement powers, and to guard WMD and other hazardous materials that were deemed, quote, inherently dangerous to others, end quote. In addition, the addendum permitted commanders to authorize searches and detention of civilians, vehicles, and property, and to use non-lethal riot control agents on unruly crowds and demonstrations. Brigade commanders had the authority to retain detainees in their custody for up to 10 days, after which they were required to present probable cause for holding them longer in a, quote, hearing held by a competent authority, end quote. Despite Abizaid's efforts and those of his subordinate commanders, the rules of engagement and directives concerning coalition unit behavior in the summer of 2003 remained loosely understood and applied across the theater. For example, the order to conduct presence patrols to stop looting was not uniformly applied. The Light Infantry 101st Airborne Division conducted many foot patrols, while the Mechanized 3rd Infantry Division remained more tied to its mechanized platforms and tended not to engage in dismounted patrols. Moreover, there were often no specific instructions for how patrolling units should respond to looting. For the remainder of the conflict, some units maintained the more restrictive rules of engagement, believing that shooting or detaining large numbers of civilians undermined stability and security. Others adopted more permissive rules of engagement, asserting that harsher penalties for misbehavior and violence deterred further violent behavior and guerrilla-like attacks. Finally, the new rules of engagement really applied only to American units and personnel, not coalition partners, and some conflicts in the theater rules of engagement were not immediately resolved. Consistent understanding and application of the rules of engagement remained problematic for the rest of the war. Combat operations continue. Although the Ba'ath Party was clearly no longer in charge of Iraq after April 9th, combat operations to eliminate pockets of Iraqi military and paramilitary resistance continued, with Baghdad and some other population centers not yet fully under coalition control. Quote, "This fight is nowhere near over," McKiernan told his subordinate commanders on April 10th, "but we have momentum and we've got initiative on our side. So everywhere we get in contact with the remaining regime resistance, we're going to get a stranglehold on it." End quote. From April 9th to 11th, 5th Corps and 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, or 1st MEF, completed the outer cordon of Baghdad and continued to quash enemy resistance in the city. They secured key lines of communications and highways leading into Baghdad, secured Saddam International Airport, and destroyed the remnants of the Iraqi Republican Guard units that remained around Iraq's central zone. CFLCC units also turned their attention toward seizing physical symbols of the regime, including Ba'ath Party headquarters, Fedayeen outposts, and Saddam's Special Security and Intelligence headquarters. They also secured ministry buildings, major infrastructure, and other government facilities in Baghdad. The 5th Corps and 1st MEF continued to clear Baghdad through April 15th. Apart from encountering, quote, several disorganized counterattacks by irregular forces, end quote, the 5th Corps and 1st MEF units in Baghdad did not face significant enemy resistance. They easily destroyed the technical vehicles full of fighters and small outposts with close air support. South of Baghdad, CFLCC troops secured population centers along the main lines of communication. The 101st Airborne Division secured Karbala and Najaf and cleared Hilla. The 82nd Airborne Division cleared Samawa, and Task Force Tarawa secured Diwania, Numania, and the highways leading into Kut before advancing east toward Maisan. En route to Amara, the Marines destroyed abandoned equipment from the 10th and 14th Iraqi Army Divisions but encountered no resistance. In Basra province, the British 1st Armored Division secured the remainder of the Rumaila oil fields and Kurna and patrolled Basra and Zubair. While Task Force Tarawa isolated Kut, other 1st MEF units maneuvered north of Baghdad. The 1st MEF troops crossed the Diyala River northeast of Baghdad on April 9th and prepared to secure areas near Saddam's home in Salahuddin province. Between April 13th and 15th, 1st MEF attacked Bakuba and Tikrit and secured Baiji, Samara, and the highways leading from those cities into Baghdad. They then prepared to secure the remainder of Salahuddin province ahead of the arrival of the 4th Infantry Division, which had made its way by sea to Kuwait after its northern invasion route was shut off by the Turkish government. Elsewhere in northern Iraq, Colonel Charles Cleveland's Combined Joint Operations Task Force North, or CJSOTF-N, fought remnants of the Iraqi Army and Republican Guard divisions. By April 13th, the task force judged that the Iraqi 1st and 2nd Corps were reduced to about 30 to 40% of their original strength, with the remainder of the forces having deserted. The fighters of Ansar al-Islam who survived the coalition airstrikes had crossed over into Iran, and CJSOTF-N verified that the organization no longer had a presence on Iraqi soil. In Nineveh province, CJSOTF-N and its Peshmerga partners had put the Iraqi 5th Corps to flight and entered Mosul, northern Iraq's largest population center, and the location at which the Iraqi 5th Corps commander surrendered to the task force on April 11th. Meanwhile, CJSOTF West, or CJSOTF-W, began establishing checkpoints on Iraq's considerable borders with Jordan and Syria. Portions of a separate Special Operations Task Force, the Rangers, and the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment started to transition from operations against Iraqi military and paramilitary forces to hunting high-value regime targets. A country full of weapons. In the turbulent weeks after Baghdad's fall, coalition units discovered an astonishing amount of munitions across the country. In the months prior to the invasion, Saddam's forces placed large numbers of weapons and stockpiles of ammunition in dispersed caches to improve access for Iraqi forces that Saddam assumed would be immobilized by coalition air power. Many of those caches remained intact after the Iraqi regime was defeated, along with the vast stores the Iraqi military had dispersed during the 12 years of no-fly zones. In addition, many usable tanks, armored personnel carriers, and artillery pieces, abandoned during combat operations, remained vulnerable to looters and militia groups. CFLCC and Coalition Forces Special Operations Component Command, or CFSOCC, leaders worried that munitions and equipment looted from these caches would find their way into the black market and either be used against coalition forces or be used by Iraq's factions against one another if the caches were not secured. For coalition ground forces, the scale of that mission was overwhelming. Many of the caches were spread across large areas virtually impossible for units to physically secure, and the sheer volume of munitions was equally daunting. When 4th Infantry Division troops arrived at Taji Military Depot on April 18th, for example, they found that they had to secure and empty hundreds of bunkers. The weapons ammunition depot outside of Rutba was larger in size and composition and required significant numbers of troops to secure it. Less than 3 weeks into Phase 4, CFLCC assessed that major problems remained with leftover Iraqi arms and munitions. In northern Iraq, CJSOTF-N was concerned about the equipment the regime's troops had abandoned, some of which was left fully loaded with ammunition, and proposed establishing several locations to store the armored vehicles and artillery pieces scattered throughout the north. However, CFLCC had no troops to allocate to that mission, and the Peshmerga seized the tanks, armored personnel carriers, artillery pieces, small arms, and ammunition, and moved them north of the Green Line into Kurdish-controlled territory. From humanitarian assistance to reconstruction and governance. In his commander's intent for Cobra II, McKiernan envisioned a blurred or rolling transition between Phase 3 and Phase 4, in which humanitarian assistance would begin in cleared areas even before the conclusion of major combat operations. In fact, McKiernan and Wallace both expected their post-regime focus to be almost exclusively on humanitarian missions, much as it had been after the Gulf War. This assumption proved incorrect. By the end of April 2003, CFLCC's units had shifted from clearing and securing territory to restoring essential services, repairing infrastructure, and establishing meager local and national governance capabilities. The British forces began their humanitarian aid distribution in Qasr on March 31st and later spread to Basra and Zubair. CFLCC units in Nasiriyah, Najaf, Samawa, and Baghdad followed suit in mid-April, and the Marines established a civil military operations center at the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad. Civil affairs units opened the port of Qasr as a theater humanitarian distribution center and prepared to reinitiate the oil for food redistribution program as planned. These humanitarian assistance operations were, however, much smaller than what most CENTCOM leaders envisaged for the post-hostilities period, because the widespread humanitarian crises that CENTCOM and policymakers expected did not occur. Instead, CFLCC discovered that Iraqis' most pressing concerns were not food and water, but the restoration of basic services and functions of the state, meaning CFLCC units abruptly shifted from humanitarian assistance to finding Iraqi engineers, technocrats, and bureaucrats to help them maintain the electrical, water, sanitation, medical, and oil systems and infrastructure, another mission for which CFLCC was unprepared. In addition to these new infrastructure operations, CFLCC began to assume some governance-related responsibilities for which they had not planned. These included recalling local police to duty, enforcing the rule of law, and assisting with the establishment of the new Iraqi provincial and national governments. On April 10th, CENTCOM directed CFLCC to, quote, provide all support necessary to establish a central coordination mechanism within each governorate or province of Iraq, end quote, likely in response to pressure from both U.S. policymakers and Iraqis to prepare the country for Iraqi rule. CFLCC units operating in relatively stable areas like Hilla and Basra began to establish interim city councils. Meanwhile, the CFLCC planners who had continued during the invasion to develop Eclipse II, the Phase 4 sequel to Cobra II, found themselves in the middle of planning operations that were already ongoing. CFLCC did not issue the commander's intent for Phase 4 until April 15th, shortly after rushing through a more final version of Eclipse II that differed somewhat from the initial version prepared in early March. Far fewer forces were available to secure the country than CFLCC planners anticipated. The 4th Infantry Division had just arrived, the 1st Armored Division was preparing to enter the country, and, apart from scattered and disorganized Iraqi police, there were no recalled Iraqi security forces available to assist the coalition in maintaining law and order. The threat, too, was different. Instead of anticipating that the greatest sources of instability would be reprisal attacks, the new Eclipse II judged the major threat would be, quote, the Sunni minority, primarily represented by remnants of the regime-sponsored paramilitary forces, end quote, and ethno-religious flashpoints in Mosul, Kirkuk, Saddam City, later renamed Sadr City, Karbala, Najaf, and Basra. Notably, Anbar Province's cities were omitted from the CFLCC estimate. The new version of Eclipse II also identified the Office of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance, or ORHA, rather than the Coalition Joint Task Force Iraq, or CJTFI, as the lead agency for civilian governance. Unfortunately, the Eclipse II plan came too late to prevent significant disparities in each division's interpretations of how to implement Phase 4 directives in their areas of operations, areas that varied enormously in their characteristics. Moreover, 5th Corps and 1st MEF were unprepared to incorporate the lone agency assigned to run post-regime Iraq, ORHA, into their efforts to restore stability. Just prior to the invasion, CFLCC first began incorporating ORHA into its Phase 4 planning and operations in Kuwait. Like CFLCC, ORHA quickly acknowledged that reconstruction issues were far more pressing than humanitarian requirements. What CFLCC and ORHA discovered once inside Iraq was that Saddam had not invested in the physical infrastructure of the country for years, particularly in the Shia South and Sadr City. The water, sewage, electricity, transportation, and communications infrastructure in those areas was decades old and crumbling, in much more dire circumstances than anyone in CENTCOM or CFLCC had guessed. An early prospective hurdle emerged when large numbers of Iraqi utility workers failed to arrive to perform their jobs due to pay disputes in early April. Over the next 2 weeks, coalition units worked with ORHA to come up with expedient methods of payment using Iraqi civil leaders as designated pay representatives. Governance was a much more complicated mission for ORHA. Just days after the fall of the regime, retired Lieutenant General J. Garner was surprised to receive instructions from Washington to have ORHA build governing capacity within the Iraqi Interim Authority in Baghdad. Like CENTCOM's leaders, Garner had been planning to build governance structures starting at the municipal level and then build toward national elections. The decision to run the process from the top down, originating from Undersecretary of Defense Douglas J. Feith's office, meant that Garner needed to adjust how he developed relationships with the Iraqis. Throughout April, Garner strove to meet important Iraqi leaders, apprise them of the ORHA mission, and gain their support for an interim Iraqi government. He met with Kurdish leaders in the third week of April and began liaising with national-level leaders shortly thereafter, subsequently establishing offices in Mosul and Baghdad. CFLCC assisted ORHA with organizing the first meetings of the Iraqi Interim Authority in Baghdad on April 26th and 28th, and a CFLCC brokered security town hall meeting in Baghdad on April 29th. On April 27th, Garner conducted his first radio broadcast in which he, quote, urged the Iraqi people to return to normalcy and assured them that ORHA would assist in their recovery, and pledged to expedite the establishment of the new Iraqi government. End quote. ORHA personnel and resources continued to flow into the country for the remainder of April, and Garner planned to have his headquarters in Baghdad fully operational by May 3, 2003, not knowing that his organization would be gone in less than 30 days. As the demand for reconstruction and local policing increased, mission requirements for engineers, civil affairs personnel, and military police expanded considerably. However, the comparatively small numbers of engineer, civil affairs, and military police battalions were task-organized to support the divisions rather than the broader theater during the invasion, and there was no plan to reallocate those forces to support either ORHA or CFLCC in Phase 4. This lack of support left the Theater Command and the Reconstruction Authority with no assets with which to begin the reconstruction. By mid-April, McKiernan's command began to consolidate and redistribute the support units for the reconstruction mission, though most of them ultimately remained in Baghdad. New actors on the battlefield. The transition to Phase 4 also introduced a host of new actors to CFLCC battlespace. Coalition partners who had declined to participate in combat operations began sending military forces and humanitarian assistance units to support stability operations. Jordan established a field hospital west of Baghdad, and Italy agreed to set up its own field hospital in Baghdad proper. CFLCC met with a delegation from Japan to discuss using Japanese defense forces in northern Iraq. Albania and El Salvador sent forces to assist the 101st Airborne Division in Mosul, and CFLCC began assembling a multinational force to assume 1st MEF's battlespace as 1st MEF redeployed to the United States. The number of private contractors also increased substantially once stability operations commenced. Most of CFLCC's subordinates used systems that required contractor maintenance, most notably the 4th Infantry Division, whose deployment was briefly imperiled by the sheer number of private contractors who refused to support the unit in direct combat. The arrival of civilian-run agencies on the battlefield, along with increased logistical requirements after the fall of the regime, generated an increasing demand for contractor support. ORHA was particularly reliant on private companies for its reconstruction operations, including Raytheon and Kellogg Brown & Root. Other contractors provided a range of services, including personal and facilities security, training and advising capabilities, communications management, and life support operations. Problems in northern Iraq. As the Iraqi army in northern Iraq melted away after April 11th, Cleveland and his Special Forces troops quickly found that they faced challenges far beyond the means of a CJSOTF to handle. The first challenge was averting another Kurdish civil war between the Kurdistan Democratic Party, or KDP, and the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, or PUK, while also preventing Kurdish reprisals against Arabs in Kirkuk and Mosul. CJSOTF-N attempted to work with Colonel William C. Mayville's 173rd Airborne Brigade to develop an updated picture of the locations of Peshmerga units so as to prevent Kurdish, quote, land grabs, end quote, in the Mosul and Kirkuk areas that exacerbated the already tenuous security situation in those mixed ethnicity cities. The situation in Kirkuk was the more pressing of the two. CSJOTF-N was concerned that the remaining Iraqi Army and Republican Guard units might move south of Kirkuk and back to Tikrit. In addition, the last of the Iraqi military resistance in the north had collapsed, and there was nothing, quote, holding the Kurds back, end quote, from taking the city. Both the KDP and PUK claimed Kirkuk and its oil fields, and shortly after the fall of Baghdad, the groups began accusing each other of rogue efforts to seize them. CJSOTF-N also observed a surprising number of internally displaced persons returning to Kirkuk, where coalition leaders were concerned they would target Arab civilians occupying formerly Kurdish homes. Many Kurds were indeed eager to exact reprisals in Kirkuk, from which tens of thousands of Kurds had been expelled by Saddam's regime after the 1991 rebellion. Cleveland tasked Lieutenant Colonel Kenneth E. Tovo with trying to maintain security in Kirkuk, and Tovo, in turn, worked to restrain his Peshmerga counterparts from going into Kirkuk ahead of the coalition troops, a job that proved futile. On April 10th, before either Tovo's men or Mayville's 173rd Airborne Brigade reached Kirkuk, the Iraqi army abandoned the city, and looting began. On the same day, Peshmerga units arrived in Kirkuk and occupied the city in defiance of their prior agreement with U.S. forces. While select Peshmerga units made a concerted effort to stop the looting, others actively participated in looting and began reprisals against the city's Sunni Arab and Turkoman population. Jalal Talabani, the PUK leader, declared an interim government in Kirkuk under PUK leadership, though because of the rapport the U.S. military and Kurds had built during Operation Provide Comfort in the 1990s, Kurdish leaders were somewhat receptive to entreaties to move the Peshmerga out of the city. Tovo's units were also able to reach Kirkuk in time to end some of the reprisals against Arabs. To ensure Kirkuk's civilian population that the city remained under coalition control, Tovo ordered his special operations troops to exchange their Kurdish garb and long hair for military uniforms and haircuts. These troops began handing out small American flags, claiming that they were from American paratroopers. These actions created the visual effect of thousands of American airborne troops in Kirkuk when, in fact, there was only Tovo's small special operations contingent. The ruse worked long enough to allow the larger 173rd Airborne Brigade to move into Kirkuk and make the act a reality. Lieutenant Colonel Robert Waltemeyer, another of Cleveland's subordinates, used similar methods to restrain the KDP Peshmerga from seizing Mosul, even going so far as to put his vehicle, marked with a large American flag, at the head of the Peshmerga convoys racing toward the city, thereby putting a nominal coalition face on operations there. He was joined by reinforcements from the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit, or MEU, on April 14th. In the interest of preventing ethnic conflict and maintaining order, CJSOTF-N worked with Kurdish leaders to withdraw the Peshmerga from Mosul and Kirkuk, which was difficult considering that the Peshmerga had assisted the coalition in clearing both cities in the first place. The situation in Mosul did not stay calm for long. The 26th MEU unwittingly stirred up unrest by failing to stop a returning former Saddamist, Mishan al-Jabouri, from declaring himself the mayor of Mosul. Jabouri's power grab angered local Moslawis, who responded with a large protest on April 20th in which they rioted, burned Jabouri's car, and threw stones at him. Things got out of hand when the 26th MEU intervened to break up the demonstration. Shots fired from the crowd appeared to be aimed at the Marines, who fired back and killed between 10 and 15 civilians in the process, causing the crowd to erupt even further. With the situation in Mosul slipping into chaos, CENTCOM ordered CFLCC to move troops north to control the city as soon as feasible. Yet another northern problem came in the disposition of the Mujahideen-e-Khalq, or MEK, an armed Iranian opposition group that had for 2 decades been sponsored by Saddam. With Saddam's support, the MEK's militia had frequently conducted cross-border operations into Iran from its base in Diyala and had helped the Ba'athist regime crush the 1991 Kurdish rebellion. The MEK had not resisted coalition forces during the invasion, but the group remained armed and was also on the State Department's list of foreign terrorist organizations. However, no policy was in place for how coalition forces should approach this organization if it did not fight, so the problem fell to CJSOTF-N to sort out by default. With plenty of other security challenges to deal with, Cleveland recommended that the coalition give the MEK amnesty in exchange for assisting in identifying Badr Corps infiltration points along the Iranian border, a recommendation a skeptical CENTCOM chose not to take. In the meantime, MEK leaders requested a formal ceasefire with the United States, which Cleveland signed in the absence of any other instructions. The Department of Defense, or DoD, agreed afterward to treat the MEK as a recognized force and accept its armed capitulation until its final disposition could be decided. The Iranian-backed militias like the Badr Corps infiltrating into northern Iraq were another problem. CJSOTF-N began tracking Badr Corps infiltration across the Iranian border in mid-April and became concerned that the Badr Corps intended to draw the MEK in Diyala into a fight, derailing the ceasefire negotiations. After CJSOTF-N confronted the Badr Corps and threatened to target them with lethal force if they did not leave the area within 24 hours, the group left the region around April 19th. Turkey and the ethnic Turkoman population added a final complication to the already difficult situation in northern Iraq. Coalition leaders were concerned about Turkey's reaction should the Kurds take steps to achieve their ambition of an independent Kurdish state in northern Iraq. Cleveland expected that Turkey might use the Kurdistan Workers' Party's or PKK's annual Spring Offensive and the instability in Iraq as an excuse to advance a larger Turkish military presence into northern Iraq. CJSOTF-N also judged that Turkey was using a Turkoman political party, the Iraqi Turkoman Front, to gain a foothold in Kirkuk, and might use any ethnic incidents, however minor, involving the Turkomans as an excuse to infiltrate Turkish paramilitaries into the area. Turkey already used the Peace Monitoring Force, established by the United Nations, or UN, at the conclusion of the Kurdish Civil War in 1996, as a cover for Turkish Special Forces operations, and those, too, had the potential to expand to Kirkuk. To prevent these various crises from becoming a general conflagration across the north, Cleveland had only 3 Special Forces battalions and the 173rd Airborne Brigade at his disposal, plus the 26th MEU, the unit that had fired on the crowd in Mosul. The U.S. forces that had been bolstered by 60,000 Peshmerga during the invasion now found themselves responsible for preventing those same Peshmerga allies from unsettling the complex ethno-religious issues that permeated the region, a task CJSOTF-N could not hope to accomplish with its limited means. Repositioning the force. Page 121. With the transition to Phase 4 underway, McKiernan, Wallace, and Lieutenant General James Conway met to discuss how best to position their forces to stabilize the country. McKiernan was faced with shortages in his task organization that he had not anticipated. Although his invasion force was sufficient for toppling the regime, he now had approximately 2.5 fewer divisions than he had expected to execute the Eclipse II plan. Because CFLCC had advanced on Baghdad so rapidly, the 4th Infantry Division, 1st Armored Division, 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, 416th Engineer Brigade, and 352nd Civil Affairs Command were still flowing into theater at the time the regime fell. More importantly, Rumsfeld had canceled the participation of the 1st Cavalry Division in the invasion in February 2003, but McKiernan had assumed that, along with the 1st Armored Division, the 1st Cavalry Division would be available for use with the other follow-on forces in Phase 4. He was therefore dumbfounded when Franks told him in the last days of April 2003 that the SecDef had decided to off-ramp the 1st Cavalry Division. He would receive only the 1st Armored Division to augment his thinly spread units, especially considering that 1st MEF was already preparing to depart the theater, and CFSOCC was likewise preparing to redeploy a significant portion of its forces. Franks had also given McKiernan explicit guidance on April 15th that, quote, "We're not staying, and we're going to take as much risk leaving Iraq as we did attacking Iraq," end quote. With that bold statement in mind, and recognizing that with the impending departure of the Marines and Special Operations elements in CJSOTFW, the thinly stretched remaining Army divisions would be responsible for securing most of the country, McKiernan and Wallace set about rearranging their units in accordance with the general plans they had discussed prior to the invasion. As planned, they placed the boundary between 5th Corps and 1st MEF at Baghdad, with 5th Corps assuming responsibility for Baghdad itself as well as the provinces to the north and west of the city. 1st MEF was assigned all provinces south of Baghdad with the exception of Basra, which remained under British control. The 3rd Infantry Division, augmented by the 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment, remained in Baghdad before being relieved by the 1st Armored Division later in the summer and redeploying home. McKiernan and Wallace had intended to place the 101st Airborne Division in Baghdad as well, but with the growing crisis in the north, Wallace decided to dispatch the 101st, the only division whose air assets allowed for a rapid deployment, to confront the rising challenge in Mosul and Nineveh province. Major General Raymond T. Odierno and the 4th Infantry Division relieved the Marines in Salahuddin and Tamim or Kirkuk provinces, and the soon-to-arrive 3rd ACR would move to Anbar to augment CJSOTFW. At CFLCC's direction, 5th Corps began building up Saddam International Airport, renamed Baghdad International Airport in mid-April, as the coalition's future headquarters for the theater. Two factors prevented the immediate reposturing of CFLCC's forces. The first was current unit positions. Quote, "The difficulty was that everyone was out of position to move into their planned Phase 4 areas at the time the regime fell," end quote, recalled Wallace. The 5th Corps units could not move north until the Marines assumed responsibility for the southern zone, and the Marines could not move south until the 4th Infantry Division assumed control of Salahuddin province and the 3rd Infantry Division took control of Baghdad in its entirety. In other words, the major units were about to conduct a, quote, clockwise relief in place, end quote, so that the center could get set. The other factor that prevented an immediate Phase 4 reset was the need to provide security for the Shia holiday and its associated pilgrimage known as Arba'in, scheduled to occur between April 20th and 23rd. This holiday commemorated the martyrdom of Imam Hussein in 680 AD, grandson of the Prophet Muhammad. It involved a pilgrimage to the shrine city of Karbala, where Imam Hussein was killed by the army of Caliph Yazid. Saddam had banned the pilgrimage for the previous 25 years. However, the coalition intended to facilitate Shia participation in the pilgrimage for the first time in the newly liberated Iraq. Wallace directed the 2nd Brigade 82nd Airborne Division in Samawa with some augmentation from the 101st Airborne Division to provide security for the more than 1 million pilgrims who participated in this event. With Arba'in complete, 5th Corps set about relieving 1st MEF of its responsibilities in Baghdad and northern Iraq. Between April 15th and 24th, the 4th Infantry Division and the 3rd ACR offloaded the remainder of their equipment and personnel in Kuwait, and the 2nd Brigade, 82nd Airborne Division, assumed control of Najaf, Karbala, and Hilla. The 4th Infantry Division moved north toward Baghdad, conducted a passage of lines through the 3rd Infantry Division's battle space, and then relieved 1st MEF units in Samarra and Tikrit, establishing full control of their new area of operations by April 20th. The 4th Infantry Division assumed operational control of the 173rd Airborne Brigade in Kirkuk and tactical control of CJS-OTF-N by the end of April, after which CJS-OTF-N handed the Kirkuk security mission to the 173rd and then transferred the MEK camp in Diyala to the 4th Infantry Division's control. As the 4th Infantry Division moved into the upper Tigris River Valley, 2 brigades of the 101st Airborne Division conducted one of the largest and longest air assaults in U.S. military history, moving almost 500 kilometers by helicopter from the Karbala region to Mosul to begin operations to calm the northern city. Elsewhere, 5th Corps completed its relief in place of the 1st MEF and CJS-OTF-W units in Baghdad, freeing 1st MEF to move south and assume responsibility for Samawa, Diwaniyah, Karbala, Najaf, and Hilla by April 23rd, and allowing the brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division to move to Anbar province in response to the deteriorating security situation there. British forces relieved 1st MEF in Maizan, and 1st MEF began to prepare the provinces under its control for the transition to a multinational headquarters so that it could redeploy to the United States. As this vast reset began, CFLCC became increasingly concerned about the transit of foreign fighters, former regime leaders and assets, and museum artifacts across Iraq's borders with Syria and Jordan. On April 10th, CENTCOM had ordered CFSOCC to take control of Anbar's border crossings, where it was to prevent Iraqi regime leaders from escaping across the border while apprehending any foreign fighters trying to cross in either direction, and preventing loot and cash from transiting out of the country. CJS-OTF-N, recognizing that some of the top regime high-value targets, or HVTs, were using Highway 1 out of Mosul to flee into Syria, moved to secure the highway to cut off that escape route. CJS-OTF-W requested that it be relieved of the Haditha Dam so it could begin securing border crossings in the area and hunt the HVTs on CENTCOM's deck of cards. Accordingly, a battalion of the 101st Airborne Division arrived at Haditha Dam and relieved the CJS-OTF-W forces there by April 20th. Securing border posts was not the only difficulty in Anbar. McKiernan had originally intended to put the 1st Cavalry Division in the province at the conclusion of major combat operations, but with that division no longer at his disposal, McKiernan and Wallace decided that Anbar would have to be an economy of force mission. As early as April 13th, however, McKiernan's command had received reports that the Dulaim and Albu Risha tribes had taken control of military equipment formerly belonging to the Iraqi 12th Armored Division near Ramadi, and that they had also been somewhat successful in forcing foreign fighters out of the province. Because of these early reports, CFLCC had expected the situation in Anbar to be favorable to the coalition presence, but as the reset began, it became apparent that an armored cavalry regiment alone was insufficient to quell the deteriorating situation there. Demonstrations in Fallujah and Anbar's provincial capital of Ramadi grew increasingly violent, with the local police either unwilling or unable to restrain the crowds or stop the looting. CFLCC assessed that former regime loyalists or paramilitaries remained in the area, which had not been cleared during the invasion, and were inciting violence. Coalition analysts also suspected tribal factions were playing a role in the problem, but had little awareness of the root causes of local tensions in these areas. General Wallace temporarily sent the 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry to Ramadi on April 14th to better appraise the situation, but by the 3rd week of April, Fallujah and Ramadi were spiraling out of control, and the Ramadi police chief begged the coalition for reinforcements. Concluding that the situation in Anbar could not wait for the 3rd ACR to arrive from Kuwait, Wallace decided to send the 2nd Brigade 82nd Airborne Division in southern Iraq to Ramadi ahead of the 3rd ACR's arrival in order to thicken the thin coalition presence there. Unfortunately, Anbaris became even further incensed when soldiers of the 82nd Airborne Division returned fire coming from a crowd of angry Fallujah citizens, killing 17 locals. The 3rd ACR then took over the province from the 82nd Airborne Division on April 28th after relieving the battalion of the 101st Airborne Division at Haditha Dam. Although the coalition's corps and division boundaries fell along Iraq's provincial borders and were based on what CFLCC and its subordinate units had judged to be operationally appropriate, they were incongruous in many places with Iraq's physical and human terrain and were not coordinated with ORHA's northern, central, and southern zones of influence. The division and corps boundaries also did not account for the areas most likely to be difficult to control, nor did they align with the zones of operation Saddam had used to control the country. As a result, the new coalition operational boundaries created opportunities for hostile forces to exploit. The 4th Infantry Division's area of operations included Salahuddin and Diyala provinces, split by the Hamrin mountain range and the Diyala River, while the boundary between the 101st and the 4th Infantry Division arbitrarily bisected the upper Tigris River Valley. This arrangement meant that the division controlling Tikrit also controlled the Diyala Valley, even though Diyala was customarily linked to Baghdad, while the traditional link between Mosul and Tikrit was broken. The boundary between the 101st and the Anbar-based 3rd ACR, meanwhile, bisected the Jazira, the large desert in northwestern Iraq that stretched into Syria, placing the traditional smuggling routes between Iraq and Syria on a seam between units. Although a boundary between the Baghdad-based 3rd Infantry Division and the 3rd ACR was established, the allocation of forces created a large gap in the physical presence of coalition forces between western Baghdad and Fallujah, leaving uncovered the, quote, Western Belts, end quote, area that later became al-Qaeda in Iraq's biggest staging base against Baghdad. Finally, Anbar province itself, later the heartland of Sunni resistance groups, was an enormous area that bordered Syria, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia, far too large for a brigade-sized element to control. By the end of April, CFLCC units were in their new, unanticipated Phase 4 areas, adjusting to new surroundings with little background data or guidance on how to proceed. Few, if any, CFLCC units had had time to mature security operations completely in their initial positions before the entire coalition spent 3 weeks conducting reliefs in place, just as Iraq's urban areas most urgently needed security. Additionally, CFLCC was so busy repositioning units that it had little time to provide an overarching strategic direction to its subordinate units. As a result, divisions in each region developed their own mechanisms for addressing their unique circumstances. The 101st Airborne Division established a Civil Military Operations Center in Mosul and prepared to host municipal elections. The 4th Infantry Division in the Tikrit area focused on presence patrols and security operations in its contentious areas, which had been the most fervent Saddamist strongholds and had never been cleared during the invasion phase. The 82nd Airborne Division transitioned from conducting pilgrimage security to intensive patrolling and security operations in the increasingly restive Anbar province. The U.S. Marines and British forces in southern Iraq focused on stability operations but implemented force protection standards in accordance with local commanders' guidance rather than CFLCC's direction. It was becoming clear that CFLCC's troop numbers had been sufficient to topple the regime, but, as General Eric Shinseki had predicted, were inadequate for securing the country, especially without the expected assistance of the Iraqi army. Militants and Political Violence, page 125. Foreign Fighters, Fedayeen, and IEDs. On April 15th, CFLCC made the determination that all Iraqi conventional and Republican Guard forces had abandoned their positions and were combat ineffective. Various CFLCC and CFSOCC units accepted the sporadic surrenders of senior military officials and commanders at the corps level and below, while a Special Operations Task Force began searching for fugitive members of the senior military leadership. Most of the Ba'ath Party militias and Fedayeen were believed to have either fled or gone underground in Iraq's major cities as well. Initially, CFLCC believed that residual attacks against coalition troops were the work of foreign fighters, not Iraqis. In mid-April, CFLCC analysts judged that foreign fighters were the most significant enemy threat in Baghdad and believed them to be responsible for the sporadic ambushes and sniper fire directed against coalition troops. By late April, however, CFLCC shifted from targeting foreign fighters to destroying hostile former regime elements and death squads that coalition analysts now believed to be behind ambushes, sniper fire, and grenade attacks. Concerns about this activity increased as Saddam's April 28th birthday approached, and CFLCC units prepared for widespread attacks and demonstrations spurred by the former regime elements. The nuclei of these activities were Tikrit, where the 4th Infantry Division encountered large pockets of resistance from Taji to Baiji, and Anbar, where the 82nd Airborne Division and the 3rd ACR had difficulty addressing the former regime threat within the almost daily protests in Ramadi and Fallujah. Coalition ground forces also encountered a type of attack they had not really seen during the invasion: remote detonated and suicide improvised explosive devices, or IED, and vehicle-borne improvised explosive devices, or VBIED. The number of suicide bombings and remote detonated IEDs steadily increased throughout April. On April 14th, Marines on patrol in Baghdad were seriously wounded when attacked by a suicide bomber wearing an explosive vest, a practice that became gruesomely common in the months and years to come. Shia reprisals and hints of Iranian influence. Unknown to the coalition at first, Iraqi society had only just begun to respond to the absence of a repressive and sectarian rule. Reprisal attacks against the former regime began almost immediately. The Badr Corps militia led by Hadi al-Amiri had spent months preparing lists of regime loyalists it intended to target once Saddam was no longer in power. According to Iraqi politician Ali Alawi, shortly after major combat operations ceased, approximately 10,000 Badr Corps personnel organized into death squads began hunting and executing senior Sunni regime loyalists, as well as Shia citizens who had collaborated with the regime. Badr acquired weapons by looting Ba'ath Party militia and Iraqi army depots, rapidly established footholds in Basra, Amara, and Baghdad, and set its sights on Diyala as well. In response to the Badr reprisals, some other militias and tribes began to form protection forces in Baghdad and across southern Iraq. CFLCC, meanwhile, began to monitor Badr Corps activities and infiltrations through Maizan province more closely as reports surfaced that the group was acquiring weapons from supporters inside Iraq. In the southern provinces, 1st MEF and the British 1st Armored Division also saw signs that groups linked to Iran were having a disruptive effect in their areas of responsibility. Iranian-linked Shia clerics used anti-coalition messages in their Friday religious sermons in April, something Sunni imams were doing elsewhere as well. Coalition units also suspected Iranian agents of inciting public disturbances and undermining the coalition's ability to establish new local governments, leading CFLCC to caution its units that Iran might try to develop shadow governments in southern Iraqi towns. These concerns were amplified when, on April 25th, citizens of Kut removed a new city council member they suspected of being an Iranian puppet. 1st MEF and British troops later apprehended some Iranian citizens in Iraq and reported that Iran might be sending agents to infiltrate the Arba'in pilgrimage and disrupt coalition stability operations more broadly. The Khoi murder. In April 2003, coalition troops inadvertently stumbled into the long-standing intra-Shia battle among rival religious families in Najaf. On April 5th, Ayatollah Abdul Majid al-Khoi, son of the former Grand Marja and a leader of the 1991 uprising, returned to Najaf from his 12-year exile in London. Upon arriving in the holy city, Khoi moved to the Imam Ali shrine. News of his return quickly spread to supporters of Muqtada Sadr, son of the murdered Grand Ayatollah Muhammad Sadiq al-Sadr. At the time, Muqtada Sadr was largely unknown to the coalition other than as the son of the venerated Shia cleric assassinated by Saddam's regime in 1999. Sadr and his followers, however, had a popular following in Najaf and viewed Khoi as a Western-backed interloper, much as they viewed the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq and the Badr Corps as Iranian-backed interlopers. On April 10th, personnel from the 5th Special Forces Group in Najaf introduced the 101st Airborne Division leadership to Khoi, whose presence in the city seemed to offer a local partnership for the stability operations and reconstruction to come. However, Khoi was dead before the day was out. Within hours of his arrival, a mob of Sadr's supporters made their way to the Imam Ali shrine, where Khoi was meeting with Haider Kelidar, the shrine's regime-appointed caretaker. Attacking Khoi and his small entourage, the Sadrist mob, reportedly led by future Asaib al-Haq, leader of the Righteous, leader Qais al-Khazali, and Muqtada Sadr's brother-in-law, Riyad al-Nuri, killed Keladar and dragged the gunshot-wounded Khoi down the street to Sadr's door, where Sadr allegedly denied Khoi sanctuary. The Sadrist mob then killed Khoi in a nearby shop. This shocking murder, of which the coalition was only dimly aware when it happened, had profound political consequences for Iraq and the coalition. Two notable events occurred on May 1, 2003. At the strategic level, then-President George W. Bush announced that U.S. forces had achieved victory and declared an end to major combat operations in Iraq. The pronouncement took place aboard the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln in front of a banner emblazoned with the words, "Mission Accomplished." That optimistic declaration belied the semi-controlled chaos on the ground. The other event was less publicized but was important for the ground forces. On May 1st, CENTCOM formally announced a full transition to Phase 4 stability operations, and CFLCC, instead of transitioning its operations to a follow-on command or agency, became dual-hatted as the Combined Joint Task Force for Iraq, numbered CJTF-7. It was already apparent to the ground force commanders that the mission was far from accomplished. When Saddam fled the capital, the physical presence of the Iraqi state had disappeared, and no entity or organization, including the coalition, was postured to take its place. Though most of the looting and rioting had died down by the end of April, governance, utilities, and threats to stability varied hugely from region to region. With little planning or direction, CFLCC's units took on missions to defeat the remaining enemy forces, stop looting, contain demonstrations and reprisals, distribute humanitarian assistance, engage in widespread reconstruction, and build Iraqi governance capacity. But they did so by using unit boundaries that were misguided for Iraq's geography and human terrain. CFLCC also struggled to allocate its comparatively small number of forces properly for the growing operational requirements at hand, while incorporating a host of new coalition partners, humanitarian aid organizations, and contractors into its battle space. Enemy activity increased in April, and enemy tactics, techniques, and procedures, as well as its lack of identifiable organizations, confounded the coalition. These mounting challenges were oddly juxtaposed with 1st MEF's and the 3rd Infantry Division's preparations to leave Iraq. The coalition military's inability to meet Iraqi expectations and secure the country in the wake of a collapsed state also initiated a divide between the coalition and Iraqi society that only grew wider as coalition leaders set about implementing deeply misguided policies in the summer of 2003. End of Chapter 5. We're here. Now what? Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 6, Part 1. Lost in Transition, May to July 2003, of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 6. Lost in Transition, May to July 2003. Page 133. Throughout the month of April, Coalition Forces Land Component Command or CFLCC units had struggled to address the gamut of operational and strategic challenges of a post-war Iraq. The declared transition from major combat operations to stability operations on May 1st foreshadowed several other transitions that ultimately proved disruptive to the coalition's post-combat efforts. Over the course of the next 45 days, many key leaders and organizations central to the invasion left the country, as did a large number of troops. The remaining theater command was a sparsely staffed, under-resourced corps headquarters commanded by a general officer who had arrived in Iraq weeks before as a division commander. The senior diplomat who arrived to partner with him had extensive anti-terrorism and reconstruction experience, but none that was on the scale of Iraq's requirements. Additionally, the overarching assumption governing Phase 4 planning, that the military would be responsible for fighting the war and then quickly turn operations over to civilian control, evaporated as the civilian body formed for the job, the Coalition Provisional Authority, or CPA, arrived in the country with far too little capacity to relieve the military of its stabilization tasks. Transitions in the upper echelons of the theater created a vacuum at the operational level of war that the U.S. Army, Marine, and British forces on the ground filled by adapting to the new requirements of their diverse and wide-ranging areas of operations. However, the coalition divisions and brigades soon found themselves dealing with disparate regions of a country whose society was imploding, a process made far worse by disastrous coalition policies that collapsed the Iraqi state in May to June 2003. Creating a dangerous power vacuum at all levels. Transitions at all levels. Page 133. Civilian oversight. From Office of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance to Coalition Provisional Authority. In the days following Saddam Hussein's fall, CFLCC, as the nominal Combined Joint Task Force Iraq, or CJTFI, headquarters, made a concerted effort to consolidate reconstruction and governance activities to bolster the capability of the Office of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance, or ORHA, and accelerate the transition of Iraq from military to civilian control. ORHA's primary focus was securing the Iraqi ministries, defining security requirements, making emergency payments to the Iraqi military and civil servants, and developing the Iraqi police. CJTFI intended to continue building up ORHA's capability in accordance with its Eclipse II lines of operation. Viewed from Washington, however, ORHA appeared to be overwhelmed, lacking even basic communications and logistical infrastructure, which precluded even its movement into Iraq without assistance. Furthermore, ORHA was too small to foster Iraqi governance capacity at the ministerial level, having been developed on the assumption that Iraqi ministries would continue to function after a short hiatus. ORHA's mandate, too, was more as an emergency relief force than an organization tailored for long-term reconstruction and capacity building. Recognizing that U.S. leaders had probably underestimated the requirements of managing a post-war Iraq, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice asked Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, Donald Rumsfeld whether he thought that the ORHA mission was failing. Rumsfeld agreed and informed Rice that he was working on some new ideas for the president. From the beginning of the Iraq campaign, then-President George W. Bush made it clear that he wanted the Department of Defense, or DoD, to lead the reconstruction effort until it transitioned back to Iraqi control. His intent was to maintain a single chain of command for post-war operations and keep the responsibility for interim Iraqi governance squarely on the shoulders of DoD, rather than the State Department. These principles led to the creation of the Office of the Coalition Provisional Authority, a more robust organization than ORHA, empowered to bypass the interagency processes and bureaucracy in Washington in order to make important policy decisions in the face of a dynamic situation. CPA would replace ORHA as the ground-level agency responsible for Iraq's reconstruction and for establishing a new Iraqi government to which the coalition could transfer control. The President and SecDef selected Ambassador L. Paul Bremer to lead this new organization. Bremer had no Iraq or Middle East experience, but had plenty of interagency experience and had served in Afghanistan and East Africa. He had also served as the chairman of the National Commission on Terrorism in 1999 and on the National Academy of Sciences Committee on Science and Technology for Countering Terrorism in 2002. After the President and SecDef confirmed that he would indeed lead CPA in April 2003, Bremer spent 2 weeks assembling his team and attending briefings to prepare for the task ahead of him. The result of these hasty efforts, however, was a CPA that was anemically manned by civilians with little experience working with the military and ill-prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. Back in Baghdad, Lieutenant General retired J.M. Garner was unaware of the effort in Washington to bolster the CPA and was surprised when Rumsfeld notified him on April 24th that Bush planned to appoint a new presidential envoy to run the Iraq reconstruction effort just a week after Garner had arrived in Baghdad. Garner was not the only one surprised by Bremer's appointment. Ambassador Zalmay Khalilzad had also been working as a special envoy and ambassador at large to the Iraqi opposition since 2002, and in April 2003, he was in Iraq working to link the Iraqi expatriate leaders with indigenous Sunni, Shia, and Kurdish leaders to form a new Iraqi government. When Garner informed Khalilzad that Bremer was assuming responsibility for governance in Iraq, Khalilzad expressed shock that he was being replaced and that no one in the administration had notified him. After threatening to resign, he was only convinced to remain in Baghdad temporarily at Garner's entreaty. On June 15th, ORHA was formally redesignated as CPA, and Bremer spread the remaining ORHA personnel across 7 major directorates: oil, civil affairs, economics, aid, operations, security affairs, and press and public affairs. His new organization was thinly manned by a conglomerate of civilians and military personnel who had volunteered for Iraq from Washington or had worked in ORHA. Although Bremer complained that many of the CPA personnel who volunteered lacked the requisite experience for the tasks they were assigned, few additional personnel were forthcoming from outside Iraq. It would be the military headquarters in Baghdad that would fully staff the CPA. Theater Command. From CFLCC to 5th Corps. On May 1, 2003, CFLCC formally became dual-hatted as Combined Joint Task Force Iraq, CJTF-I, which was numbered soon after as CJTF-7. The rebranding of CFLCC was another sign that, as far as most U.S. policymakers and military leaders outside Iraq were concerned, major combat operations were over. Generals David McKiernan and William Wallace, however, were still grappling with balancing the complexities of Iraq's security and reconstruction requirements with the number of forces they had been assigned. They were thus both surprised when the SecDef abruptly decided to send McKiernan's CFLCC and Wallace home and make the 5th Corps the new CJTF-7 headquarters under the command of newly minted 3-star General Ricardo Sanchez. Rumsfeld made this decision in early May and originally instructed that Wallace should leave the country immediately, but given the uncertainty of the situation, McKiernan persuaded Rumsfeld to delay the change of command until June 15, 2003. From the time they were notified about the changing of the guard for CJTF-7, Wallace and McKiernan prepared to move their headquarters and transition responsibility for the mission. Wallace had already made plans to split the 5th Corps into a main and supporting headquarters, but had intended to put his main headquarters at Balad, 64 kilometers north of Baghdad, from which he believed he could exercise better control over the 5th Corps subordinate commands. That effort came to an abrupt halt with the impending plans for ORHA to leave Iraq, and Wallace decided instead to make Baghdad International Airport, or BIAP, the operational headquarters for 5th Corps as it became CJTF-7, assuming that the new civilian authority in CPA would make its headquarters in central Baghdad. Once on the ground, Bremer was quick to establish his authority and harness the military presence under his leadership. Upon his arrival in Iraq, he informed Wallace and then Sanchez that they worked for him and that he wanted them by his side in the CPA headquarters in central Baghdad for the reconstruction effort. It was then clear that 5th Corps needed to split its headquarters to co-locate with CPA and simultaneously manage its operational and theater requirements. Sanchez left CJTF-7 operational headquarters at BIAP with 5th Corps Deputy Commander Major General Walter Wojciechowski in charge, while Sanchez himself and some key staff members moved to Baghdad's Green Zone with the CPA. From that point forward, the CJTF-7 commander's responsibilities became oriented on theater strategy and policy, while the remainder of the 5th Corps headquarters at BIAP ran combat operations, published orders, and built infrastructure. The May 18th CFLCC order setting out these command and control changes also established the mission and timelines for the transfer of responsibility for Iraq operations to 5th Corps, which became dual-hatted as CJTF-7 on June 15, 2003. The order further stated that 1st MEF was under the tactical control of CJTF-7, while CJTF-7 itself was under the operational control of U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM. CFLCC would revert to its pre-conflict designation as the 3rd U.S. Army, and its Iraq-related responsibilities would change to reconstituting forces, force sustainment, and redeployment operations from bases in Kuwait and Qatar. The change from CFLCC to CJTF-7 left the Iraq theater in the hands of a much smaller and less capable headquarters than the one that had led the invasion. The headquarters that had run the ground war and conducted the most in-depth planning and preparation for Phase 4 of any military or civilian agency suddenly found itself in Kuwait, while the new, smaller, and less experienced CJTF-7 found itself managing a 2-corps-sized force with few of the resources needed to prosecute stability operations at the strategic and operational level. Unlike CFLCC headquarters, which was at more than 100% strength with approximately 1,200 personnel and contained general officers in all its key staff positions, the 5th Corps headquarters was far smaller, with fewer than 300 personnel. The 5th Corps would also do all of this with a new commander. While General Tommy Franks had long planned to retire from CENTCOM in the summer of 2003, Wallace believed he would remain in command of 5th Corps until at least fall 2003, when his scheduled 2 years as a Corps commander were complete. However, Wallace's widely reported comments about the Fedayeen as an unplanned-for enemy during the invasion had irritated Rumsfeld, who had come to believe Wallace had displayed a lack of aggressiveness during and after the invasion. Although McKiernan had been able to dissuade Rumsfeld from relieving Wallace in the middle of the invasion, he was unable to convince the SecDef to maintain Wallace as the 5th Corps commander for Phase 4. Sanchez, Wallace's replacement, was identified as the next 5th Corps commander in April 2003, but he too had not expected the change of command to take place before the fall. He had arrived in Iraq shortly after the invasion in command of the 1st Armored Division, which was replacing the exhausted 3rd Infantry Division in Baghdad, and Sanchez had expected to remain in that more limited capacity for several months as a 2-star general. Now, just days later, he learned he would be in command of the entire theater within a month. Still, Sanchez had participated in the planning for Iraq, and his division in particular was well briefed on operations in Baghdad. He was also optimistic that his joint and interagency experience from the United States Southern Command, or SOUTHCOM, and more recently his experience leading a multinational force in Kosovo, had prepared him to manage another joint interagency and multinational organization in Iraq. His experience working in a joint environment placed him high in Rumsfeld's favor, suggesting that he possessed enough credibility with the SecDef to ensure he received the support he needed. Therefore, Sanchez took command of CJTF-7 on June 15th, expecting a challenging but not impossible mission. Important individual transitions. In addition to the major organizational transitions that took place in Iraq in the summer of 2003, many of the key personnel and much of the military's resident Iraq expertise moved out of the theater. At the end of April 2003, Franks informed Rumsfeld of his intent to retire that summer. Feeling that his mission was complete now that the Iraqi regime had been toppled, Franks had no desire to follow through with what he anticipated would be a messy and lengthy post-war period, and the CENTCOM commander had even begun plans to take leave in the Caribbean in May before Rumsfeld intervened to deny the leave request. Franks proposed that his deputy, Lieutenant General John Abizaid, replace him as the CENTCOM commander, and Rumsfeld agreed. From that point onward, Franks largely disengaged from leading efforts in Iraq, leaving Abizaid with the difficult task of running CENTCOM without actually being its commander. The Pentagon announced at the end of May that Abizaid would be promoted to 4-star general and succeed Franks on July 7, 2003. Abizaid's selection as CENTCOM commander aligned well with his professional and personal background. An Olmsted scholar and Arabist of Lebanese descent, Abizaid had considerable experience with the Middle East and Arab culture. His efforts to focus CENTCOM and the Joint Staff on Phase 4 operations in the fall and winter of 2002, combined with the engagements he conducted with Iraq's neighbors before the invasion, gave him ample relevant regional experience. In fact, the original plan for the post-invasion command in Iraq had Abizaid commanding a CENTCOM forward command post in Baghdad, and he later was slated as the commander for the projected Combined Joint Task Force Iraq. As the CENTCOM commander, however, Abizaid needed to consider many other countries in addition to Iraq and the Middle East, as well as the broader global war on terrorism. Across Iraq, routine Army institutional transitions were also taking place. Sanchez's replacement at the 1st Armored Division, Brigadier General Martin E. Dempsey, did not arrive to take over command of the division until September, so Brigadier General Fred Doug Robinson, Sanchez's deputy, assumed command in the interim. Just as Robinson took command, all of the division's brigade commanders who had recently embarked on Phase 4 operations in Baghdad were replaced as well, leaving few leaders with Iraq experience in charge and putting many new personalities together within that division alone. Elsewhere, several other brigade and battalion commanders changed command as part of the Army's standard 2-year command cycle. Substantial numbers of Army field grade officers and senior non-commissioned officers who had participated in the Iraq planning and combat operations also left for new assignments or the next level of professional military education. The final transition that indirectly affected Iraq was General Erich Shinseki's retirement in the mid-summer. On June 11, 2003, Shinseki sent Rumsfeld a lengthy end-of-tour memorandum articulating how he believed that many of his intentions and actions as the Chief of Staff of the Army had been misconstrued by the Office of the SecDef. The memorandum also reinforced the emphasis on Army transformation and asked the Secretary to maintain momentum in that direction. After Shinseki retired on July 31st, his Vice Chief, General John M. Jack Keane, became the acting Chief of Staff of the Army, charged with both leading Army transformation and supporting 2 wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. WMD Mission, from 75th Exploitation Task Force to Iraq Survey Group. In addition to securing conventional weapons caches, one of CFLCC's key tasks was to secure, investigate, and exploit weapons of mass destruction, or WMD sites, a mission assigned to the 75th Field Artillery Brigade. It quickly emerged that the scale of the problem was more than the 75th Field Artillery Brigade could handle. The sensitive site exploitation mission had been secondary to the invasion itself during CENTCOM's planning, and assigning the 75th Field Artillery Brigade had almost been an afterthought. The 75th Field Artillery Brigade's leadership recognized early on that they were not adequately equipped or operationally embedded in the plan. The security vacuum after the invasion hampered the unit in deploying its teams and accessing the suspected sites without security support. It also had no access to Iraqi government documents about the WMD program. Nor did the 75th Field Artillery Brigade follow the prioritized list of suspected WMD sites it had received. Instead, the 75th Field Artillery Brigade's inspection teams tended to move quickly around the country, responding to any and all reports of sites that might be associated with WMD. The 75th Field Artillery Brigade's failure to uncover large WMD stockpiles in its first month in Iraq was a serious matter for policymakers in Washington. At the recommendation of Under-SecDef for Intelligence Stephen A. Cambone and Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA, Director Vice Admiral Lowell E. Jacoby, Rumsfeld moved to supplant the 75th Field Artillery Brigade with a much larger Iraq Survey Group, or ISG. The ISG mission was threefold: to locate U.S. Navy pilot Captain Michael Scott Spiker, shot down over Iraq in 1991, to gather evidence of the regime's ties to terrorism and war crimes, and, most importantly, to locate Saddam's WMDs and the associated programs that supposedly produced them. With several hundred people drawn from across the intelligence community, the ISG was led by Major General Keith W. Dayton, DIA's Director of Operations, with David A. Kay serving as Chief Scientist. Although the shorthanded 75th Exploitation Task Force expected to be integrated into the ISG, that never happened. On June 22nd, the ISG formally took charge of the WMD mission, and the 75th Field Artillery Brigade redeployed in frustration, bringing an unceremonious end to the unit's abortive mission to verify the casus belli of the Iraq invasion. The disintegration of the Iraqi state and society. Page 140. The coalition military had invaded Iraq with the intent of toppling the Iraq regime, but had assumed that beyond the regime, the state administrative apparatus would remain largely intact. The invading U.S. forces had also expected to have assistance from the Iraqi military to maintain a secure environment and enable a peaceful handover to a transitional Iraqi government. Once on the ground, however, U.S. officials made a series of decisions that dramatically expanded the invasion's impact on the Iraqi state and society, precipitating a governance vacuum at all levels in Iraq. The disbanding of the army and outlawing of the Ba'ath Party. The unexpected pairing of the CJTF-7 headquarters and the new CPA in May 2003 was rocked by immediate and sharp differences of opinion about the nature of their relationship. Although Bremer ostensibly worked for the SecDef, his approach in practice resembled that of a presidential envoy consulting directly with the White House rather than with DoD or the rest of the interagency. The CPA and Bremer were under the impression that they would command the military forces by issuing military orders designed to fulfill CPA's objectives. Meanwhile, CJTF-7 under Sanchez believed that the relationship was one in which military leaders would set their own priorities and direct their own operations to support CPA's objectives. For his part, Abizaid later noted that the formal relationship between CENTCOM and CPA was never made clear to him. The most difficult policies that CJTF-7 had to operationalize in the first months of CPA's tenure were those dealing with de-Baathification, the dissolution of the Iraqi Army, and the control of weapons. The National Security Council, or NSC, had been working on a de-Baathification plan for Iraq within the U.S. interagency for months, and CENTCOM and CFLCC both had plans to recall Iraqi civil servants and select members of the military to run the government and secure the country. Both the NSC and CENTCOM agreed that the Ba'ath Party itself should be outlawed, but, as Rice put it, quote, "The question was to what degree were you going to allow government employees and military people to retain their positions?" End quote. The general thought among senior U.S. officials was that members of the top two levels of the Ba'ath Party, that constituted only a small fraction of the Iraqi population, should be prohibited from holding office with some exceptions, but that all other Ba'ath Party members could denounce the party and remain in position through a separate process. CENTCOM, for its part, planned to disband select segments of the Iraqi military that were loyal to Saddam, but intended to retain at least the regular army to assist with reconstruction. The NSC and ORHA plan for the Iraqi military called for the retention of about 5 divisions of the Iraqi regular army, with a select portion of field-grade officers removed by a relatively forgiving de-Baathification policy. Like CENTCOM's plans, the interagency proposal was to use the retrained Iraqi military for reconstruction and stabilization tasks, keeping Iraqis who were used to wielding weapons gainfully employed. Bremer, however, arrived in Baghdad with very different guidance and intentions on de-Baathification. On May 9th, his last days spent at the Pentagon before going to Baghdad, Bremer received his orders in a memorandum from Rumsfeld which included instructions to, quote, actively oppose, end quote, the legacy organizations loyal to Saddam, including the Ba'ath Party and regime security organizations. That afternoon, Bremer also paid a visit to Under-SecDef Douglas Feith, who showed him a draft order for the de-Baathification of Iraqi society that would marginalize the top 4 levels of the Ba'ath Party, thereby expanding the prohibition to tens of thousands of additional Baathists. According to Bremer, he understood that the order as written had been reviewed and approved by the White House, DoD, and Department of State. Although Feith planned to have Garner issue the order immediately, Bremer argued that the order was so important that it should wait until he arrived in Baghdad to issue it himself, a move that Bremer believed would establish his authority as he took up his duties in Iraq. Bremer's thoughts on how to manage the former regime security institutions were shaped by conversations that his senior advisor for defense and security affairs, Walter B. Slocum, had held in May with Wolfowitz and Rumsfeld, who judged that most Iraqis feared the return of Saddam Hussein's repressive security institutions and that the Iraqi army had melted away of its own accord after the regime collapsed. Additionally, all of these institutions were predominantly Sunni and not representative of the Iraqi population, or so the DoD leaders believed. On May 19th, Bremer sent a memorandum to Rumsfeld recommending that all of these institutions, including the Iraqi army, be formally dissolved, to which the secretary agreed. Once in Baghdad, Bremer discussed de-Baathification and the status of the Iraqi military with Abizaid, indicating to the presumptive CENTCOM commander that de-Baathification efforts focusing on only the top 2 levels of the Ba'ath Party were not stringent enough, and that he intended to disband the Iraqi army formally. Abizaid thought Bremer's plans extreme. Quote, "I think the model that was being used in Washington was the World War II model of denazification," Abizaid recalled later. Saddam was Hitler, the Republican Guards the SS, and the Ba'ath Party the Nazi Party. This notion of this great crusade against evil had no bearing in reality to what was on the ground and the historical context of Middle Eastern politics, and Iraq politics in particular." End quote. Abizaid protested to Franks that Bremer's proposals went far too deep into Iraqi society and were bound to cause problems, but his protests had no effect on the policy. In retrospect, it appears the more moderate de-Baathification proposals previously approved by the President and the Executive Steering Group in Washington before the invasion either were not transmitted to Bremer or were overridden by those he received via the Office of the Sekdef as he moved forward with the de-Baathification order he had first viewed with Feith and Rumsfeld. On May 16, 2003, Bremer issued CPA Order 1, De-Baathification of Iraqi Society, which banned Iraqis who had been in the upper 4 levels of the Ba'ath Party, rather than just the top 2 levels, from holding government office, effectively putting between 30,000 and 50,000 Iraqis out of work, including senior civil servants, military leaders, and university professors. While Iraqis and the coalition military were still processing the implications of the de-Baathification order, Bremer issued CPA Order 2, the Dissolution of Entities, 1 week later on May 23, 2003, and just 4 days after his memo to Rumsfeld declaring his intention to take this step. CPA Order 2 dissolved most of Iraq's security and intelligence apparatus, including the Ministry of Defense, Iraqi Intelligence Service, special security organizations, and paramilitary forces. It also disbanded all branches of the Iraqi military in their entirety, negating in a stroke the NSC plan for the new Iraqi Army and CENTCOM and CFLCC plans to recall it. CPA Order 2 also suspended pay for members of those entities, and because many security officials were also in the top 4 levels of the Ba'ath Party, it essentially prohibited them from public employment in the new Iraq. The extensive de-Baathification policy had both immediate and far-reaching consequences. Because most senior civil servants and university professors across Iraq had been required to be level 4 or higher in the Ba'ath Party, many key players in the Iraqi ministries and education systems were either forced from their positions or opted to leave them in the absence of other instructions. This severely disrupted the reconstruction plans ORHA and CJTF-7 had been making. In the coalition, units discovered they now had to screen their scarce interpreters for Ba'ath Party membership and potentially arrest or dismiss them. The feedback that CPA and the coalition received about the policy ranged from, quote, relief that they were purging Ba'ath Party members to outrage they were going overboard in their pursuit of former Ba'ath Party members, end quote. The order to dissolve the Iraqi military generated a more inflammatory response. Although the Republican Guard was loyal to Saddam, the Iraqi regular army had been more distant from the regime and contained members from all of Iraq's ethno-religious communities. Its dissolution created a large population of seasoned military men who suddenly had no livelihood. The order to dissolve the Iraqi military resulted in increased demonstrations and demands for jobs, pay, and the immediate reconstitution of the army. Some of these protests disintegrated into violent confrontations with the coalition, resulting on occasion in the deaths of coalition troops. These two CPA policies in rapid succession sent shockwaves throughout the country. Concerned about the backlash to his de-Baathification memo, Bremer added an addendum to CPA Order 1 on June 3rd. Instead of dismissing all senior Ba'ath Party members outright, the addendum set up an investigatory process and an Iraqi-led de-Baathification council that would gradually assume full control of the process. Based on interviews, public records, and testimony, this committee would determine the nature of citizens' Ba'ath Party membership, assist with appeals, and either grant or deny requests for exceptions to the CPA policy. Exceptions included provisions for those, quote, judged to be indispensable to achieving important coalition interests, end quote. For many senior U.S. military leaders, the disbanding of the Iraqi army was an unwelcome step taken without their input. Abizaid later recalled being pulled from a planning meeting in Baghdad to be told that Bremer had issued the order without consulting him, even though Abizaid and other U.S. commanders had already formulated plans that counted on the use of the Iraqi army as auxiliary manpower. In an even more jarring moment, on the day CPA Order 2 was announced, Brigadier General Mark P. Hertling, Assistant Commander of the 1st Armored Division, was in the middle of addressing a gathering of 600 senior Iraqi officers in Baghdad to solicit their participation in the reconstruction of the Iraqi army when, as he recalled it, quote, "My aide came in to tell me that CPA had just made the announcement disbanding the army. The Iraqi generals got the word too, a few minutes later, through their channels." End quote. The debate over disbanding the Iraqi army. To a large extent, the military men in Baghdad were seeing the result of conflicting policy positions in Washington. Senior U.S. policymakers had differed in their views on how deeply the Iraqi Ba'athist state should be dismantled. On the one hand were senior officials who believed much of the Iraqi state and security structure would need to be retained in order for the coalition to manage the post-regime change turbulence successfully. On the other hand, as Abizaid observed, were senior officials who feared that keeping the Ba'athist structure in place would mean Iraq would not transition to democracy, but would revert to, quote, Saddamism without Saddam, end quote. They also feared that the Kurdish and Shia opposition parties, such as Supreme Council for Islamic Revolution in Iraq, or SCIRI, and the Badr Corps, might become hostile to the coalition occupation if the Ba'ath and Iraqi security apparatus were not fully disempowered. Speaking to journalists in 2005, Bremer postulated that the disbanding of the Iraqi army had been, quote, "probably the most important decision I made, and it had the effect of avoiding a civil war in Iraq," end quote, by reassuring the Kurds in particular that the United States was intent on making serious changes in Iraq. In later years, Bremer and Walter Slocum held fast to the explanation that CPA Order 2 had merely codified the reality that the Iraqi army had disbanded itself by dissolving during the course of the invasion. By April 15th, quote, "there simply was no organized unit," end quote, in the Iraqi army, Slocum told reporters in Baghdad in 2003. However, this was an explanation with which Garner and others did not agree. On April 15th, the date he said the Iraqi army had dissolved itself, Slocum was still in Washington and did not arrive in Iraq until weeks later. On the ground in Baghdad in April, Garner and Colonel Paul Hughes, an Army officer who worked for Slocum, were receiving dozens of contacts with groups of Iraqi officers, such as those Hertling was meeting. These officers wished to arrange for the recall of tens of thousands of their soldiers to duty or to reorganize the Iraqi forces with the coalition's assistance. Hughes had even formulated a plan to give Iraqi officers an emergency payment of $20 each to buy essentials for their families. Other officers had drawn up plans to use Iraqi troops to guard the Iranian border. Slocum and Bremer's promulgation of CPA Order 2 caught Garner, Hughes, and other military leaders by surprise and cut short their negotiations with the Iraqi military. Bremer's sweeping actions in Baghdad also appeared to catch the president and his advisors by surprise. Speaking to Army historians in 2015, Bush recalled that Bremer had informed him of the decision to disband the Iraqi army rather than seeking guidance or saying, "Mr. President, here are your choices." The decision had effectively countermanded Bush's pre-invasion decision to retain and use the Iraqi army. Echoing Bremer and Slocum's rationale, however, Bush recalled, quote, "I always felt that to the extent we could use the Iraqi army as a stabilizing force, it would be a plus. But the problem is that when we got there, there was no Iraqi army left. They just evaporated. There was no structure. I remember Bremer telling me that we disbanded the army, but there was no army to begin with." End quote. Bremer's choices conflicted with the president's original guidance, Bush told Army historians, but, as commander-in-chief, he believed it important to trust the judgment of the U.S. officials on the ground as they were closer to the dynamic situation and whom Bush wished to empower rather than micromanage from Washington. Nevertheless, Rice concluded later that Bremer had not perceived the, quote, "fine line between empowerment to act in a kind of tactical sense and knowing when an issue is really a strategic issue," end quote, requiring input from the president, SecDef, and National Security Advisor. Bremer would spend months attempting to walk this fine line, but the president subsequently reined in some of Bremer's authority. He and Rice would have direct contact with Bremer at least every few days and require him to consult more closely on strategic policy issues. Reconstructing an Iraqi Army and Disarming an Armed Society. The fallout from disbanding the Iraqi military, along with the clear necessity to secure Iraq, lent more urgency to the project to build a new Iraqi security force. Hoping to stymie the civil unrest generated by CPA Order 2, Bremer announced that an organization was already established to build the new Iraqi army. This effort, led by Slocum, actually began before the CPA order was issued. On May 9th, Major General Paul D. Eaton, then commander of the U.S. Army Infantry School at Fort Benning, Georgia, was notified by U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command, or TRADOC, that he had been chosen to lead the new Coalition Military Assistance Training Team, or CMAT. CMAT was composed of a skeleton staff of military personnel and contracted military and police trainers who were expected to configure 27 Iraqi motorized infantry battalions over 2 years, an army that would be too small to wage wars of aggression and, interestingly, incapable of defending the country from outside invasion. Arriving in Iraq on June 13th, Eaton found his efforts to create a new Iraqi army immediately hindered by 2 factors. Although Wallace and Sanchez agreed that constructing a new Iraqi army should be a military operation, Bremer did not. Based on Bremer's guidance, CMAT would work directly for the CPA outside of the CJTF-7 chain of command and operations. Second, CMAT itself was an economy of force mission. Its trainers were drawn from the 2nd Brigade, 10th Mountain Division, other individual augmentees from the U.S. Army, and contractors, with the latter initially making up most of CMAT's personnel. With no concrete relationship with the main force on the ground and with few resources of its own, Eaton's CMAT was unlikely to resolve the immediate security problems generated by the dissolution of the Iraqi military. Thus, clarification of the de-Baathification policy and Eaton's new mission could do little to improve matters for coalition ground forces in the short term. CJTF-7 leaders now had a delicate situation on their hands. They could not flagrantly ignore Bremer's orders, but implementing them would further disrupt a precarious security situation. CJTF-7 and its divisions needed to balance their operational requirements subtly against CPA policy directives, but on a quiet, ad hoc basis. Some units began to hold meetings with local leaders and tribal sheikhs to find ways to reinstate professors or gainfully employ Ba'athist civil servants and former military members. Other units began locally hiring former Iraqi soldiers to protect government facilities and key infrastructure sites. The 101st Airborne Division in Mosul found a legal loophole that allowed it to bring some university faculty and other teachers back into their respective schools. Still, other units tacitly allowed key players and interpreters to continue working while seeking similar mechanisms to restore or replace their jobs. The unrest spawned by CPA Orders 1 and 2 was exacerbated by yet another far-reaching directive, CPA Order 3, Weapons Control, which forbade Iraqis who were not police from possessing or carrying firearms, grenades, rocket-propelled grenades, and other munitions. Implementing this order was fraught with difficulty. Most Iraqis had weapons in their homes, and in rural areas weapons were both part of the culture and essential to the Iraqi lifestyle. Many Iraqis viewed personal weapons as necessary for their protection in the security vacuum following the invasion, and most of the Kurdish and Shia political militias carried weapons as a matter of course. The sheer volume of weapons and munitions available in the open and in unsecured military facilities rendered enforcing the order impossible. Once again, CJTF-7 and its subordinate units had to develop mechanisms to cope with an order they could not fully enforce. CJTF-7 first established a weapons amnesty program in June, which allowed Iraqis to turn in weapons and other munitions without penalty. When the weapons amnesty program expired on June 14th, measures to enforce the policy had still not been published, and much confusion about the requirements remained. CJTF-7 units then began buyback programs in which Iraqis who turned in weapons received cash payments for those weapons, but compliance with the weapons policy was not widespread, signifying an unwillingness of the Iraqi populace to trust the coalition to provide basic security. The Marines also conducted their own weapons collection program, but had little to show for the significant effort it required. Marginalization of Iraq's tribes. The fourth CPA pronouncement that had the potential to deepen Iraq's instability concerned the country's tribes, toward whom CPA's attitude tended to be dismissive. Believing they were shaping a new, modern Iraq, Bremer and many of the CPA officials who accompanied him initially saw little place for, quote, backward, end quote, tribal culture, a perspective Bremer would later change. By mid-May, the experiences of CJTF-7's divisions confirmed that Iraq's tribal infrastructure was intertwined closely with the country's politics and governance, and that engagement with tribal sheikhs was crucial to identifying and resolving issues for Iraqis in both rural and urban areas. Consequently, many units decided tacitly to overlook CPA's official stance toward Iraq's tribes for the time being. Military units at all levels began a concerted effort to reach out to the tribal sheikhs to identify reconstruction requirements and set up interim governance structures. However, because of their lack of knowledge about Iraq's tribal rivalries, coalition forces found themselves immersed in and often manipulated by long-standing tribal disputes over resources and power. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Lost in Transition. May to July 2003. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 6, Part 2. Lost in Transition. May to July 2003. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 6, Part 2. Lost in Transition. May to July 2003. CJTF-7's Trial by Fire. Page 146. The Drawdown of the Invasion Force. After June 15th, the new CJTF-7 faced numerous challenges that consumed nearly all of its organizational energy and made it difficult to manage security, reconstruction, and governance operations. Franks's instructions were to remove the invasion force, particularly the 3rd Infantry Division and 1st MEF, from Iraq as quickly as possible. The 4th Infantry Division, the 1st Armored Division, and later the 101st Airborne Division would remain an additional 120 days to complete the planned transition to civilian control, a timeline that CENTCOM would later extend to 6 months and beyond as it became apparent that the redeployment needed to be more gradual. Franks also expected ORHA or another civilian agency to establish a functioning Iraqi transitional government in the same time period. The resulting drawdown was to reduce the number of troops committed to Kuwait and Iraq from just more than 300,000 to approximately 113,000 between May and September 2003. CJTF-7's task was to facilitate the reduced U.S. footprint in Iraq while completing the Phase 4 tasks outlined by CENTCOM and Eclipse 2. As the looting and demonstrations died down, Franks decided to accept the risks involved with moving forces out of the country while the situation on the ground was still developing. His thought, and that of the Army and Joint Staff, was to reconstitute the force for other operations and reinforce the strategic message that the United States was liberating Iraq, not occupying it. It quickly became clear that the sum total of these decisions was to leave a stateless theater of war with a civilian authority and a military command that were each woefully incapable of doing what was necessary to control the situation. The combined effects of the transition from a theater to a corps headquarters and institutional movements of individuals in Iraq reduced theater headquarters staffing to around half of what was required for manning and intelligence architecture in the summer of 2003. The corps staff and the normal corps intelligence cell and assets, already woefully inadequate for an area the size and scope of Iraq, were split between the two headquarters. Furthermore, the Corps had a small logistics footprint and almost no organic civil affairs or strategic communications capability. CPA's staffing, too, remained filled at approximately 65% strength in Baghdad, even when augmented by the military. Without military personnel loaned by CJTF-7, its strength would have dropped to nearly 40%. At the height of the invasion, CFLCC staff had numbered more than 1,200 people, including an intelligence directorate of almost 400. With the change to 5th Corps as CJTF-7, the CFLCC was handing control of the theater of operations to a headquarters less than 1/4 of CFLCC's peak size. Sanchez estimated that he required between 600 and 700 personnel to manage all of his missions appropriately, more than twice the May 2003 strength of the 5th Corps staff, which stood at 280 at the time. In the DoD manning plan for Sanchez's CJTF-7 headquarters, 344 positions were to be filled by the U.S. Army, 210 by coalition partners, including 40 from the United Kingdom, and 195 slots by other branches of the U.S. military. The deputy commander of CJTF-7 was a British officer. However, manning the command proved to be more challenging than designing it. With an end to major combat operations having been declared, the force provider organizations turned their attention to reconstituting the forces used in the Iraq invasion so they could be available for other contingencies. Staffers in the Pentagon were understandably lethargic in finding personnel for a CJTF-7 headquarters whose mission was understood to be a short-lived one. As Sanchez watched CFLCC return to Kuwait, he asked the departing command to leave its field-grade staff officers to fill out his headquarters. Since many of those personnel had nearly completed their 90 to 180-day temporary duty assignments, the numbers CFLCC was willing to leave with CJTF-7 were small. Few outside Iraq understood the urgency of the deteriorating situation there in May 2003, creating a disconnect between operational requirements and resourcing agencies that would persist until late 2003. 6 areas of operations. Managing Iraq's vast and complex terrain was a colossal task for any military, but particularly the overextended coalition units in summer 2003, most of whom found themselves in areas they had not expected to be and largely without any local knowledge. The country that coalition units occupied was extraordinarily diverse in geography and demographics. When 5th Corps became CJTF-7 on June 15th, its area of operations extended to all but the Kurdish provinces of Dahuk, Erbil, and Sulaimania, though these too fell under its purview. The remaining 15 provinces constituted 6 subordinate areas of operations. In northern Iraq, the 101st Airborne Division's area of operations was a region with porous borders that various tribes and groups had used for smuggling routes for decades. In Nineveh province, bordering Turkey and Syria, the 101st Airborne Division made its headquarters in the city of Mosul, whose approximately 2 million inhabitants made it one of the 3 most populous cities in Iraq. Nineveh's population is predominantly a mix of Sunni Arabs and Kurds, with significant minorities of ethnic Turkomans, Shia Arabs, Christians, and Yazidis spread across the province's plains and the area of the Sinjar mountain range extending west into Syria. In the eastern portion of the division's area of operations, the remaining 3 of Iraq's northernmost provinces, Dahuk, Erbil, and Sulaimania, comprised a semi-autonomous region operated by the joint PUK-KDP Kurdistan Regional Government, or KRG, separated from Iran and Turkey by the Kandil Mountains and the larger Zagros mountain range. The high peaks and steep terrain of these mountains provided a haven for smugglers, terrorists, and the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, which had fought an insurgency against the Turkish government for a quarter century. To the south of the 101st Airborne Division, the 4th Infantry Division occupied Salahuddin, Tamim, and Diyala provinces. Kirkuk, the capital of Tamim province, was the focal point of conflict between Arabs and Kurds and, by default, between the Kurdish Autonomous Region and Iraq. The nearby Kirkuk oil fields were critical to Iraq's oil production, a source of contention between the KRG and the Iraqi government. West of Kirkuk, Salahuddin province contained Saddam's home area of Tikrit and had been the center of political power in Iraq for 35 years. Separated from Kurdistan by the Hamrin Mountains, Salahuddin contained Tigris River towns and the Zab Triangle, long used as a transit area for smugglers, with the points of the triangle at Sharkat, Hawija, and the oil refinery town of Beji. On the other side of the Jabal Hamrin range from Salahuddin, Diyala province sat at a strategic crossroads. The province's physical terrain offered easy access to Baghdad and the south, as well as routes into Iran. Diyala's isolated hamlets, thick palm groves, and fragrant citrus orchards provided plentiful hiding places that allowed smugglers and resistance groups to thrive. Baquba, Diyala's largest city and capital, was also on a fault line between Iraq's religious sects. Sunnis controlled the area west of the city near the Tigris River, and Shia controlled most of the city east of the Diyala River. Farther up the Diyala Valley, the towns of Jalala and Kanakin sat on similar fault lines between Arabs and Kurds. Diyala's fertile land, canals, and tributaries had long made it Iraq's breadbasket, with valuable farms and irrigation systems over which locals were willing to fight. In the center of the country, the 1st Armored Division occupied Baghdad and its 6 outlying districts: Abu Ghraib, Istiklal, Madain, Mahmudiyya, Taji, and Tarmiya. The city of Baghdad contained more than 7 million inhabitants, a quarter of the country's population, with a mixture of religions, sects, and cultures spread across a geographic area the size of Los Angeles, California. One of the city's sub-districts, Sadr City, was the poorest and most densely populated area in the country, with more than 2 million Shia Arabs living in 8 square miles of squalor. Under Saddam Hussein, the Republican Guard had used a system of belts to defend and control the key territory leading into Baghdad. The northern portion of the belts systems included Taji and Tarmiya, while the western belt ran from Karma south to Abu Ghraib. To the south of Baghdad, the belts included the important towns of Yusufiyya, Mahmudiyya, and Jurf al-Sakhr west of the Tigris. East of the river, the belt ran from Salman Pak to the town of Narwen in Diyala. All of these areas lay within 48 kilometers of Baghdad and connected the capital to the rest of Iraq. West of Baghdad, the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment occupied Anbar province, an area the size of Arkansas sharing extensive borders with Syria, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia. Although virtually all of the province's population lived in the towns along the lush Euphrates River Valley, much of Anbar was covered by the Jazira Desert that extended south from the Anatolia Mountains of Turkey. Anbar's other desert, the Hajara, had a complex topography of rocky desert, deep wadis, ridges, and depressions, many of them ideal smuggling routes. Anbar's harsh, arid terrain was home to some of the toughest of Iraq's Sunni tribes, many of whose historical lands extended across Anbar's borders into Nineveh, Syria, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan. Anbar's capital, Ramadi, was the largest city in the province, but the nearby city of Fallujah presented the most difficult urban area. Located on the banks of the Euphrates River, Fallujah, known as the City of Mosques with over 200 in the city, had been a hotbed for conservative Sunni Islam and criminal activity under the Ba'athist regime. The largest lake in Iraq, Lake Tartar, was located in Anbar between the Tigris and Euphrates River, while the Haditha Dam on the Euphrates was the country's most important source of irrigation and hydroelectric power production. Between Ramadi and Fallujah lay Lake Habaniya, where a series of fishing villages were used as bypass routes for smugglers looking to avoid Highway 10 when shuttling arms, goods, and cash. Highway 1 was Anbar's other main thoroughfare, running west from Fallujah to Rutba near the Jordanian border. South of Baghdad, 1st MEF occupied the provinces of Najaf, Karbala, Babil, and Wasit, an area almost as large as West Virginia. Najaf and Karbala provinces contained the holiest shrines in the Shia Islamic world, and Najaf historically had been the main religious and intellectual center for all of Shia Islam. Saddam had been careful to avoid major confrontations in Najaf for fear of igniting a sectarian civil war. Karbala's historical significance extended back to the 680 AD battle in which the Prophet Muhammad's grandson, Hussein ibn Ali, had been martyred at the hands of an army sent from Syria. Faithful Shia constantly guarded the Imam Hussein shrine there, and large crowds of Iraqi and Iranian Shia pilgrims traveled to both shrines during annual holidays. Situated between Karbala and Najaf, Babil province, with its capital at Hilla, was the site of the ancient city of Babylon, surrounded by lush farmland and date palm groves crisscrossed by irrigation canals. South of 1st MEF, the British 1st Armored Division occupied Basra, Meissen, Dikar, and Qadisiyah provinces, an area almost half the size of England. Basra, the region's most populous city, contained 2 million people, most of them Shia Arabs. The surrounding province was home to the country's largest oil fields and reserves, the largest being the Rumaila field located approximately 32 kilometers north of the Kuwaiti border. Basra province and the Shatt al-Arab waterway bordered Iran and had been heavily contested in the war between the two countries. The terrain northeast of Basra into Mizan province was filled by dense marshland that Saddam drained in the 1980s to prevent Iran from using the marshes to move troops and supplies into Iraq, and had further drained in the 1990s after many of the area's inhabitants, known as Marsh Arabs, had joined in the 1991 rebellion against his regime. In the mid-Euphrates region, Qadisiyah province was sparsely populated, with most of its Shia majority population in its capital, Diwaniyah, but was of both geographic and historical significance. Located south of Baghdad and east of Najaf along Highway 1, Diwaniyah was on the strategic outer perimeter of the defense of Baghdad. The city was also the site of an ancient battle in which early Muslim Arabs soundly defeated a Persian army, enabling the spread of Islam to Iraq and Iran. All four of these southern provinces had received little benefit from the South's oil riches under Saddam. The transitions at the operational and strategic levels left most of the coalition's units without a campaign plan or overarching guidance that could link their 6 areas of operations together. In the absence of specific directions, CJTF-7 subordinate commands tended to operate in their areas as they saw fit, yielding wide variances in unit activities across the country. Unit reporting in the summer of 2003 was indicative of both the types of challenges each unit faced as well as where commanders placed their emphasis. In Baghdad, coalition units tended to have strategic resources and civilian agencies and assistance missions at their disposal that were not available in the rest of the country. The 3rd Infantry Division received assistance from ORHA to secure the Iraqi ministries and disseminate emergency payments to thousands of Iraqi civil servants. The division then began implementing neighborhood missions to clear and repair facilities and services in Baghdad, one neighborhood at a time. The 3rd Infantry Division's handover of the Baghdad area of operations to the 1st Armored Division began in mid-May and was complete by May 29th. Like the 3rd Infantry Division, the 1st Armored Division focused on patrols, raids, and security of fixed sites, but also had unique missions such as preparing Baghdad's airport for commercial travel, as well as similar reconstruction projects. The division also found that increased patrolling at night reduced curfew violations and improved the security situation, and the unit continued the 3rd Infantry Division's efforts to establish neighborhood advisory councils in Baghdad's neighborhoods, or mahallas. In Nineveh province, the 101st Airborne Division worked with ORHA's Northern Office, local technocrats, neighborhood leaders known as mukhtars, and tribal sheikhs to organize municipal and provincial elections in Mosul. On May 5, 2003, the 101st Airborne Division installed a new city mayor and town council for Mosul and organized elections for a new provincial governor shortly thereafter. The division's focus next shifted towards standing up a multi-ethnic police force and facilitating the return of displaced Kurds and the relocation of Arab families occupying their property. For the rest of May, the 101st Airborne Division worked with tribal sheikhs to organize and distribute the products of the spring harvest delayed due to the invasion, distribute essential supplies, and secure border crossing points between Iraq and Syria. By June 15th, the 101st Airborne Division also graduated its first class from a new police academy in Mosul. In May and June, however, the 101st Airborne Division encountered pockets of resistance and began to increase the number of raids on suspected Ba'athists and Fedayeen. The 4th Infantry Division's area of operations was far less permissive. As the division expanded into its assigned battle space, it encountered significant resistance from remnants of the regime's security apparatus and began to encounter Iranian-affiliated militias as well. The division conducted several raids against buildings of an organization, quote, believed to be running a shadow government, end quote, in Baqaba, during which it seized dozens of personnel, weapons, and specialized communications equipment. On May 15th, the division raided villages near Ad Dawr, Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri's home territory, detaining 250 Iraqis, including the 52 individuals on the CENTCOM Deck of Cards list, and a former Ba'ath Party Branch Command chairman. Tikrit and its surrounding areas remained problematic, and the 4th Infantry Division frequently conducted searches and raids throughout June. The Badr Corps also began to create problems in Bakuba, where 4th Infantry Division troops detained the traffic chief and police chief for suspected involvement in Badr Corps militant activities. In late May and early June, the 4th Infantry Division began screening toward the Iranian border in Diyala and raiding Badr Corps and SCIRI headquarters, capturing some Iranian nationals suspected of militant activity. Many of the division's activities, however, were not combat operations. For example, the division assumed responsibility for accepting the capitulation of the MEK and proctoring its disarmament. Toward the end of May, the 4th Infantry Division reported more governance-related missions, including elections in Kirkuk and the payment of police officers and civil servants. The 173rd Airborne Brigade's sector in Kirkuk remained tense, with scattered clashes between Kurds and Arabs in Kirkuk and Hawija, and attacks against the local oil infrastructure. To the west, Anbar's major urban areas and borders were unsecure, and the activities of the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, or ACR, reflected increasing incidents of violence and demonstrations in Fallujah and Ramadi. Although the regiment spent considerable effort improving the numbers and capabilities of the local police force to assist them in those cities, those efforts and the regiment's attempts to use joint, quote, show of force, end quote, missions with the Anbar Provincial Police failed to deter violence. By the beginning of June, the 3rd ACR was reporting near-daily enemy contacts and violent disruptions in Fallujah, Ramadi, and Habaniya. Meanwhile, concerns about Anbar's largely unsecured western border with Syria and Jordan led CJTF-7 to task the Marine Task Force Tripoli to conduct a reconnaissance in force along the border. After the 3rd Infantry Division completed its relief in place of the 3rd ACR in Fallujah and Ramadi on June 3rd, the cavalry unit moved to Rutba to focus solely on the mission of patrolling the Syrian border. In the south, most of 1st MEF's activities in May and June focused on battle handover to multinational replacements and preparations for redeployment. In the interim, Marines in Iraq's south-central provinces worked with the United Nations, or UN, to establish a satellite UN office in Hilla, conducted police training, distributed fuel, and distributed emergency payments. Like the 101st Airborne Division in Nineveh, 1st MEF worked with municipal, religious, and tribal leaders to set up city and provincial councils. As it prepared to depart the theater, however, 1st MEF increased its patrols and security operations, including raids against suspected Ba'ath Party members and sympathizers. It also spent considerable effort conducting counter-ambush operations on Highways 1 and 8, which coalition troops had designated main supply routes Tampa and Jackson, respectively. In Iraq's southernmost provinces, British troops continued their efforts to secure key oil infrastructure and expand humanitarian operations in Maysan while trying to establish law and order in Basra. They adjudicated emergency payments for invasion refugees who were returning to their homes and professions, and proctored a vote of no confidence in the Qasr Town Council in early May. By mid-May, they were working to restore essential services such as Basra's deteriorating water and sewage systems. British units also found that local citizens were concerned about the date palm harvest for the fall and requested assistance with crop sprays and distribution for that economically important crop, illustrating the wide variety of unexpected activities the Iraq invasion forces found themselves conducting after Saddam Hussein's fall. CJTF-7 attempts to synchronize operations. As the summer progressed, the undermanned CJTF-7 often found itself lagging behind these subordinate units' vast and varied initiatives, though it did attempt to implement some of the more useful operations countrywide. As a result, CJTF-7 struggled to bring order and focus back to the theater level. Apart from issuing orders that attempted to operationalize CPA policies, CJTF-7, in consultation with the divisions, began issuing orders and providing much-needed resources to all 6 areas of operations in an attempt to re-centralize the coalition's operations. One example involved the development of local police capability. While the divisions had been working with and hiring new local police forces since April, CJTF-7 began to nationalize the process in May. In order to give commanders more capability to support local requirements immediately, CJTF-7 distributed commanders' discretionary funds down to the brigade level beginning the 3rd week in May. On June 11th, CPA released $10,000 for each brigade commander to use as their operational requirements necessitated, a forerunner of the massive Commander's Emergency Response Program funds that would come later in the war. The road to synchronization of the far-flung coalition units was not an easy one. As the de facto operational manager, General Walter Wojciechowski was effectively trying to lead his peer division commanders without having been one himself, an unusual circumstance. Moreover, the uniqueness of each area's environmental dynamics rendered some of the CJTF-7 instructions inappropriate or irrelevant for some units. It was most often the case that CJTF-7 centralized operations for crisis management, as was the case with the CPA policies, rather than routinely. CJTF-7 encountered difficulties in several areas that required synchronization. To forestall an impending food shortage, on May 8th, CJTF-7 and ORHA reactivated Iraq's Oil for Food program distribution by coordinating with Turkey to authorize food convoy movements. A severe fuel shortage also required immediate central action. The Iraqis, accustomed to receiving subsidized fuel under the regime, quickly ran through most of the remaining fuel supplies in the country. Lines at government gas stations grew enormous, and tempers were short as temperatures rose, generating unruly crowds that sometimes became violent. With assistance from Iraq's oil ministry personnel, CJTF-7 worked with ORHA and the divisions to expedite the movement of benzene and diesel fuel into the country and gradually transition fuel distribution from government gas stations to privately owned stations. CJTF-7 also recognized early in May that establishing Iraqi media networks would facilitate success in other key tasks, and subsequently provided some guidance for assisting and improving media outlets, as well as supporting pro-coalition newspapers and broadcasts, and disseminating its own newspapers and messages through national and local media. Though coalition units in the summer of 2003 were repairing infrastructure, facilitating crop harvests, and delivering services, Iraqis were becoming impatient with the lack of services, jobs, and basic security, as well as the absence of clear decision-making on the disposition and allocation of crops and harvests. Some supportive imams attempted to, quote, influence the climate in a positive way, end quote, in exchange for favors, but CJTF-7 failed to adequately promote its successes and the progress being made, a fact that was recognized and reported to CJTF-7 by sympathetic Iraqi journalists. The focus of CJTF-7's efforts, however, remained the city of Baghdad. While CJTF-7 did incorporate feedback from the outlying divisions into some of its operations, its formal guidance to its units beyond Baghdad in the early summer of 2003 was minimal, leaving them largely to their own devices. The security situation deteriorates. Page 154. In early May 2003, CFLCC prematurely assessed that the security situation was improving with calm settling on the country. Reports of looting had fallen significantly, as had random acts of violence and subversion. This relative calm gave way to attacks against coalition military targets that gradually grew in size and scope through May and June. Until early June, most coalition soldiers moved through the Iraqi cities in soft-skinned vehicles, often lightly armed with pistols and without helmets. According to Eaton, that posture changed abruptly when a U.S. soldier in Baghdad was shot in the back of the head at point-blank range while shopping for CDs. Quote, "When that happened, there was an immediate ratcheting up of security measures to protect the force," end quote, recalled Eaton. The new measures required all CJTF-7 personnel to drive in at least 2 vehicle convoys and wear protective vests and helmets, items that were not available to all of the coalition personnel in Iraq. The rapid acceleration toward war and delayed deployment orders had left 40,000 of the 130,000 U.S. soldiers in Iraq without the ceramic plates for their protective vests, and the light infantry and support units had few armored vehicles allocated to them. The Baghdad shooting incident heralded more rocket-propelled grenade attacks, convoy ambushes, and drive-by shootings against coalition forces and joint patrols with Iraqi police as the summer wore on. After 8 coalition deaths from hostile fire in May, 24 coalition troops were killed in enemy attacks in June and 28 in July. CFLCC and CJTF-7 attributed most of these small arms attacks to former regime death squads, fedayeen, and paramilitaries thought to be reconstituting themselves in Nineveh but carrying out attacks elsewhere in Iraq. The most contentious areas were the Baqaba to Tikrit corridor, the urban part of Anbar consisting of Fallujah, Habaniya, and Ramadi, and the corridor between Haditha and Hit. On June 8th, the lethality and volume of attacks in these predominantly Sunni areas of Iraq led the newly formed Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force Arabian Peninsula, or CJSOTF-AP, to assess that the greatest long-term threat in Iraq would come from, quote, a resurgent, amorphous Ba'ath party orchestrating insurgent warfare, end quote. This is the first recorded use of the term insurgent to characterize enemy behavior and intentions. Because attacks had increased most rapidly in Sunni regions, CJTF-7 judged that, although some of the resistance might have been planned before the war or was being executed by former regime leaders, coalition policies were also to blame. CPA Orders 1 and 2 led many Sunnis to believe they would have no employment or advancement opportunities when the new Iraqi government assumed power. Members of the now-defunct Iraqi military were clearly capable of organizing armed resistance. Other CJTF-7 reporting in May to June 2003 indicated additional subversive influences were disrupting the security situation, most of which were coming from Iran. The Badr Corps and SCIRI undercut coalition efforts to the point that CJTF-7 considered itself engaged in, quote, an active IO war in Najaf, end quote, and believed over 4,000 Badr Corps personnel were operating in Iraq. In turn, unidentified militias attacked Badr Corps headquarters across Iraq as the summer approached, including a strike against one in Baqaba that included a female suicide bomber on May 25th. CJTF-7 also determined that at least one major intra-Shia rivalry was already getting out of hand, that between Muqtada Sadr and his followers in Najaf and eastern Baghdad, and SCIRI's representatives in Karbala and parts of Najaf. The Iranian regime appeared to be supporting SCIRI at that time, but it was also encouraging the Sadrists' anti-coalition stance. These activities led at least the special operators of the CJSOTF to judge in June 2003 that Iran was, quote, executing a long-term campaign to further its national interest, end quote. Throughout Iraq, the removal of the Ba'ath Party and Saddam from power opened the door for more open expression of religious freedom, although along with that freedom came a rise in religious extremism. Beginning in late May 2003, non-governmental organizations in Iraq reported that female schoolchildren and teachers were receiving death threats from an organization calling itself the Popular Committee for Punishment, as well as the Badr Corps, designed to deter their attendance. In many places, women began to fear kidnapping and rape and avoided going to work or school because of the risk. CJTF-7 later identified at least 2 Islamic fundamentalist groups trying to jumpstart political parties in order to seize power in areas of Iraq the coalition had not occupied, and Sunni Islamic fundamentalism, including Salafism, was thought by CJTF-7 to be the unifying factor among restive groups in Anbar. Many Iraqi Salafis were virulently anti-coalition, calling for and executing attacks against coalition forces. Signs emerged that Ansar al-Islam, having survived the coalition's attack on it in early April, was beginning to re-establish itself in northern Iraq with support from al-Qaeda. Unlike CJTF-7, the armed groups and anti-coalition factions appeared to conduct effective information operations, emphasizing in their messaging the coalition's failure to restore security, services, and jobs, or highlighting the damage the coalition's Western values would supposedly inflict on Iraqi society. By mid-June, coalition units were reporting that local radio stations had begun to broadcast anti-coalition propaganda, while imams continued to spread anti-coalition messages during their Friday sermons. In mid-May, CJTF-7 units observed graffiti suggesting that Baghdadis seemed to be losing confidence in the ability of U.S. forces to control the situation. When some Iraq-based and international media outlets began inciting elements of the Iraqi population to violence, CPA issued a proclamation criminalizing the practice on June 13th, and CPA shut down an Iraqi paper called Nation's Echo in Najaf because it advocated violent resistance to the coalition. Farther south, British expectations that their experience in Iraq would be similar to their peacekeeping efforts in Northern Ireland or the Balkans were upended on June 23, 2003 in a violent incident in the town of Majar al-Kabir, 20 kilometers south of Amara. When the British 1st Parachute Regiment began conducting searches for heavy weapons in the town, an angry mob of several thousand Iraqis closed in on the British troops. After an exchange of gunfire that left several Iraqis dead, the troops had to be extracted under fire, after which the mob surrounded a small patrol of 6 British military policemen who had taken refuge in a police station. With little ammunition and no means to contact other British forces, the British patrol was quickly overwhelmed and massacred. It was the most costly engagement for the British military since the 1991 Persian Gulf War, and the deaths had significant military and political consequences. Concluding the incident had resulted from overly aggressive tactics and a loss of Iraqi popular support, cautious British military leaders would tend to limit future operations in order to avoid another such ambush and to maintain force protection. Meanwhile, the gruesome details of the incident undermined support for the war among the British public, which had expected the Iraq campaign to transition into a stabilization mission after the invasion. The Majar al-Kabir killings became a political cause against the Tony Blair government, with the father of one of the slain military policemen later unsuccessfully challenging Blair for his parliamentary seat in the May 2005 British parliamentary election. Targeting the Iraq regime's remnants and Saddam's sons. Despite the growing number of attacks attributed to the Ba'ath Party, CJTF-7 remained focused in its early days on the activities of defeated or disintegrated conventional Iraqi army forces that had fought during the invasion. The coalition's reporting did not shift to an emphasis on the Ba'athist insurgency and Iranian-associated subversion until June, by which time it was clear that the coalition was struggling to grasp the complexities of the post-Saddam environment. The Sunni areas of Iraq were clearly problematic, and the porous western borders contributed to the influx of foreign fighters and assistance to indigenous Iraqi fighters. In May, CJTF-7 conducted a corps-level operation to target Ba'ath Party and Fedayeen resistance groups and camps in the Sunni triangle between Tikrit, Balad, and Ramadi, and to create the conditions to secure Fallujah. The operation's intent was to find those responsible for organizing attacks on coalition forces and against Iraqis working with the coalition to establish a new government. The main effort of Operation Desert Scorpion, as it was called, was the 3rd Infantry Division, supported by the 101st Airborne Division, the 4th Infantry Division, and the CJSOTF. In the lead-up to the main operation, the 4th Infantry Division conducted its own Operation Peninsula Strike beginning on June 10th in order to set conditions for Operation Desert Scorpion by defeating Ba'athist elements in the Tigris River Valley. The 4th Infantry Division troops raided arms markets and dealers, seized illicit munitions, and detained approximately 400 Iraqis. At the same time, Coalition Special Operations and 5th Corps units destroyed a suspected Ansar al-Islam camp near Rawa, killing 61 fighters. In order to prevent the further resurgence of Ansar al-Islam, 5th Corps inserted its long-range surveillance company into Sulaimania to reconnoiter old Ansar al-Islam camps and try to monitor the organization's activity, though these actions ultimately did not prevent the group's comeback. Operation Desert Scorpion commenced on June 15, 2003, the day that Sanchez took command of CJTF-7. CJTF-7 divisions conducted simultaneous attacks and raids in Fallujah, Habaniya, Ramadi, Hit, and Bakuba, and later continued those operations into Tikrit and Haditha. Over the next 2 weeks, coalition troops destroyed at least one suspected militant training camp and captured or killed over 400 suspected Sunni resistance fighters and terrorists. CJTF-7 and CJSOTF-AP believed Operation Desert Scorpion had yielded a major victory against what coalition commanders viewed as an insurgency led by remnants of Saddam's regime. Coalition forces reinforced the operation with a series of attacks on deck-of-cards targets and other important Ba'athists well into July. These efforts culminated in the 101st Airborne Division's raid that killed Uday and Qusay Hussein in Mosul on July 22nd. The brothers and Qusay's 14-year-old son Mustafa had returned to the northern city after having fled to Syria and later to Salahuddin province following the fall of the regime. On July 22nd, Saddam's sons were lodged with a former regime loyalist in Mosul. Their host, fearing for his life and interested in the reward money, approached members of the 101st Airborne Division and notified them about his guests. The 2nd Brigade, 101st Airborne Division, commanded by Colonel Joseph Anderson, surrounded the house while Special Operations troops knocked on the door, were admitted by the owner, and entered the residence, only to be engaged immediately in a firefight with Saddam's sons. After 4 of the soldiers were wounded, the special operators withdrew, and Anderson's troops launched anti-tank missiles and a wall of small arms fire at the house, quelling Uday and Qusay's fire. The brigade found the bodies of Qusay, Uday, and Mustafa inside, and confirmed their identities shortly thereafter. The death of Saddam's sons appeared at first to deal a blow to the nascent insurgency. Reports suggested the two were leading a good portion of the former Ba'athists and disenfranchised Sunnis who remained viable after the conclusion of Operation Desert Scorpion. Although both Saddam and his deputy, Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, remained at large, coalition leaders were confident they would soon be in U.S. custody. CJTF-7 decided to reinforce their interim success against Saddam's power base with Operation Victory Bounty at the end of July, a mop-up action intended to sweep up the remaining vestiges of Ba'ath Party militia and Fedayeen in the Sunni Triangle. This operation was the last Corps-level search and attack mission managed by CJTF-7. Nevertheless, the scale of both Operations Peninsula Strike and Desert Scorpion began to indicate that the gathering resistance to the coalition was larger than just Saddamist remnants, and that the armed conflict in Iraq might, in fact, be far from over. Ambassador Bremer and the Iraqi Interim Government. Page 157. As the CJTF-7 units continued their hunt for the remaining leaders of the former Iraqi government, Bremer attempted to expand on the efforts of ORHA and Khalilzad to create a new government. Bremer hosted meetings with key Iraqi leaders to work toward establishing a national Iraqi government comprised of expatriate leaders and appropriate local Iraqis. The pressure for a new government was intense. As early as mid-May, CJTF-7 reported that Iraqis at the municipal, provincial, and national levels continually, quote, voiced concern with the pace of governmental reform and their desire to see Iraqis running Iraq as soon as possible, end quote. In December 2002, U.S. policymakers met with Iraqi expatriate leaders at a conference in London, United Kingdom, or UK. Bremer encountered the same group of expatriates soon after his arrival in Baghdad and was concerned that they were pushing the United States to establish an Iraqi government run by exiles before local leaders could gain an advantage over them. On June 1, 2003, Bremer met with 7 of these leading expatriate political figures, at the time known collectively as the G7, including Ahmad Chalabi's representative for the Iraqi National Congress, Ayad Alawi of the Iraq National Accord, Jalal Talabani of the PUK, Masoud Barzani of the KDP, Mohammed Bakr al-Hakim and Abdul Aziz al-Hakim's Supreme Council for Islamic Revolution in Iraq, Ibrahim al-Ja'afari of the Dawa Party, and Nasser Chaderji of the predominantly Sunni Muslim National Democrats. At the meeting, Bremer informed the G7 that an interim authority, as stipulated by UN Security Council Resolution 1483, would be established within 6 weeks, consisting of a 25 to 30-person political council of non-expatriate Iraqis appointed by Bremer and the G7 leaders. The political council, intended to be representative of Iraq's population but without quotas for factions, would appoint a chief advisor to each ministry and take up practical work on long-term issues like educational reform, business development, de-Baathification, and electoral laws and procedures. This plan created some significant difficulties for the CPA. First, because it was appointing the political council, it was easy for the Iraqis to hold the CPA, rather than the Iraqi leadership, accountable for errors in the selection and activities of the interim authority. Because the CPA was generally unaware of who the influential local Iraqis were, including tribal leaders, it ran the risk of appointing a group of people that, as one internal coalition memo put it, quote, looked like Chalabi and friends, end quote, an outcome that would likely be unacceptable to the Iraqi people. The CPA intended to mitigate that outcome by traveling to the various regions of Iraq and, with the assistance of CJTF-7, interviewing prospective nominees and other capable Iraqi leaders. Although CJTF-7 and its divisions did indeed have better visibility on who were the more capable Iraqi leaders, it too lacked a common understanding of the Iraqi socio-political landscape and was vulnerable to being manipulated by various factions competing with each other for power and territory. The Raid on the Turkish Special Forces. The fact that some Iraqi groups could manipulate the coalition's activities accounted for what became a serious international incident in July 2003. Although the 101st Airborne Division, 4th Infantry Division, and 173rd Airborne Brigade were all aware that Turkish officials were working with the Iraqi Turkoman Front, or ITF, in northern Iraq, they were unaware of the type and quantity of Turkish military units operating inside Iraq. CJSOTF-N and European Command, or EUCOM, had both been tracking the presence of Turkish Special Operations Forces in the region, but that information was not provided to other coalition units in the area. When Kurdish Asayish intelligence officials in northern Iraq claimed to the 173rd Airborne Brigade that Turkish Special Operations Forces were using the ITF office in Suleymaniye as a cover for a plot to assassinate Kirkuk's mayor, Colonel William Mayville and the 173rd Airborne Brigade received permission to raid the ITF's Suleymaniye office on July 4th. Once there, Mayville's troops detained a number of armed men and discovered a large quantity of weapons at the scene without a clear purpose for their intended use. Handcuffed and hooded, the detainees were sent to Baghdad, where their captors quickly determined that they, in fact, were Turkish Special Operations troops. U.S. forces removed their restraints, provided them with food and water, and eventually released them to Turkish custody. The Turkish government and public, however, did not respond well to the operation. Inflammatory stories emerged from the Turkish media that the detainees were shackled, beaten, and robbed. Turkish generals characterized the incident as the, quote, worst crisis of confidence in the two countries' more than 50-year NATO alliance, end quote, and the Erdogan government demanded an apology for the incident. Further disputes emerged over the equipment and weapons the 173rd Airborne Brigade had seized. The debacle was eventually resolved by a joint Turkey-U.S. fact-finding team which laid out the evidence and rectified discrepancies. U.S.-Turkish relations remained tenuous, putting the United States in a difficult position when Turkey later pressured the United States to target the Kurdistan Workers' Party in northern Iraq. The incident was one of the first in Iraq in which a tactical event had significant strategic consequences. Departure of the Marines, arrival of a multinational division. During July to August 2003, 1st MEF redeployed in its entirety to the United States and was replaced by a patchwork coalition division that became known as Multinational Division Central South, or MNDCS. This division, incorporating military contingents from 19 countries under a Polish division headquarters, assumed responsibility for Karbala, Babil, Wasit, Qadisiyah, and Najaf provinces by the end of August 2003. U.S. leaders had long intended to put a coalition face on military operations in Iraq, and at the beginning of 2003, the State Department and representatives of DoD, Joint Staff, and CENTCOM worked with donor countries to piece together a coalition unit to insert into Iraq after the regime fell. Most countries that the United States approached were only interested in providing forces to conduct stability and support operations and did not want their militaries participating in the invasion. While the Marines had been reporting a deterioration of public order and an increase in small-scale attacks, their area, in general, appeared in July 2003 to be less hostile than northern or western Iraq. Most of the non-U.S. coalition contingents were only permitted by their governments to conduct stability operations and had much smaller numbers of troops and equipment than a U.S. Marine Expeditionary Force. Therefore, CENTCOM decided to have the Polyglot Coalition Division take responsibility for the relatively quiet Shia provinces outside of the British sector. Furthermore, some countries had standing military relationships with each other and understood their military contributions depended on those pre-existing partnerships. Denmark, for example, had a bilateral agreement with the United Kingdom and thus expected to continue that relationship in Iraq. The Balkans experience, too, encouraged the United States to organize the smaller contributing nations into a single area and retain U.S. exclusive control in other areas. When MNDCS began operating in southern Iraq, it contained just under 10,000 soldiers from 19 different contributor countries. Poland contributed 2,400 personnel spread across a division staff, an aviation battle group, an engineer detachment, support capabilities, and 2 infantry battalions. The second largest contributor was Ukraine, which sent a brigade-sized unit of 1,621 personnel, followed by a 1,300-man brigade from Spain and a 433-man engineer task force from Thailand. The rest of the member contributions ranged from 25 to 450 personnel with a variety of capabilities including light infantry, intelligence, engineer, civil military operations, transportation, and medical units. Putting all of the non-US and non-UK coalition forces in the same unit and area of operations, however, presented serious challenges and inhibited MNDCS's ability to conduct the wide range of missions in which it immediately found itself involved. The memoranda of understanding between the United States and the coalition countries were unclear, and military participation by many of the countries was a politically sensitive subject. As a result, many MNDCS units needed to seek permission from their national capitals before executing MNDCS or CJTF-7 directives. The rules of engagement for each country, too, were different. Troops from Poland and Ukraine were authorized to conduct combat operations, but Denmark and Italy expected their troops to be used exclusively in peacekeeping operations. Consequently, conducting division-level operations for MNDCS was nearly impossible, and CJTF-7 orders to kill or capture targets within the MNDCS area of operations fell outside some coalition countries' guidelines. CJTF-7 also had difficulty incorporating MNDCS into its core-level operations. It was challenging, if not impossible, to share intelligence across all countries in the coalition, and MNDCS units were already short on intelligence assets. Many MNDCS contingents brought communications equipment that was not compatible with U.S. equipment, complicating the already existing language barriers and other general communications problems. The MNDCS logistical systems were also not compatible with the U.S. logistical system, meaning that CJTF-7 often could not provide timely support to MNDCS. Finally, the Polish leadership in MNDCS frequently complained that it was not informed about CJTF-7's ongoing special operations and intelligence collection operations in its sector. The steadily worsening security on the ground in summer of 2003 made MNDCS's shortcomings a serious matter. The Polish division commander observed a significant amount of mission creep in his area of responsibility. Instead of the kind of stability operations most of the participating countries had assisted within Bosnia and elsewhere, MNDCS contingents found themselves with large-scale reconstruction and humanitarian assistance responsibilities, as well as limited combat operations, but shortages in engineer, military police, military intelligence, transportation, and civil affairs assets constrained MNDCS's ability to execute these activities. By summer's end, Abizaid's senior advisor at CENTCOM, Colonel Herbert Raymond H.R. McMaster, recognized the growing difficulties of coalition operations in Iraq, and on September 11th outlined the pros and cons of internationalizing the military mission. McMaster proposed, quote, assigning smaller groups of coalition forces throughout the country, end quote, to U.S. or UK contingents to relieve those troops of less lethal missions such as guarding infrastructure and basic policing, quote, while retaining American forces in all sectors to do the harder jobs, end quote. This move would potentially eliminate CJTF-7's intelligence and communications gap in Iraq's south and prevent political constraints and country caveats from affecting large sectors of CJTF-7's area of operations. However, McMaster's recommendations never came to fruition. The transition from 1st MEF to MNDCS thus substantially reduced the footprint of coalition forces while creating a significant drop-off in operations in southern Iraq. The decision to extend unit deployments. In late June and early July 2003, Sanchez and Abizaid together recognized the need for U.S. ground forces to remain in Iraq longer than Franks had envisioned, and after consulting with Abizaid, Keane agreed. In late July, Keane announced that the 101st Airborne Division, 4th Infantry Division, and 1st Armored Division would remain in the country for a total of 12 months before redeploying, as would some smaller Army units serving in Iraq. In addition to reconstruction and counterinsurgency operations, these forces would assist CPA with, quote, developing the new Iraqi police force, provincial defense force, and national army, end quote. Keane added that the next major unit rotations would take place in February to April 2004 and announced the intent to make the coalition force more international. The follow-on rotation had a significant contingent from the reserve component as well. 2 National Guard enhanced separate brigades, the 30th Infantry Brigade from North Carolina and the 39th Infantry Brigade from Arkansas, would deploy to Iraq, augmented by the 27th Infantry Brigade from New York and the 41st Infantry Brigade from Oregon. Unlike active duty units, these National Guard units were mobilized for 12 months, but would only serve a portion of that year in Iraq, owing to the long pre-deployment training period. Keane added that engineers and other specialized personnel from the Navy and Air Force would join the Army forces to assist with reconstruction efforts. These forces were supported by additional contractors, thus reducing the total amount of military forces required in Iraq. These announcements underscored that the seriousness of the situation in Iraq was running counter to the coalition's original assumptions and timelines, and that U.S. troops would remain in Iraq much longer than the 6 to 9 months CENTCOM had planned. CJTF-7 and its U.S. divisions braced themselves for 9 additional months of working in their complex and dangerous environments instead of returning home to the parades they had expected to attend by fall 2003. The summer of 2003 brought many transitions in military operations and policy in Iraq. Some of the transitions occurred because existing organizations required more capacity to conduct their missions. Other transitions occurred as a function of differences of opinion with the SecDef, the redeployment of large numbers of forces, or routine institutional movements. Bremer's transition with both Garner and Khalilzad was hasty, owing to Bremer's desire to take over without the involvement of those who had been managing Iraqi reconstruction and governance before his arrival. Born of frustration with both McKiernan and Wallace, and an eagerness to reduce the profile of the Iraq conflict, Rumsfeld's decision to replace Wallace immediately after the invasion put the Army's most junior lieutenant general in command of an increasingly contentious theater. High levels of command and staff turnover left many unit leadership teams without experience working with each other, as well as without extensive knowledge of Iraq. Additionally, with the exception of Abizaid, the operational and strategic level general officers with the most resident expertise on Iraq and the emerging enemy picture and social dynamics departed the theater. This brain drain contributed to the loss of momentum in developing a strategy and campaign plan for post-war Iraq. The accompanying unit and individual turbulence resulted in haphazard coalition activities that dashed the hopes of many Iraqis for a quick transition to a stable, secure, and prosperous Iraq. The senior leader transitions and gaps between commanders at the highest levels also created an internal power vacuum of sorts within the military. The virtual absence of a CENTCOM commander and a chief of staff of the Army during a critical period for reestablishing control in Iraq made it difficult for the new CJTF-7 commander to convey the urgency of the Iraq situation to senior U.S. policymakers. Abizaid's and Sanchez's difficulties obtaining resources for Iraq were compounded by U.S. leaders' focus on disengagement and redeployment. Once Bush announced the end of major combat operations on May 1st, the view of many U.S. officials in Washington was that the Iraq War was over. Meanwhile, armed groups and militias took advantage of the coalition's flat-footedness to gain footholds in various parts of the country, while unchecked reprisals exacerbated Iraq's pre-existing ethno-religious rivalries and socio-political fault lines. The operational vacuum of summer 2003 provided foreign actors with the perfect opportunity to make Iraq a battleground between fundamentalist Islamists and the West. At the same time, any momentum generated by CJTF-7 units at the local level was halted by CPA's hastily implemented orders dismantling the Iraqi state institutions and military. These policies, based on an inappropriate analogy between Ba'athist Iraq and Nazi Germany, effectively ceded the initiative to the burgeoning violent resistance organizations and armed militias. Instead of toppling the regime and instituting a transitional government as envisioned in the invasion plans, the U.S. deep de-Baathification policy and decision to dissolve the entire Iraqi security apparatus effectively collapsed the edifice of the Iraqi state, creating a national governance and security vacuum that would take another 6 to 7 years to refill. When combined with abortive reconstruction efforts and unmet popular expectations, these factors became major contributors to Iraq's gradual descent into full insurgency and civil war. End of Chapter 6, Part 2, Lost in Transition, May to July 2003. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 7, Mukawama wa Intikam, Resistance and Reprisals, May to August 2003, of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 7, Mukawama wa Intikam, Resistance and Reprisals, May to August 2003. Chapter 7, Mukawama wa Intikam, or Resistance and Reprisals, May to August 2003, page 169. As anti-coalition violence mounted in the summer of 2003, the leadership at U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, and Combined Joint Task Force 7, or CJTF-7, believed the enemy they faced was rooted in a former Ba'athist Sunni resistance movement with some involvement from foreign terrorist organizations and the resurgence of Ansar al-Islam. However, this description far oversimplified the nascent resistance organizations and militias building footholds in the vast swaths of Iraq's uncontrolled territory. The sources of Iraq's instability in the summer of 2003 were far more complex than the Ba'athist holdovers and foreign terrorist organizations to which CENTCOM and CJTF-7 attributed the violence. All three of Iraq's primary ethno-religious groups, the Sunni Arabs, the Shia Arabs, and the Kurds, had pre-existing armed militias or militant groups at their disposal with which to pursue their separate ambitions. After the regime fell, former Ba'athist leaders, the Badr Corps, the Kurds, Islamist terror groups, and some of Iraq's neighbors entered the power vacuum to advance their own separate interests, many of which ran counter to the coalition's objectives for Iraq, and also gave rise to a bloody struggle for supremacy in post-Saddam Iraq. The Sunnis, disenfranchised and extreme. Page 169. Although it was true that many Iraqi Sunnis resented the regime's removal from power, some Sunnis had hoped the coalition would eventually come to recognize the value of maintaining Sunni prominence in the Iraqi government. Coalition Provisional Authority, or CPA, Orders 1 and 2 obliterated that optimism and turned most Sunnis against the occupation force, lending popular support to the disenfranchised former Iraqi soldiers, Ba'ath Party officials, and Sunni tribes who were eager to expel the coalition presence. Throughout the summer of 2003, former Ba'athist resistance groups, led by Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri and a senior Ba'athist leader named Muhammad Yunus al-Ahmad, organized attacks against coalition targets in northern and western Iraq. At the same time, terrorist organizations such as Ansar al-Sunnah and the Jordanian Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's Tawhid wal Jihad, or Monotheism and Holy War, focused on breaking up international support for the coalition by conducting attacks against coalition partners and the United Nations, or UN. Sunni insurgents also began intimidating and assassinating officials of the Iraqi interim government. Disenfranchising the Sunni tribes. In addition to empowering Sunni Ba'athist loyalists, Saddam had also cultivated supportive Sunni Arab tribes and used them to shore up state institutions and consolidate power within the Ba'ath Party. He had doled out important government security posts, including the Minister of Defense, the Military Bureau, and the National Security Bureau, to members of his own tribe, and he recruited members of the tribes he favored in Anbar, Nineveh, and Salahuddin for service in the Iraqi armed forces, thereby linking his regime's defense interests with a vast tribal network. He had also allowed favored tribes to profit from illegal enterprises in their traditional tribal areas, many of which involved smuggling and black market activities during the period of sanctions from 1991 to 2003. Saddam frequently allowed his preferred tribal leaders to administer justice and punishment to their tribesmen, and he doled out goods, services, and resources to tribes and tribal sheikhs in his favor. Not all of Iraq's major tribes had prospered under Saddam's patronage, however. In 1995, Saddam executed an influential member of the Albu Nimr tribe of Ramadi, after which the tribe revolted against the regime and attacked government outposts in Anbar. The Albu Nimr were joined in their resistance by the Albu Fahad and the Albu Alwan tribes, whose members attempted to assassinate Uday Hussein in 1996. Saddam used his military forces and more loyal Anbari tribes to crush these revolts, but resentment of Saddam and the regime simmered. Therefore, some Anbari tribes were primed to view regime change favorably. At the time Saddam and the Ba'ath Party were removed from power, much of the Sunni areas of Iraq, Anbar, Salahuddin, Nineveh, and parts of Tamim, were still untouched by the coalition presence. Having never encountered or fought directly with the coalition, many Sunni tribal leaders believed they and their tribes had not lost the war, or they attributed the loss to Saddam's foolishness. As the coalition gradually injected more forces into the areas and accepted the surrender of the remaining Iraqi army units in Anbar, many tribal leaders in Anbar waited for the coalition to approach them. Speaking with Sunni tribal and religious leaders in summer 2003, CJTF-7 officers dispatched by Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez were surprised by what they learned about Sunni tribal expectations. The general and inaccurate perception among Sunni tribal sheikhs, they observed, was that the Sunnis held a numerical majority in the country and were the most appropriate choice to run Iraq. The Shia, Sunnis believed, were not naturally capable of doing so. Sunni leaders viewed themselves as the natural allies of the coalition, as they shared a common enemy, Iran, and expected that the United States would enact a patronage system similar to the one they had enjoyed under Saddam. In exchange for a coalition decision to put the Iraqi government in Sunni hands, these tribes intended to keep the Shia Iranians out of Iraq and split oil revenues with the United States and its coalition partners. Many Sunni leaders who had chosen not to fight against the invading coalition troops had assumed they would be rewarded with key positions in the new U.S.-backed interim government. They had not been regime insiders, many Sunnis reasoned, and thus expected to be included and even privileged in the post-Saddam order. As one prominent Sunni cleric, Ahmed Kubaisi, put it, Iraqi Sunnis have been caught between Saddam and the coalition. Quote, "They were between two fires," end quote, Kubaisi told Al Arabiya TV in 2004. Quote, "I used to refer to Iraq at that time as the land of two fires, rather than the land of two rivers. They were between the fire of the occupation and the fire of Saddam. That's why people hoped the best about the occupation, especially us Iraqis. Our view of America was that it was a country of freedoms, democracy, and human rights. So people believed Iraq would be put on a new path and remain a state cleansed of the elements needed to be cleaned out. That's why the Iraqi army did not fight in Baghdad." End quote. The coalition's failure to work with the Sunni tribes, combined with CPA's outreach to Shia leaders, quickly disabused the Sunni sheikhs of Anbar of the notion that the United States had any intention of reestablishing their patronage. When Sunni tribal leaders realized that the United States intended to allow the Shia the majority share of Iraqi interim government and, in so doing, reduce the amount of Sunni political control and access to state resources, they quickly turned against the coalition. Even before the CPA's actions, though, Anbari leaders, in particular, had already accumulated perceived grievances against the coalition. Some Anbari leaders later claimed to have agreed to a truce with U.S. troops in the early days of the invasion, and that the entry of U.S. forces into Anbari cities after the fall of Baghdad was, in effect, an American violation of the truce. The April 28th riot in Fallujah that ended with U.S. soldiers exchanging gunfire with militants, Iraqi sources claimed 17 locals were killed, had ostensibly begun as a protest against this perceived violation, although in hindsight, it is clear that the troops of the 82nd Airborne Division in Fallujah had no awareness of any supposed truce. Sunnis were also overconfident in their ability to defeat the Shia factions and the Kurds in battle, after which they expected that the United States would be forced to realize that it must work with them rather than the Shia to control Iraq. Sunni sheikhs were certain that their layered network of tribal ties, kinship, and proven ability in battle would eventually restore them to power. In the meantime, many began to join forces with other Sunni resistance and terrorist organizations to expel the coalition violently from the Sunni areas of Iraq. The Ba'ath in exile. As General John P. Abizaid and later CJTF-7 intelligence Red Cell observed, A significant portion of the resistance against the coalition in the summer of 2003 stemmed directly from the organized remnants of Saddam's regime. After the regime fell, Saddam's deputy, Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, escaped to Syria with a large amount of the Iraqi regime's money and extensive contacts among former Ba'ath Party leaders, members of the Iraqi intelligence service, and Sunni and Sufi tribal and religious leaders with whom he had cultivated relationships during Saddam's faith campaign of the 1990s. Duri's influence under Saddam extended far beyond his official duties as the commander of Iraq's northern military region. Like Saddam, Duri came from impoverished circumstances in the Tikrit region. In 1968, he and Saddam participated in the July 17th revolution, and the two served together in the early intelligence component of the Ba'ath Party. As one of the most trusted members of Saddam's inner circle after Saddam took the reins of power in 1979, Duri became the vice chairman of the Iraqi Revolutionary Command Council. During the 1990s, Duri operated a network that smuggled European luxury cars to Iraq through the Jordanian port of Aqaba, putting him in contact with mechanics, smugglers familiar with the cross-border region, and clandestine auto body shops, the kind of infrastructure that later was useful in deploying car bombs. Later, as commander of Iraq's northern military zone, Duri controlled the territory that most of his loyalists regarded as home, including command of all the Republican Guard units stationed there. Duri would later use the money and connections from these networks to become one of the chief Iraqi resistance leaders in exile. Because Coalition Forces Land Component Command's, or CFLCC's, northern offensive had consisted of only a relatively small U.S. Special Operations Force accompanying the Kurdish Peshmerga, Duri was able to weather most of the invasion with his core supporters more or less intact. His power base only crumbled when Baghdad fell. The inability of the coalition's light northern footprint to prevent the retreat of Republican Guard and Iraqi Army personnel south from the Green Line left many of these military unit headquarters basically intact in terms of the personnel who staffed them, many of whom remained loyal to Duri. As coalition forces were largely unaware of Duri's personal connections, they made little effort to identify or dismantle his networks, which then went underground and awaited his orders. Once safely in Syria, Duri attempted to establish a quasi-legitimate government in exile. According to one former Syrian official, Duri proposed to Syrian President Bashar al-Assad in 2003 that the two rival Ba'athist groups merge their parties into a single organization that would wage a war of liberation against coalition forces in Iraq. Assad responded by moving instead to subordinate the deposed Iraqi Ba'athists to a previously obscure Iraqi branch of his own Syrian Ba'ath Party. Only the substantial funds that Duri had taken from Iraq's coffers allowed him to operate with a measure of independence thereafter. The Ba'athist Islamists, Jaish Mohammed, Muhammad Yunus al-Ahmad, and Jaish al-Islami. The earliest organized Ba'athist resistance to the coalition occupation emerged in the form of an organization called Jaish Mohammed, or Army of Muhammad. Saddam directed the founding and initial growth of the organization from his hiding spot in Ad-Dawr in Salah ad-Din, and the effort was organized in Anbar shortly thereafter as well. In its early days, Jaish Mohammed may have benefited from a large amount of foreign currency reportedly taken from Iraq's central bank in April 2003 by Uday Hussein for financing armed resistance against the coalition. The group planned to wage a guerrilla warfare campaign against the coalition to restore the Iraqi Ba'ath to power. Jaish Mohammed initially consisted of a small cadre of low and mid-level Ba'athist military personnel as well as tribesmen drawn from the regime's core support base. Meetings in Ramadi in the spring and summer of 2003 resulted in a decision to divide the group into four major contingents or battalions. The Auda, or Return Battalion, was comprised of Ba'ath Party civilian cadres from the Hizb al-Auda, or Party of the Return, while the Fedayeen Battalion was drawn from the Fedayeen Saddam, the Army Forces General Command Battalion from remnants of the Iraqi military, and the Mujahideen Battalion from foreign fighters who remained loyal to the Iraqi Ba'ath after the fall of the regime. The group's access to existing Ba'ath Party networks, political leadership, and militias enabled it to grow rapidly and support thousands of former regime loyalists in Iraq and Syria. As Jaish Mohammed grew, it maintained a disciplined cell structure and strict hierarchy modeled on the pre-war Ba'ath Party. Like Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, the organization's leadership brokered deals with the Syrian regime that allowed its members to purchase supplies in Syria and infiltrate fighters back and forth across the border with Iraq. Jaish Mohammed simultaneously created a sophisticated propaganda machine. Through its connections to the Al-Barak media establishment, Al-Fursan magazine, and the Al-Zawra satellite channel run by the would-be mayor of Mosul, Mishan al-Jabouri, and other Iraqi and Arab media, Jaish Mohammed enjoyed the most broad-based propaganda efforts of any Sunni insurgent organization in Iraq. With plentiful resources at its disposal, Jaish Mohammed eventually expanded its anti-coalition activities from Anbar to Nineveh, Salahuddin, Tamim, Diyala, and Baghdad. One of Jaish Mohammed's top leaders was Muhammad Yunus al-Ahmad, a Moslawi who was almost unknown to the coalition but prominent in the Ba'ath Party. He had been head of the political guidance directorate of the Ba'ath Party under Saddam and, as of March 2000, reportedly served as Ba'ath Party leader in Salahuddin, Tamim, and Sulaymaniyah. After the invasion, Ahmad used his connections and supporters in the northern provinces to expand his organization beyond Anbar, eventually organizing attacks against the coalition in Anbar and northern Iraq. From an early stage after Saddam's fall, Ahmad became a rival of Duri for the succession to Saddam, and the competition became the source of future schisms within the former regime component of the Iraqi Sunni resistance movement. The relationship between the Ba'ath Party apparatus and Iraq's tribal elites under Saddam led to the formation of yet another Sunni resistance organization called Jaish al-Islami, or the Islamic Army of Iraq. After the regime collapsed, a former Iraqi military intelligence colonel named Mohammad Kazem al-Janabi founded the organization in an effort to carry out the Iraqi intelligence service's final orders to continue fighting in the event coalition forces prevailed. The organization's principal aim was to force the coalition to depart and to establish a Sunni-ruled government in Iraq guided by Sharia law. To that end, Jaish al-Islami prosecuted a traditional guerrilla war first against the coalition military and later the new Iraqi army, the Iraqi police, and the Iraqi government. Although Jaish al-Islami accepted support from Duri's budding resistance group, it had little interest in restoring the former regime outright. Its members were drawn primarily from the Janabi, Ubaidi, and Zobei tribes and saw themselves as the institutional continuation of the Iraqi military that was defeated in April 2003. Like Jaish Mohammed, the Jaish al-Islami leadership maintained a strict military-style hierarchy and chain of command among its fighting groups. Jaish al-Islami also developed a close relationship with the Fallujah-based Mujahideen Shura, or Council, led by the Sufi Sheikh Abdullah Janabi. Through Janabi's Shura, Jaish al-Islami eventually tapped into a network of extremist clergy and sympathetic donors in the Gulf, culminating in established contacts that included Abu Musab al-Zarqawi. Jaish al-Islami also seems to have been bolstered by an influx of Islamist fighters who had been organized by the Ba'athist regime before the fall of Baghdad. One senior Islamist militant who had been among the, quote, Iraqi Afghans, end quote, Islamist fighters who had traveled to Afghanistan to fight in the anti-Soviet jihad of the 1980s, said that he and other militants in the Ba'athist-sponsored Iraqi Quds army continued an irregular resistance against U.S. troops after the fall of the regime and had eventually joined their fellow Islamist insurgents in Jaish al-Islami. Muhammad Yunus al-Ahmad's Jaish Mohammed and Abdullah al-Janabi's Jaish al-Islami operated separately from one another, but they shared a common approach that would eventually permeate other, similar organizations in Iraq: the use of Islamic imagery and themes in describing their resistance movements. Islamist rhetoric would grow with time into a major component of these groups' recruiting efforts, propaganda, and competition for resources as the conflict in Iraq's Sunni heartlands escalated. The Salafi resistance. The rise in Salafi influence sparked by Saddam's faith campaign in the 1990s continued as coalition forces prepared to invade Iraq in early 2003. Resistance to the invasion based on Islamic rather than nationalist principles became paramount in some sectors of society after the Islamic Research Center of Al-Azhar University in Egypt issued a declaration legitimizing violent attacks against the coalition forces as jihad, or holy war, in March. This development assisted Salafi militant group Ansar al-Islam as it worked to recover from the tactical defeat it suffered at the coalition's hands in March and April. The group had lost its enclave in northern Iraq, its training camps, and many of its veteran fighters, but the coalition's inability to close off escape routes from Kirkuk and Suleymaniya into Salahuddin and Diyala allowed surviving members of the organization to reach the Sunni Triangle and Iran, where they joined forces with al-Qaeda and other Islamist resistance groups. In short order, Ansar al-Islam established a network of safe houses and other logistics operations for foreign fighters inside Iraq. Ansar al-Islam members who escaped the coalition bombings in March and April were able to use that network to regroup and broaden their appeal to Iraqis beyond Kurdistan, with assistance from Duri's organization and from Zarqawi. Signs soon emerged that Ansar al-Islam had relationships with surviving pre-invasion Islamist foreign fighters numbering in the hundreds in Fallujah, Tikrit, Beji, and Baghdad. In June 2003, members of Ansar al-Islam working for the organization's military chief, Abu Abdullah al-Shafi, broke with group founder Mullah Krekar and initiated a strategy to expand Ansar al-Islam beyond its Kurdish roots into an umbrella organization that could unite Iraq's Sunni Islamist groups. In Anbar province, this new branch of Ansar al-Islam established ties to al-Qaeda, which influenced Ansar al-Islam to develop a cell-based structure similar to al-Qaeda's, each of which was organized into small units of 10 to 15 members, led by an emir, or commander. As in al-Qaeda, only a small handful of people in the entire organization were aware of or connected to multiple cells, making the organization more difficult to destroy. As the group's membership grew, it reorganized some of its members and cells into battalions consisting of both Iraqi nationals and foreign fighters from al-Qaeda seeking to battle the coalition presence inside Iraq. The preferred method of attack for the re-energized Ansar al-Islam was suicide bombings. Shortly after the fall of the regime, Shafi issued a statement on the group's website informing the world that, quote, 300 jihad martyrs had renewed their pledge to Allah in order to be suicide bombers in the victory of Allah's religion, end quote, indicating that plans for suicide attacks were underway. Use of this particular technique marked a dramatic shift in Ansar al-Islam's operations, as it had not previously used suicide bombings during its time in Iraqi Kurdistan. Ansar al-Islam's new relationship and ideological affinity with al-Qaeda meant that its core ideology now accepted participants in suicide bombings as shaheeds, or martyrs, in a military campaign against the enemies of God. Unlike al-Qaeda, however, Ansar al-Islam did not immediately claim credit for the suicide attacks it perpetrated, making it more difficult for the coalition to link attacks directly to the group. Not all Iraqi Salafis supported armed resistance groups like Ansar al-Islam, however. Mullah Nadhim Jabouri, a senior Iraqi Salafi from Daluya who later became a leader of the Islamic State of Iraq before joining the Awakening against his former fellow insurgents, later recounted that at the time of the 2003 invasion, Iraq's Salafi community was divided evenly into two camps. One camp believed that fighting the United States was futile, and another camp, led by Iraqi veterans of the Afghan and Chechen wars, wanted to create a resistance movement modeled on the anti-Soviet jihad. Among those who counseled against resistance, senior clerics advised Salafis to wait and observe the coalition's actions for 6 months before resisting, in hopes that the U.S.-sponsored post-Saddam order would offer a greater role for Sunni clerics like themselves. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, Tawhid wal-Jihad, and al-Qaeda prepare to fight in Iraq. Before becoming a militant icon, Abu Musab al-Zarqawi had been a street thug residing in Zarqa, Jordan, frequently in and out of prison for a variety of offenses. During one of his internments, he encountered a charismatic cleric named Abu Muhammad al-Maqdisi, with whom he founded the Sunni extremist network Tawhid wal-Jihad, or Monotheism and Holy War. Maqdisi convinced Zarqawi to dedicate his life to jihad, and Zarqawi subsequently went to Afghanistan to join the Mujahideen fighting there. In addition to working with al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden, Zarqawi developed a separate network of militant Islamists across Syria, Jordan, and northern Iraq. Having established himself in Ansar al-Islam's territory after the United States toppled the Taliban in Afghanistan, Zarqawi remained affiliated with the Ansar al-Islam organization during and after the coalition invasion of Iraq. In addition to hating the Jordanian government, Zarqawi was angry with the UN over its recognition of Israel, and was especially angry that Jordan and the UN had supported the U.S. intervention in Iraq. He was also virulently anti-Shia and, like some of the Sunni tribes, viewed Iraq's Shia as the chief threat to Sunni power in Iraq and the wider region. In March 2003, Zarqawi and other members of Tawhid wal Jihad began formulating a strategy to isolate and undermine the coalition occupation force and prevent Iraq's Shia from governing the country. To that end, he prepared his organization to initiate mass casualty attacks against the coalition and the new Iraqi Shia establishment, aiming to ignite a civil war along sectarian lines. With assistance from two lieutenants, Abu Muhammad al-Lubnani and Abu Anas al-Shami, he established a training camp in spring 2003 for foreign fighters in Rawa in Anbar that was later destroyed by coalition troops during Operation Desert Scorpion. After the training camp's destruction, these three worked to expand Tawhid wal Jihad's support network across the Middle East and Europe. Zarqawi's organization was also bolstered by absorbing many of the foreign fighters whom Saddam and his regime had invited into Iraq to join the resistance against the coalition in the weeks preceding the invasion. Some of these foreign fighters had been among the Fedayeen Saddam who defended the Baghdad airport against the 3rd Infantry Division. Still, others were Syrians or Saudis who had been sheltered even before the invasion by tribal relatives in western and northern Iraq. Many had simply stayed in place around Baghdad after the regime's fall and had gradually migrated into Zarqawi's Tawhid wal Jihad rather than return to their home countries. Meanwhile, al-Qaeda responded to the coalition invasion of Iraq by circulating propaganda videos and preparing for militant resistance against the coalition. Iraqi sympathizers in Fallujah allowed al-Qaeda to use the city as its base of operations for an anti-coalition insurgency campaign. Al-Qaeda reached out to Islamic non-governmental organizations, or NGOs, for funding and invited Arab members of Ansar al-Islam and Sunni fighters from Baghdad to join its ranks as the coalition moved into Baghdad and northern Iraq. On April 25, 2003, al-Qaeda declared jihad in Iraq, and in July established the Armed Group of al-Qaeda in Fallujah under a commander known as Abu Iyad. For most of 2003, al-Qaeda maintained only a small presence in Iraq, focused mainly on indoctrination, propaganda, and recruiting, as well as the development of smuggling networks to bring more foreign fighters into Iraq to wage war on the coalition. Even with a small footprint, however, al-Qaeda was capable of organizing and conducting effective attacks on the coalition and its partners. Although improvised explosive devices, or IEDs, were frustrating the coalition's operations in the summer of 2003, the more problematic attacks were mass casualty suicide bombings. Foreign terrorists, led by Zarqawi, initiated a series of spectacular attacks against coalition and Shia targets beginning in August 2003, with the intent of undermining international support for the coalition while intimidating and fracturing the Iraqi Shia religious leadership. The first attack occurred on August 7, 2003, when a car bomb exploded outside the Jordanian embassy in Baghdad, killing 17 and wounding 40. On August 19, a massive truck bomb struck the newly established UN headquarters in Baghdad, killing 22 people, including Sergio Vieira de Mello, the UN Special Representative in Iraq. 9 days after killing the UN's leader in Iraq, Zarqawi managed to kill the most prominent Iraqi Shia politician. On August 28th, a suicide car bomb driven by Zarqawi's Jordanian father-in-law, Yassin al-Jarrad, detonated outside of the Imam Ali Mosque in Najaf, killing SCIRI leader Mohammed Bakr al-Hakim and nearly 100 others. These attacks heralded a grim pattern that Zarqawi would follow for nearly 3 years, during which time he would cause the coalition to fray and push Iraqis towards civil war. The Coalition Perspective: Guerrilla Warfare and Insurgency. Page 177. The increase in the number of attacks, as well as changing tactics against U.S. and coalition military targets in Iraq over the summer of 2003, was an enormous concern for CJTF-7 and CENTCOM and drew the attention of Washington as well. Attack numbers of 160 recorded incidents against coalition units in May increased to 300 in June, spiraling toward 500 in July. The number of attacks gradually increased to over 600 per month through August 2004. More than 90% of these attacks occurred in Baghdad, Salahuddin, Anbar, Diyala, Nineveh, and Babil, areas with either Sunni majorities or a large Sunni minority. CJTF-7 determined after Operation Desert Scorpion that the location of the Iraqi-initiated attacks, quote, shifted from the western Fallujah al-Qaim corridor to the Balad-Tikrit-Mosul axis, where the perpetrators may have concluded they could find residual Ba'athist elements, more receptive locals, and more vulnerable targets, end quote. The attackers in these areas used mostly guerrilla-type hit-and-run tactics such as opportunistic firefights, drive-by shootings, ambushes, rocket-propelled grenades, and sniper attacks against coalition military targets. Beginning in July, CJTF-7 also observed increasing numbers of mortar attacks against military compounds, particularly those in Baghdad, Tikrit, and Baqaba. The attacks had shifted from random targets to planned attacks against supply convoys, checkpoints, forward operating bases, and NGOs. In August, CJTF-7 became aware that some groups, it was unknown whether they were criminals, terrorists, or insurgents, were using organized kidnappings for ransom to finance their operations. Iraqis saw this last activity as a consequence of the coalition's failure to fill the security vacuum left after removing the regime from power. Insurgents also began perfecting their use of roadside bombs, a weapon that proved increasingly effective against coalition convoys and softer targets. Due to the easy access of explosives, mines, mortars, tank rounds, and artillery shells in Iraq, as well as the low level of expertise required to construct these devices, IEDs rapidly became the insurgents' preferred mode of attack against the coalition. IED attacks began sporadically in late April and increased steadily for the rest of the year, eventually averaging up to 20 per day from August to December 2003. The casualty rate from these attacks was significant. As of early 2004, IED attacks caused approximately 54% of coalition casualties. As insurgent attacks mounted in the summer of 2003, political considerations inhibited CENTCOM's and CJTF-7's ability for several months to characterize appropriately the enemy the coalition was facing in Iraq. On July 16th, Abu Zaid publicly stated that U.S. forces in Iraq were facing a, quote, classical guerrilla-type campaign, end quote. Abu Zaid's statement earned him the ire of Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, Donald H. Rumsfeld, who had essentially fired Lieutenant General William Wallace for a similarly candid statement about the unexpected nature of the enemy during the invasion. Realizing that the naming of the enemy had become a politically charged topic in Washington, Abu Zaid attempted to remove some of the constraints on the verbiage used to describe sources of violence and instability in Iraq. He followed up his public comments with two memoranda to Rumsfeld on July 25th. In the first memorandum, Abu Zaid clarified the term guerrilla campaign and argued that the composition, activities, and goals of the emerging armed groups in Iraq met the definition of an insurgency, quote, because portions of the enemy constituted an organized movement aimed at the overthrow of a constituted government, i.e. CPA/IGC, through the use of subversion and armed conflict, end quote. He noted that the Iraq insurgency was not yet at the level of intensity that the U.S. military had encountered in Vietnam, but he advised Rumsfeld, quote, we should not deny ourselves the ability to use the term insurgency in the future, end quote. In the meantime, he recommended that the U.S. military conceive of the enemy in Iraq as employing a, quote, terrorist strategy, end quote, and using, quote, terrorist attacks and guerrilla warfare tactics, end quote. Abu Zaid added that coalition operations against these actors should be considered counter-terrorist and counter-guerrilla activities. Abu Zaid's second memorandum to Rumsfeld contained his estimate of the enemy in Iraq. Reviewing the results of recent offensive CJTF-7 operations in the Sunni Triangle, Abu Zaid judged the, quote, continuation of our offensive campaign against the Ba'athists and other adversaries, end quote, as the most urgent priority for the Iraq theater. The two primary sources of enemy activity, Abu Zaid noted, were loyalists of the former regime and radicalized Islamists who had found fertile recruiting grounds among a large pool of unemployed and angry youth, especially in the Sunni heartland. These adaptable fighters and organizations, however, lacked regional or national command and control and were therefore limited to using guerrilla tactics and terrorism to build more popular support. Abu Zaid also noted that the resistance had a political component, evidenced by names of insurgent elements like the Party of the Return, or Hizb al-Auda, and he argued that the greater problem facing the coalition was the lack of economic opportunity and legitimate governance in Iraq. Quote, the potential recruits are disaffected mainly because they perceive a lack of progress in economic development and political reform. They are facing loss of livelihood, are frustrated by a lack of security in basic services, have the perception that they are losers due to the termination of Saddam-era patronage and de-Baathification, have strong nationalist feelings, feel humiliated by the rapid coalition military victory over Iraqi armed forces, and are suspicious of coalition motivations for liberating Iraq, as well as coalition designs for the future." End quote. To combat these sources of instability and violence, Abizaid proposed a reorganization of CPA which would extend its presence beyond Baghdad, a comprehensive strategic communications campaign, programs for economic development, the strengthening of political and judicial systems, and a campaign to gain international support for the reconstruction effort. Abizaid believed the enemy in Iraq, as in Vietnam, was best described as a popular resistance organization attempting to overthrow what it considered an illegitimate regime. Thus, without using the politically inflammatory word insurgency, Abizaid had essentially outlined the roots of an Iraqi insurgency and a coalition counterinsurgency campaign. Although Abizaid's picture of the enemy was accurate in many respects for many areas of Iraq, it was missing a few key dimensions. First, Abizaid, and to an extent CJTF-7, believed that the resistance he was facing was an organized movement that Saddam's security forces had planned in the event of regime collapse. In actuality, the former Ba'athist resistance was organized loosely at first, in spite of the emergency directive Saddam had issued shortly before the invasion. Second, CENTCOM and CJTF-7 assessments did not place the Sunni-based resistance in the context of Iraq's tribal system and culture or within the rise of Iraq's conservative religious movements that had begun during Saddam's faith campaign. Finally, the Abizaid memoranda did not mention the emergence of Shia militias and the extent to which Sunni resistance groups were organizing to fight against a potential Shia ascendancy and Iranian influence. Despite its concurrence on general themes and trends, CJTF-7's ability to conceptualize the enemy forces lagged far behind CENTCOM's. Many of the same analysts and operations staff members whose Cold War-era training and simulations prevented them from recognizing the role of the Fedayeen and other irregular forces during the invasion were also slow to recognize the activities of an insurgent force when Fifth Corps found itself transformed into a theater headquarters overnight. Thus, they continued to try to explain the enemy in terms of large land forces and other paradigms that were poor fits for the intricate, interwoven networks of political militias, former military organizations, and tribal and religious affiliates that overlaid all of the hostile activity in Iraq. Quote, "One thing that always frustrated me was the idea that, unless you could lay out a military-style hierarchy of command and control, a bad organization didn't exist," end quote, recalled Colonel Derek Harvey, an intelligence officer whom CENTCOM sent to assist CJTF-7 in the summer of 2003 and who ended up leading the command's intelligence Red Cell. U.S. units were also accustomed to detecting enemy activities and intentions by monitoring large camps and military equipment or tracking al-Qaeda-type communications used by comparatively few foreign fighters in Iraq. They were not used to gathering information on the tribal and other informal networks that were emerging in the aftermath of regime collapse. At the tactical level, the human intelligence teams that were capable of collecting information on those networks tended to lack the experience, analytical skills, and interpreters necessary for the task. It would take months of on-the-job training and the introduction of additional personnel and systems focused on human intelligence, network-based analysis, and cultural analysis before CJTF-7 would gain much traction in understanding the true source and nature of the resistance in Iraq. The Shia. Divided We Stand. Page 179. Meanwhile, Iraq's Shia factions fought mostly among themselves in the summer of 2003, with some breaking off to attack the coalition military or to conduct reprisals against Iraq's Sunni population. Although most were happy to see the Ba'athist regime go, they did not agree with the United States and the coalition about the future of Iraq. They had long viewed the U.S. decision not to intervene in the 1991 uprisings as a betrayal of the Shia population, and despite some collaboration with the United States, many remained deeply suspicious of coalition motives for the invasion. Many Iraqi Shia leaders also had no intention of entrusting the security of their constituencies to the coalition military forces and saw regime collapse as an opportunity to exert Shia identity and majority control in Iraq. Efforts to achieve that objective led various Shia militias and armed groups to attack their Sunni competitors, coalition parties that obstructed those objectives, and each other. The Badr Corps remained the best organized of these armed groups, but Muqtada Sadr's Jaish al-Mahdi, or JAM, also known to Westerners as the Mahdi Army, quickly rose to prominence as the largest, if not the most proficient, of the Shia militias. Competition within Iraq's Shia community. Saddam's fall from power created a political vacuum that at least four major forces within Iraq's majority Shia population vied to fill. The best organized of these forces was the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq, or SCIRI, led by Muhammad Bakr al-Hakim and his younger brother Abdul Aziz al-Hakim, and its affiliated Badr Corps militia. Although SCIRI was well organized and funded, many Iraqis distrusted the party because of its ties to Iran and its improving relations with the United States. The Shia religious community, or Hawza, in Najaf and Karbala had far more influence on Iraq's Shia constituencies than any political party. However, led by the Grand Ayatollah Ali Sistani, who tended to espouse the quietist tradition of Shia clerisy rather than an activist one, their reaction to the change of government in Iraq and the confusion that ensued was cautious and hesitant. The third force consisted of educated Iraqi Shia expatriates like Ahmad Chalabi and Ayad Alawi, who had led anti-Saddam opposition groups before the war. The fourth and final force was comprised of Shia religious families and leaders, Muqtada Sadr among them, who had remained in Iraq during the 1980s and 1990s when they were suppressed under Saddam's crackdown in southern Iraq. The murder of the young Ayatollah Abdul Majid al-Khoy by the Sadrists in Najaf in April 2003 and Muhammad Bakr al-Hakim's assassination by the Zarqawists in August exacerbated the divisions among the prominent Shia leaders of Iraq, especially between expatriates and those who had stayed behind and suffered under Saddam. These killings ended any hopes that the intra-Shia competition for power could be addressed purely through a political process and demonstrated that Shia leaders, too, could be targeted. SCIRI and the Sadrists began a low-level propaganda and arms race through their militias, while the Dawa party worked to gain ascendancy within the political process. The Shia religious community did little to defuse tensions among these groups until violence erupted. SCIRI and Dawa. SCIRI was not the only major Shia Islamist political party to oppose Ba'ath Party rule. The Islamic Call, or Dawa Party, was Iraq's oldest Shia Islamist party, forced outside Iraq by a Ba'athist crackdown in 1979. From the Dawa Party branch that fled to Iran, the Iranian regime had carved out a portion that became SCIRI in 1982 during the Iran-Iraq War. Iran supported both SCIRI and Dawa against Iraq and its Western allies during that war, and Dawa's most effective militant strike was the bombing of the American and French embassies in Kuwait in 1983. For 2 decades, Dawa remained suspicious of U.S. motivations and intentions and participated only reluctantly in discussions between the United States and Iraqi expatriate political parties in 2002 to 2003. Although the Iranian regime continued to provide some support to Dawa after the Iran-Iraq War ended, most Iranian aid went to the SCIRI-organized anti-Saddam militia force, the Badr Corps, an organization initially formed during the Iran-Iraq War by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran, or IRGC, from Iraqi prisoners of war. By May 2003, CJTF-7 was tracking the Badr Corps presence in Iraq but was largely unaware of Badr's systematic reprisal attacks against former Ba'athists, which included targeted assassinations of Iraqi Air Force pilots. Soldiers of Major General Raymond T. Odierno's 4th Infantry Division also monitored some of Badr's reprisals in Diyala and arrested militia members in a Badr headquarters in Baqaba. Odierno was confused and frustrated when orders came from CJTF-7 and the CPA to release members of the Badr Corps, not realizing that SCIRI leaders were already using their growing influence with the coalition to facilitate Badr activities. The Badr Corps had ample time to prepare for these attacks. Captured Iraqi and Iranian documents later revealed that the Badr Corps had 4 geographic commands, or axes, inside Iraq that dated to at least 1999, and each of these commands had experience conducting operations against the regime and the Saddam-sponsored Iranian opposition group Mujahideen-e-Khalq. Iraqi intelligence officials believed Badr Corps outposts were spread throughout Iraq in hospitals, businesses, and NGOs, including the Red Crescent. The Baghdad-based axis of the Badr Corps, one of the group's more powerful arms, was supervised from nearby Bakhtaran in Iran by Hamid A'atabi al-Shaybani, also known by the nom de guerre Abu Mustafa al-Shaybani. Shaybani's group developed extensive smuggling routes for moving weapons, relief supplies, men, money, and propaganda from Iran into Iraq to resource Badr activities in Baghdad, Diyala, and Wasit. It is likely that Shaybani's group was the arm of the Badr Corps with which Odierno's 4th Infantry Division had difficulties in the summer of 2003. These smuggling networks and Iran's involvement with Badr would later be instrumental in funneling lethal support such as explosively formed penetrators, or EFPs, into Iraq to be used against Iran's enemies and the coalition military. Despite being suspicious of U.S. intentions, SCIRI did not sanction attacks against coalition military targets in the summer of 2003, but was unable or unwilling to stop some portions of the Badr Corps from collaborating with Iran and attacking the coalition. One senior Badr commander, Jamal Jafar Muhammad Ali, who went by the nom de guerre Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, or the Engineer, had participated in the Dawa attacks on the U.S. and French embassies in 1983, along with Lebanese Hezbollah, and he had no love for the United States. Muhandis and some senior Dawa members were reportedly unhappy with SCIRI for participating in talks with the United States in 2002, and Muhandis allegedly resigned his leadership position in the Badr Corps, leaving the group under the control of Hadi al-Amiri. Muhandis would later be elected to the Iraqi parliament in 2005 before fleeing to Tehran once it was discovered that he was linked to attacks on the coalition. SCIRI was weakened politically when Zarqawi's operatives killed Mohammed Bakr al-Hakim in Najaf on August 29th, leaving the organization with his younger brother, Abdul Aziz al-Hakim, as its leader. The assassination of the elder Hakim brother left the Shia political sphere more open to competitors like Dawa, Chalabi's Iraqi National Congress, Alawi's Iraqi National Accord, and Muqtada Sadr. Competition particularly increased after Abdul Aziz al-Hakim alienated some of his would-be Iraqi constituency by declaring in August 2003 that Iraq should pay Iran $100 billion in reparations for the Iran-Iraq War, a hard pill for Iraqis to swallow, coming as it did from an Iranian-sponsored expatriate party. Muqtada Sadr and Jaish al-Mahdi. For a half-century before 2003, the Iraqi Shia religious community had been dominated by three great families, the Sadrs, the Hakims, and the Khoys. The rivalry among these families, each of whom enjoyed a large popular following, had occasionally spilled over into violence in the 1990s and would do so again after Saddam's fall. Mohammed Bakr al-Hakim was viewed in the 1990s as the main Shia religious rival to Muqtada Sadr's father, and this rivalry reignited as a violent struggle between SCIRI and Sadr in 2003. Competition and conflict between the Hakims and Sadrists intensified after Hakim's August 29th assassination. Shortly after the bombing that killed him, the Badr Corps sent black-clad militiamen ostensibly to guard the sacred Imam Ali shrine in Najaf, while the Najaf-based Hausa and local tribes hastily pieced together groups of fighters to prevent SCIRI from taking control of the city. In the meantime, Sadr increased the size of his Mahdi army militia and established a firm hold on Sadr city in Baghdad. He continued to build the Mahdi army and eventually pushed its overt presence into Najaf. In public, Sadr attempted to maintain distance from both Iran and the U.S.-led coalition to signal that he was unbound by foreign influence, a nationalist message that resonated with many Shia and compensated for the youthful Sadr's lack of religious credentials. Unlike his deceased grandfather, father, uncles, and brothers, Sadr was not a prominent religious scholar or ayatollah. While this lack of religious education affected his ability to influence and gain the support of the Hausa, it was not a problem for him in street-level politics. Privately, however, Sadr needed and eventually accepted support from the Iranian regime to achieve his political goals. Even though the main leaders of the Khoy and Hakim factions were removed from the equation, Sadr was far from politically dominant in Shia Iraq in August 2003 and had no specific strategy to gain power. However, he did receive support from some senior clerics associated with his family, such as Grand Ayatollah Kazim al-Hayri, an Iran-based Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps affiliate, who announced on April 7, 2003, that Sadr was his official representative in Iraq. In accordance with Hayri's instructions, Sadr ordered his Iraqi Shia followers to fill vacant administrative and governance posts in the south and in Sadr city. Like SCIRI, Sadr needed a powerful militia at his disposal to protect his constituency's interests. In April 2003, armed Sadr followers had provided security for the Arba'in pilgrimage and engineered the assassination of Sadr's political rival, Ayatollah Abdul Majid al-Khoi. On July 18th, a few days after the CPA formed the Iraqi Governing Council, or IGC, Sadr gave a sermon in the Great Mosque in Kufa in which he branded the new Iraqi government non-believers and claimed he was setting up a religious army called the Mahdi Army. Now calling themselves Jaish al-Mahdi, members of this Sadr paramilitary club sought to enlarge the organization by incorporating members of the network established by Mohammad Sadiq Sadr in the 1990s. Jaish al-Mahdi also absorbed some of the Shia soldiers of the Fedayeen Saddam who lacked employment after CPA Order 2 dissolved the Iraqi security organizations. Most of Jaish al-Mahdi's members, however, were the uneducated Shia males whom the Ba'ath had repressed. Although they were eager to exact revenge on former Ba'athist supporters and to escape poverty and political disenfranchisement, the militia was an amateur organization with no formal hierarchy. It was, in the words of one of its former leaders, quote, just groups of armed men, end quote. Capable military leaders rapidly emerged from its ranks, however, and they began training companies and battalions in southern Iraq by the late summer of 2003. In the meantime, Sadr used his Friday sermons at the Great Mosque in Kufa, his chosen headquarters, to mobilize his supporters and the Mahdi army against the coalition presence, using protests, propaganda, and other disruptive activities. The Kurds, Ambitious for Autonomy, page 183. Far to the north, the Kurds had enjoyed the advantages of secure autonomy under the protection of the northern no-fly zone before 2003. They were hardly eager to give up that autonomy after Saddam's fall. Kurdish leaders had ambitions to extend the geographic territory of their autonomous region to incorporate the population center of Mosul and, more importantly, the oil fields and financial independence possessing Kirkuk could afford them. Moreover, Kirkuk was intrinsically linked to Kurdish identity, and most Kurds could not envision a future Kurdistan that did not have Kirkuk as its capital. The Kurds already recognized that autonomy demanded patience and a strategy to avoid direct confrontation with their U.S. partners. Once the Peshmerga and the Kurdish intelligence organization, the Asaish, entered Mosul and Kirkuk with American soldiers in April 2003, they established offices under the auspices of the Kurdistan Democratic Party, or KDP, and Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, or PUK, respectively, and encouraged a gradual migration of Kurds to those population centers. In Kirkuk, Kurds moved into homes recently vacated by Sunni Arabs who had either left of their own accord or were intimidated by reprisal attacks the Peshmerga carried out against them. The Kurdish parties then wove themselves into the political and security apparatus of both cities, ensuring that Kurdish politicians held key government positions and that members of the Peshmerga and Asaish joined the new Iraqi army and police forces. At the national level, Masoud Barzani and Jalal Talabani used their positions within the Iraqi interim government and eventually Iraq's elected government to press for Kurdish autonomy in northern Iraq. Like the Badr Corps, the Kurdish parties also carried out attacks against Iraq's former Sunni ruling class in the spring and summer of 2003, though the degree of the reprisals was not apparent to the coalition at first. Although Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force North, or CJSOTF-N, personnel had observed Kurdish resettlement in Kirkuk, they were either unaware of or minimized Kurdish reprisals against the former Ba'athists who had not fled the city as part of forced relocations after Saddam Hussein's fall. The 101st Airborne Division, 173rd Airborne Brigade, and 4th Infantry Division troops who moved into Mosul and Kirkuk had seen the Kurds as partners because of the Kurdish role in the invasion. They, like the CJSOTF-N soldiers, did not realize the extent or implications of the ongoing Kurdish reprisals. CJTF-7 senior intelligence officers observed signs that the KDP and PUK were, quote, doing assassinations all the way down to Baghdad, end quote, but they believed Sanchez considered Badr Corps and Kurdish reprisals to be matters that would sort themselves out. Many coalition commanders thought the same and, in any case, were uninterested in angering their Kurdish partners or creating more sources of conflict in an already troubled theater. For their part, the Kurds, in addition to serving their own self-interest, also believed they were assisting the coalition with countering the former Ba'athist resistance to the point of detaining and, in some cases, killing former Ba'athists and bringing them to coalition leaders to show their dedication to the cause. Thus, the true extent of Kurdish attacks and intimidation against Iraq's Sunni Arab population and the additional resentment it engendered remained largely invisible to CJTF-7. Interventions by Iraq's Neighbors. Page 184. Turkey. Turkey's strategic calculus in the wake of Saddam's fall was dominated by the prospect of Kurdish autonomy. As the coalition would soon discover, Turkey's most pressing concern was that the Iraqi Kurds might gain independence, which in turn might encourage separatism among the large population of Turkish Kurds residing in southeastern Anatolia. Turkey was also worried that a Kurdish state would permanently separate Turkey from the communities of ethnic Turkomans in northern Iraq, leaving them stranded in a new Kurdish-dominated northern Iraq. More importantly, the Turks feared that Kurdish autonomy would create an alliance between the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, and the major Iraqi Kurdish parties, after which the KDP and the PUK might support renewed PKK attacks into Turkey. Therefore, CENTCOM believed that Turkey intended to mobilize opposition within Iraq to the Kurds' bid for autonomy or independence, especially to prevent the Kurds from controlling Kirkuk. This idea and Turkish intentions to maintain the integrity of Turkoman communities were evidenced by Turkey's support for Iraqi Turkoman groups that sought to carve out enclaves for themselves in Kirkuk and other areas where Turkomans were a significant population. In the summer of 2003, Turkey began hosting paramilitary training for Turkomans in northern Iraq, a development that alarmed the Kurds. For Turkish leaders, the Iraqi Turkomans served as a useful tool, allowing Ankara to insert itself into Iraqi politics in order to prevent the United States and the Iraqi factions from taking steps that might compromise Turkish interests. CENTCOM also determined that Turkey would not be reassured by the presence of its American North Atlantic Treaty Organization allies in northern Iraq. That presence instead, quote, made them nervous and suspicious that the United States intended to play the Kurdish card against Turkey to force Ankara to do what it wanted, end quote. Furthermore, the Turkish government and military had suspected since the 1990s that the United States had been planning to foster an independent Kurdish state, through which the United States could, quote, threaten Turkey and dominate the Middle East, end quote. Quote, when the Turks look at the U.S., one prominent American scholar advising CENTCOM on Turkish perspectives noted, they do not see an ally so much as the latest great power, and a great power, by its nature, seeks to increase its influence throughout a region and will do what it must, end quote. Abizaid and his advisors judged that the Turkish government and military meant to increase pressure on their American counterparts to target the PKK in northern Iraq, both as a means of testing where U.S. loyalties lay and eliminating a longtime Kurdish rebel enemy. Turkey intensified its demands for the United States to attack the PKK, which had renamed itself the Kurdistan Freedom and Democracy Congress, or KADEK, after the July 4th incident involving American troops' detention of Turkish special forces. While U.S. officials agreed that the PKK could not be allowed to continue controlling segments of Iraq's northern border in the long term, CENTCOM, CJTF-7, and 101st Airborne Division Commander Major General David H. Petraeus were against taking military action against the PKK, given the scale of the other challenges the coalition faced in Iraq. Instead, CENTCOM offered to process PKK surrenders and facilitate as many voluntary returns as possible from the PKK-populated UN refugee camp in Mahmur in Nineveh province. This answer was hardly satisfactory for Turkish leaders, who would continue to pressure the United States on this issue for years to come. Syria. The Syrian regime of Bashar al-Assad responded to the invasion of Iraq in the context of a broader regional struggle that pitted Assad against the United States and its allies. Assad's posture during the Palestinian Intifada of 2000 made clear that he intended to continue his father's, Hafez al-Assad, policy of support to anti-Israeli militant groups. Although Syria denounced the September 11, 2001 or 9/11 attacks and assisted a Federal Bureau of Investigation or FBI team in investigating al-Qaeda in 2002, Assad adopted a generally anti-Western stance. He was known to have a weapons of mass destruction or WMD program and was in the process of developing closer ties with Axis of Evil states Iran and Iraq when Saddam's regime fell. In May 2002, U.S. Undersecretary of State John R. Bolton had labeled Syria one of the 7 most worrisome state sponsors of terror, and American officials were unsurprised when Syria became one of the few Arab states in the region to oppose the invasion of Iraq openly and provided military assistance to the Iraqi regime during the invasion itself. Although the Assad regime continued to oppose the coalition military presence in Iraq, it had no desire in the summer of 2003 to provoke the United States openly. Privately, however, Assad sensed an opportunity to use the conflict in Iraq to undermine the United States and strengthen his regime's leverage in the region. As a result, the Assad regime secretly allowed armed insurgent and terrorist organizations to operate from Syria so long as none of their attacks occurred within Syria's borders, a strategy in keeping with that practiced by Hafez al-Assad. For most of the 1980s and 1990s, he hosted the armed opposition to each of his 5 neighboring governments. Even before the fall of the Saddam Hussein regime, Bashar al-Assad and his regime encouraged Arab mujahideen to enter Iraq from Syrian territory in order to fight against coalition forces. One former Iraqi military official who was assigned to work with Arab foreign fighters ahead of the 2003 invasion recalled that the fighters often brought with them personnel files compiled by Syrian regime officials. Similarly, the former Syrian governor of Deir ez-Zur province, Nawaf Faris, revealed in 2012 that after the 2003 invasion, quote, "The regime in Syria began to feel danger and began planning to disrupt the U.S. forces inside Iraq, so it formed an alliance with al-Qaeda. All Arabs and other foreigners were encouraged to go to Iraq via Syria, and the Syrian government facilitated their movements. As governor at the time, I was given verbal commandments that any civil servant that wanted to go would have his trip facilitated and that his absence would not be noted. Al-Qaeda would not carry out activities without knowledge of the regime. The Syrian government would like to use al-Qaeda as a bargaining chip with the West, to say, it is either them or us." End quote. In addition to the relationships he maintained with Iraqi resistance leaders like Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri and Mohammed Yunus al-Ahmad, Bashar al-Assad also allowed many former Iraqi regime leaders, military commanders, and intelligence service members to reside inside Syria. As the summer of 2003 waned, the United States became increasingly frustrated with Syria's refusal to turn over senior-ranking Ba'athists residing in Syria and Assad's seeming ambivalence about putting more security forces on his borders to stem the flow of foreign fighters into Iraq. Assad also had more personal motives for sponsoring former Ba'ath Party members on Syrian soil. He wished to resolve the long-standing dispute over regional leadership of the Arab Socialist Ba'ath Party that had raged between the Syrian and Iraqi Ba'ath Party branches since the late 1960s. Beginning in the 1970s, Syrian leader Hafez al-Assad and Saddam had both claimed that their regimes were the true leaders of the regional Ba'ath Party, and each had hosted a wing of the Ba'ath Party comprised of each other's expatriate oppositionists. When Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri arrived on Bashar al-Assad's doorstep in summer 2003 asking for Assad's assistance in building an armed Iraqi Ba'ath organization in exile, Assad seized on the opportunity to assert authority over the Iraqi Ba'ath Party once and for all. A former advisor to Assad also intimated that Mohammed Yunus al-Ahmad's rise to prominence might have originated as a Syrian initiative in the interest of dividing and controlling the Iraqi Ba'ath Party. Assad reportedly sponsored Ahmad and approximately 100 of his followers as an artificial competitor wing to Duri's much larger following, with Ahmad's branch sustained by Syrian regime money. In any case, Assad allowed both organizations to gain substantial footholds inside Syria and created an easy path for men, money, and materials from a host of insurgent and terrorist organizations to transit between Syria and Iraq with comparative ease. The Iranian regime. Iran had a greater stake in the future of Iraq than any of Iraq's other neighbors, and Iranian regime leaders had long considered the survival of their Islamic Republic to be intertwined with Iraq's future. Although Iranian leaders were pleased with the disappearance of their number one enemy, Saddam, and his Sunni-dominated Ba'athist regime, it was unlikely that the United States would establish a new Iraqi government friendly to Iran. While Iranian leaders hoped to see a Shia majority rule in Iraq, a Shia-led democratic government in Iraq might threaten the legitimacy of Iran's clerical regime. Iranian leaders also had to consider that, absent Ba'athist repression, the Shia religious centers in Najaf and Karbala could become competitors to Iranian primacy in Shia Islam, as pilgrims and clerics moved far more freely to the Iraqi holy cities than they had been able to do under Saddam. Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's religious credentials were meager, and since he ruled via the principle of velayat-e-faqih, the belief that an Islamic government should be ruled by its supreme clerical judge, the proximity of a non-authoritarian Islamic democracy supported by better credentialed Iraq-based religious leaders such as Grand Ayatollah Ali Husseini Sistani might show the Iranian people an alternative to the supreme leader's Iranian government. Iranian leaders were also likely concerned about the proximity of the American military, now present on Iran's western and eastern borders. To Iranian eyes, if the United States retained a close relationship with a democratic Iraq, the new Iraq might become an American platform for targeting the Iranian regime. To prevent the new Iraqi state from becoming too close to the United States, the Iranian regime embarked on a multifaceted strategy to bind a new, more federated Iraq closer to Iran, while simultaneously forcing the United States to withdraw from the region. This strategy involved creating instability inside Iraq, placing the responsibility for the chaos on the United States and its Iraqi partners, and ensuring pro-Iranian politicians dominated the new Iraqi government. Once pro-Iranian Iraqi leaders were in place, Iran could then reduce the violence, and their Iraqi proxies could claim to be strong leaders who had brought peace and order. To that end, the Iranian regime would support multiple Shia political parties and Shia militias. The regime, through its Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, already had close relationships with Dawa and SCIRI and would support members of these parties in leading positions in Iraq's transitional government. Iranian leaders also aimed to broaden their popular influence in Iraq, and with this in mind, they reached out to the Sadrists through Grand Ayatollah Hayri in the spring of 2003, eventually arranging Sadr's visit to Tehran later in the summer. Iran's IRGC was well equipped to develop the emerging Iraqi Shia militias. Through its pre-existing relationships with the Badr Corps and Lebanese Hezbollah, the IRGC had created extensive support networks in Iraq and Lebanon and hoped to develop new networks elsewhere. The IRGC's Quds Jerusalem force also had experience supporting militias in the Balkans, and its leader, Brigadier General Qasem Soleimani, had expanded the organization's capabilities to include paramilitary, diplomatic, and intelligence activities. The Ramazan Corps of the Quds Force was assigned to Iraq in the 1990s to work with resistance organizations against the Ba'athist regime and the Mujahideen-e-Khalq. The Quds Force used members of Lebanese Hezbollah, the Badr Corps, and later Jaish al-Mahdi to establish Iranian surrogate military cells throughout Iraq that could increase or reduce violent attacks against the coalition on order. The Iranian regime was careful not to implicate itself in these attacks, however, because, like the Assad regime, it had little desire to engage the United States in open warfare. Tribal disenfranchisement, Sunnis' gradual return to their Islamic roots, and Syrian support for former Ba'ath Party leaders and terrorist organizations fueled Iraq's Sunni insurgency, while terrorist organizations like al-Qaeda and Ansar al-Islam maneuvered their way into the same networks in Iraq's Sunni heartland, a territory covered with only a thin coalition presence. CENTCOM and CJTF-7 understood that the bulk of the violence directed against them arose from a Sunni insurgency, but were constrained from labeling the activity as such, and in CJTF-7's case, lacked the tools and intelligence experience to analyze and comprehend fully this environment. They also overlooked some other important contributors to Iraq's increasingly unstable security situation. Because most of the attacks against CJTF-7 appeared to emanate from Sunni resistance and terrorist groups, and because both CJTF-7 and CPA believed that the bulk of Iraq's Shia remained sympathetic to and supportive of their coalition liberators, coalition leaders took the comparatively calm security situation in the majority Shia provinces for granted. Additionally, the deteriorating security situation in Baghdad and northern Iraq made the coalition reluctant to open a second front by attempting to rein in Kurdish or Shia militias and armed groups. By the time CJTF-7 realized this mistake, the Badr Corps and Muqtada Sadr's Jam militia had spent months extending their grasp on territory and stockpiling equipment and ammunition in preparation for war. More generally, the power vacuum created by the collapse of the Iraqi state had sent a bewildering array of factions rushing to fill the void. The coalition recognized the danger posed by the Sunni insurgency, and leaders like Abizaid began to analyze its implications, but coalition leaders were little aware of the strategic dangers posed by other factions. An impending Shia power struggle, the Arab-Kurd struggle in northern Iraq, and the destabilizing intent of each of Iraq's interventionist neighbors were dynamics the coalition did not fully recognize in the first half year after the invasion. As the months passed, these dangerous factors would combine to create a violent political conflict that the coalition was hard-pressed to contain. End of Chapter 7. Muqawama wa Intiqam. Resistance and Reprisals, May to August 2003. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 8, Part 1. Muddling Through, August to October 2003. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 8. Muddling Through, August to October 2003. Page 195. As attacks mounted in the summer of 2003, so too did pressure from Washington, D.C. on the Coalition Provisional Authority, or CPA, U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, and Combined Joint Task Force 7, or CJTF-7, to produce a strategy to stabilize the country, reduce the coalition military footprint, and transition the reins of government to Iraqi control quickly, with oversight from the United Nations, or UN-led international community. Efforts to plan the new stabilization campaign and build capacity within the Iraqi government and military were constrained by short time horizons, troop shortages, and unrealistic expectations of both the coalition and Iraqi leadership to manage an increasingly complex and hazardous environment. These efforts were further hindered by Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's spectacular attacks against coalition partners and the new Iraqi Governing Council's even more restrictive de-Baathification policy. The theater-wide focus on hunting down foreign fighters, weapons of mass destruction, or WMD, and former regime leaders masked the seriousness of the threat posed by intra-Shia fighting and the rise of Muqtada Sadr's militia. As these threats gathered, CJTF-7 and the CPA struggled to launch the security, reconstruction, governance, and security assistance activities that were needed to stabilize the country. Difficulties in formulating a new campaign. Page 195. Like many other American leaders, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Richard B. Myers was concerned by the 3 months of rising instability that followed the April toppling of Saddam Hussein's regime. Seeking confirmation from U.S. leaders in Iraq that the military operations there nested within a viable, broader strategy, Myers instructed General Tommy Franks in early July 2003 to work with the CPA to produce an integrated strategic campaign plan for stability and support operations in Iraq. He indicated that Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, Donald Rumsfeld had instructed Ambassador L. Paul Bremer along similar lines. Myers specified that Franks' campaign should be ready to present to himself and Rumsfeld by July 23rd. Franks retired 4 days later, handing command of CENTCOM to General John Abizaid without responding to Myers' request, and the newly installed Abizaid did not take up the task of writing a military strategy for Iraq until August. Conversely, Bremer published a 57-page strategic plan and vision for Iraq, laying out his vision of what the coalition needed to accomplish in security, essential services, economic growth, and governance on July 22nd. These 4 key areas were similar to those in Eclipse 2 and were soon adopted by CENTCOM, CJTF-7, and most of the multinational divisions, or MNDs, under CJTF-7 command. The CPA's strategic plan, however, was more a list of tasks than a strategy, with overly optimistic assessments of the current state of affairs. Most of the document focused on the need for future improvements in restoring essential services. Much less emphasis was placed on security, the economy, and Iraqi governance. Apart from advocating an, quote, unprecedented joint civilian and military planning process, end quote, the document did not mention the coalition military troops that would ultimately be responsible for executing those tasks. At CENTCOM, Abizaid's approach was more organized, built around, quote, 5 I's, end quote: internationalization, Iraqization, improvement of intelligence, infrastructure construction, and information and strategic communications, the areas Abizaid believed were essential for winning Phase 4 of the Iraq campaign. In late August, the CENTCOM commander pressed CJTF-7 and CPA to formulate a joint strategy under which, as international support and the numbers of capable Iraqi security forces increased, the United States and its partners could gradually withdraw their military forces into what he called, quote, strategic overwatch, end quote. In Abizaid's plan, Iraqi security forces, supported by a deterrent force of 2 U.S. Army brigades, special operations units, and strategic air and maritime assets, would assume responsibility for Iraq's internal and external security, and U.S. troop levels in Iraq and Kuwait would decrease from a high of 155,000 in the fall of 2003 to fewer than 30,000 by the end of 2004. While CJTF-7 began building its own plans based on CENTCOM's, there were essential differences between Baghdad and Tampa. Unlike Abizaid, who advocated quickly putting the main effort in the hands of the future Iraqi government and security forces, Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez intended first to establish security by conducting offensive operations against the remaining paramilitary forces in Iraq and hunting down former regime leaders on CENTCOM's deck of cards, a focus that most CJTF-7 subordinate divisions shared. In addition, CJTF-7 complained to CENTCOM that the CPA turbulent turnover and its overly tight control of resources were limiting the coalition's capacity to create capable Iraqi local governments and security forces in any case. The undermanned CPA staff worked on 90-day rotations that hampered any continuity of policy and relationships and prevented the organization's leaders from developing an, quote, accurate appreciation of the situation, end quote. While CJTF-7 devoted its scarce resources to filling offices and providing staff for CPA and enabling important operations like the exchange of Iraq's currency, CPA officials were reluctant to decentralize the sizable funds and other resources at their disposal down to the provincial level, creating a disconnect between the means and ends for the military units and governance teams charged with executing Bremer's strategic plan. The situation was compounded by the fact that CJTF-7's future planning was frequently overtaken by events on the ground, so much so that the headquarters in its year of existence never completed a written campaign plan to synchronize the 6 divisions it was overseeing. This absence of operational guidance, combined with Sanchez's tendency to endorse the various divisions' initiatives in their disparate regions rather than tell them what to do, meant that his division commanders were left mostly to their own devices, managing their own areas and coordinating laterally on enemy organizations or reconstruction projects that crossed coalition unit boundaries. Years later, General Raymond T. Odierno recalled that from his perspective as a division commander in 2003, he received no operational guidance and had no sense of unity of command or a theater-level effort synchronizing division operations across the country. As a result, Odierno noted, the 4th Infantry Division's 2003 to 2004 rotation had been a year-long, quote, movement to contact, end quote, a scenario in which divisions found themselves reacting to events on the ground and unable to seize the initiative. For his part, Sanchez believed his place was at Bremer's side for much of his command tour, leaving his CJTF-7 deputy, Major General Walter Wojciechowski, to interact with the division commanders, his peers in rank, on operational matters. Sanchez also had no authority to countermand Bremer's orders and policies in writing, meaning that he was unable to issue written guidance on how units should manage the difficulties created by de-Baathification and the disbanding of the Iraqi security apparatus, or on the development of the Iraqi police and the new Iraqi army. The result was that both operational and tactical commands spent the balance of 2003 reacting to near-term crises without placing their activities in the context of a longer campaign. The Iraqi Governing Council. On July 13th, CPA Regulation 6 recognized a new 25-member Iraqi Governing Council as the principal body of the Iraqi interim administration, pending the establishment of an internationally recognized representative government by the people of Iraq. Ambassador Ryan C. Crocker, a senior U.S. diplomat, was responsible for organizing a council that would be acceptable to the Iraqi people, but he soon found that the leadership body and composition of the council were contentious issues. Having hoped the Iraqi Governing Council could quickly become the executive arm of the new Iraqi government, Crocker and other U.S. officials were dismayed when the Governing Council's members decided that each of the 9 members of the Executive Council would take turns leading the group for 1 month, beginning with Ibrahim al-Ja'afari of the Dawa Party in August 2003. The creation of the Iraqi Governing Council was also problematic in that it immediately pitted expatriate elites against Iraqi leaders who had remained inside Iraq. Despite the fact that the 25 members were from diverse ethno-religious backgrounds, it was not nearly as representative as the CPA had envisioned. Rather, it was heavily populated by expatriates and reflected its creator's image of an Iraqi society rather than that of the Iraqi people. 2 of the most prominent non-expatriate Iraqi leaders were excluded. The coalition considered but decided against including Harith al-Dari, the head of the Association of Muslim Scholars. Coalition leaders also considered including Muqtada Sadr, or one of his representatives, but decided to exclude him because of his role in the murder of Abdul Majid al-Khoy in April, after which the spurned Sadr denounced the Iraqi Governing Council as an illegitimate, foreign-imposed body. Additionally, as former Ba'ath Party members were barred from participating in the government by CPA Order 1, and the most prominent Sunni leaders were Ba'ath Party members, the council's creation gave the Sunni community the sense that it was being pointedly marginalized. Sunnis in northern Iraq complained to Odierno and David Petraeus that they did not see the Iraqi Governing Council as legitimate because of its limited Sunni representation, and the generals reported to CJTF-7 that the popular perception of Sunni disenfranchisement was becoming a major problem for them. Odierno further warned that the ambivalent majority of Sunnis in the north would, quote, go to the other side, end quote, if the trend continued. Bremer pushed forward with plans to transition sovereignty to Iraqi authorities in spite of these problems, and on September 7th, published a description of his planned, quote, 7 steps to sovereignty, end quote, in the Washington Post. Bremer proposed that the Iraqi Governing Council should lead the writing of a new constitution, followed by elections, the subsequent dissolution of the CPA, and the transition to a normal diplomatic mission in Iraq led by the State Department. These steps came as an unpleasant surprise to Iraqi leaders like Grand Ayatollah Ali Sistani, who wanted an elected, sovereign Iraqi government in place to write the country's new constitution. They also startled U.S. officials in Washington who were unprepared for Bremer's public declaration of a transition process that most senior American leaders had not yet endorsed. The Resistance Gains Momentum. Page 198. The Sadrist Challenge. As the summer of 2003 waned, Abizaid became increasingly concerned about sectarianism, Iraq's Shia South, and Iranian regime influence in Iraq. On August 3rd, he outlined these issues to Rumsfeld and Myers, noting that, quote, the most significant long-term threat is the sectarian nature of Iraqi society, i.e. ethnic, religious, and tribal factionalism, end quote, and described, quote, intra-Shia tensions between the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq, or SCIRI, Dawa, and Sadr, end quote, and Iranian efforts to delegitimize the coalition as major sources of instability. These thoughts, however, did not reach CJTF-7, and coalition military leaders inside Iraq were unprepared for what happened next. On August 13, 2003, Muqtada Sadr's constituents staged a large demonstration in Sadr City after U.S. helicopters allegedly flew over a tower where the Sadrists were flying religious flags. Someone in the crowd fired a rocket-propelled grenade at 1st Armored Division soldiers, killing 1 and wounding 4. This incident, combined with evidence that Sadr had had a hand in the Khoy killing in April, prompted Wolfowitz and Bremer to ask Sanchez to generate military options for seizing Sadr. Sanchez, however, pushed back on the idea. In a private email to Abizaid on August 20th, Sanchez itemized the pros and cons of detaining Sadr, noting that it was impossible to put an Iraqi face on the operation and that Sadr's arrest, injury, or death could make a martyr of him and spark violence, creating a, quote, chaotic period of instability that would divert resources and play right into the hands of former regime loyalists, end quote. Sanchez also judged that Sadr himself posed no immediate threat because the young cleric's ability to muster large numbers of people rapidly was unclear, and since the Hawza, or Shia clerical seminary in Najaf, supposedly was already engaged in a campaign to contain and marginalize him. The CJTF-7 commander was then preoccupied with the devastating suicide attack on the UN headquarters in Baghdad that had occurred the previous day, and was disinclined to arrest Sadr and risk opening a second front with a militant Shia movement. Given the CJTF-7 commander's opposition, coalition leaders tabled the matter, though it would return to the fore soon enough. Zarqawi seizes the initiative. CJTF-7's immediate concerns in early August 2003 did not revolve around a new campaign plan or the long-term problem posed by Shia militants or the Iranian regime, but rather around the increasing numbers of attacks carried out by groups categorized as former regime elements and other Sunni insurgent terrorist organizations. As CJTF-7 struggled to stabilize Iraq with its multinational partners, Zarqawi moved forward with his strategy to fracture the coalition, isolate the United States from international support, and ultimately cause the withdrawal of American forces from Iraq. The initial wave of attacks began with the car bombing of the Jordanian embassy on August 7th, followed by the successive attacks against the UN headquarters and the assassination of SCIRI leader Mohammed Bakr al-Hakim at the end of the month. Although the UN vowed to continue its mission with a smaller number of people, CENTCOM became pessimistic about obtaining more international military donors for the mission in Iraq. Quote, "After the UN bombing, it seems unlikely that we will get the international forces we need for the next rotation," end quote, wrote Abizaid's advisors on August 27th. Quote, "We should, therefore, bias our efforts in favor of Iraqization," end quote, meaning that Zarqawi's attacks had already altered the coalition. Hakim's assassination marked Zarqawi's first major attempt to provoke the Iraqi Shia parties into a violent confrontation against their Sunni enemies. Although Abizaid's advisors believed that Hakim's assassination could draw Sadr and SCIRI closer together in an anti-coalition alliance, the exact opposite scenario unfolded. The CPA and CJTF-7 had bestowed much of their attention on SCIRI as one of the only pro-coalition Islamist Shia political parties to have national appeal, and this relationship strengthened after SCIRI gave the appearance of pacifying a large anti-coalition protest at Hakim's funeral on September 2nd. Sanchez and other CJTF-7 leaders developed close ties with Hakim's successor and Muqtada Sadr's principal rival, Abdul Aziz al-Hakim, to the point of having almost daily discussions with the new SCIRI leader. The perception that the coalition favored the expatriate Hakim hardened Sadrist sentiment against both SCIRI and the coalition. Thus, Zarqawi's Najaf attack had the unintended consequence of bringing SCIRI and the coalition closer together and turning the major Shia parties further against each other rather than immediately igniting a sectarian civil war. Troubles in the Sunni Triangle. In August and September, the 82nd Airborne Division's headquarters and its 3rd Brigade returned to Iraq to assume control of Anbar from the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, which in turn moved to the task of securing Iraq's western border. The 82nd Airborne Division Commander Major General Charles H. Swanwick moved his division headquarters to Ramadi to interact more closely with the provincial governor and the province's influential sheikhs, and he was augmented there by the 1st Brigade, 1st Infantry Division, and a National Guard battalion from Florida. The 82nd also inherited a battalion from the 10th Mountain Division in Iskandariya in the eastern portion of the division's area of operations. On September 12th, 82nd Airborne Division soldiers on a nighttime patrol near a Jordanian field hospital in Fallujah observed a police patrol chasing a BMW that had just fired on an Iraqi police station. The police patrol turned around when it realized it would not catch the BMW, but the Americans mistook the police for insurgents and opened fire, killing at least 8 policemen and a Jordanian military officer who was with them. The 82nd soldiers also damaged the hospital and wounded several other Jordanians in the area. This incident, which echoed the 82nd Airborne Division's deadly clash with the Fallujah mob in April, came during a period in which Anbari sheikhs began to realize the coalition was not going to empower them, and it inflamed local emotions in areas that had quieted down after a restive summer. It also compounded Anbari's resentment over coalition raids and detentions. The September 12th Fallujah incident was also emblematic of the greater problem the U.S. divisions were having in balancing the winning of hearts and minds with the need to protect themselves among regions and societies they did not fully understand. The challenge of finding the true enemy actors, combined with mounting casualties and insufficient troop numbers, had the potential to prompt emotionally driven reactions rather than the precise operations necessary to reduce collateral damage and maintain the Iraqi citizens' support. Wrestling with the potent insurgency in Saddam's home territory of Salahuddin Province, the 4th Infantry Division began to receive criticism for its tactics, which groups such as the International Red Cross claimed were heavy-handed. The division was conducting neighborhood sweeps without actionable intelligence and arresting angry Iraqis who had joined the insurgency after being released, the Red Cross charged. From the division's perspective, however, its clearing tactics were necessary in a region where support for Saddam and hostility toward the coalition had started out intense and had only increased. Lieutenant Colonel Stephen D. Russell, one of Odierno's battalion commanders in Tikrit, concluded Saddam's hometown and the surrounding areas detested the Americans and would only respond to demonstrations of strength, an assessment many other commanders in Salahuddin and Diyala provinces came to share as insurgent attacks mounted. Unlike the 101st Airborne Division in Mosul, the 1st Armored Division in Baghdad, and the British 1st Armored Division in Basra, the 4th Infantry Division had no major urban centers in its area, which was dotted with small to medium-sized towns spread over a vast swath of land of 20,000 square kilometers. Insurgent attacks in the division's area often took the form of indirect fire on the far-flung units' operating bases, and the division thus used counterfire to respond more than other divisions did. By the end of his division's tour, Odierno was controlling 13 counterfire radars, virtually as many as a standard U.S. Army Corps, and covering as much territory as a corps would have been expected to cover before 2003. Regardless of the vast differences among the division headquarters, over time most units came to the realization that after engagement with local leaders, the nature and quality of their soldiers' interactions with the Iraqis could make or break stability operations. In urban Nineveh, Petraeus restricted the use of artillery and artillery counterfire because of the potential for collateral damage, and also eschewed cordon and sweep operations, in which tactical units detained large numbers of military-aged males in a single operation, in favor of so-called cordon and knock operations, in which 101st Airborne Division soldiers would knock on the doors of suspects' residences and ask them to turn themselves in to the proper unit. One helpful innovation in division operations was the use of female soldiers to search Iraqi women at checkpoints and to participate in search operations. After meeting with local tribal leaders and mukhtars, some commanders also began allowing sheikhs to keep women under house arrest or sending female soldiers on cordon and knock operations in order to manage the female family members of detainees and female detainees as required. These efforts were crucial to protecting the Iraqi male notion of wasta, a combination of influence, honor, and clout. By themselves, these measures were not sufficient to impact positively on the entire theater. The September 12th incident in Fallujah alarmed Abizaid, who was already anxious about the coalition's messaging to the Iraqi people. Abizaid believed that harsh tactics by coalition soldiers hurt the U.S. reputation in the global war on terrorism, and, after the Fallujah shootings, he spoke in person with Sanchez and the commanders of each U.S. division to admonish them about the danger of alienating the Iraqi population. Also concerned about alienating the Iraqi people, Sanchez subsequently made a deliberate decision to forego large-scale offensive operations in favor of smaller, more precise operations, a step that added to the perception that CJTF-7 was abdicating its responsibility to organize the mission at the operational level of war. Even so, CJTF-7 did organize some corps-level operations during fall 2003. On October 3rd, CJTF-7's Operation Chamberlain aimed to disrupt foreign fighter networks and routes from Syria into Iraq. The 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment moved from Fallujah to the Syrian border to oversee Iraqi-manned border points and to deny enemy infiltration from Syria, was joined by small contingents of other units, including the 101st Airborne Division, which cracked down on smugglers in the Sinjar area. The U.S. units were to prevent all non-Iraqi military-aged males, 16 to 45 years old, from entering Iraq from Syria except those clearly engaged in legitimate commerce. Unfortunately, Operation Chamberlain was largely ineffective in sealing the border. Quote, "It was pointless to move forces out to the Syrian border because there were too many ways around it," recalled Colonel Derek J. Harvey, noting that CJTF-7 did not have the capability to fully seal the border as it was already far under strength in the higher priority areas. End quote. Operation Chamberlain was the first of many surges of coalition troops from the country's center to its border with Syria, none of which had a lasting impact on the militant groups that used the border zone as a sanctuary. Militant groups did not need to travel far to find the materials they needed to wreak havoc inside Iraq. The enormous amount of ammunition scattered across Iraq remained problematic for CJTF-7 because resistance organizations had easy access to small arms, rocket-propelled grenades, and artillery shells with which to attack coalition military targets, Iraqi civilian leaders, and infrastructure. By mid-September 2003, CJTF-7 units collectively identified more than 600,000 tons of ammunition in U.S.-only sectors, including 102 large ammunition caches and 3,000 ammunition sites requiring more than 10 tractor-trailer loads to move within the 4th Infantry Division's territory alone. In Anbar, soldiers of the 82nd Airborne Division and 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment counted more than 90 ammunition depots in addition to the arms pre-dispersed throughout the province. By September 8, 2003, Major General Martin Dempsey's 1st Armored Division in Baghdad had cleared over 1,900 munitions caches. Odierno's engineers expended all of their C4 explosives by September. He proposed letting a contract to assist with ammunition disposal, after which CJTF-7 and the Army Corps of Engineers received funds to contract those missions and relieve U.S. soldiers of the task. More de-Baathification. Discontent in the Sunni triangle deepened as the expanded Iraqi Governing Council released a new de-Baathification policy on September 20th, calling for all Level 4 and above Ba'ath Party members to be fired immediately, rendering any exceptions Bremer, Sanchez, or division commanders had previously made null and void. Bremer urged the Governing Council to introduce due process and case-by-case exemptions rather than the total exclusion of former Ba'athist leaders, to no avail. Despite the draconian nature of the Iraqi Governing Council's measure, Bremer, perceiving himself bound to transition the reins of government to a sovereign Iraqi authority as quickly as possible, transferred full responsibility for de-Baathification to the Council on November 4, 2003. The Governing Council promptly set up a de-Baathification committee led by Ahmad Chalabi's nephew, Salem Sam Chalabi, a move that Sanchez later recalled, quote, might have been the worst possible choice because, from the very beginning, Ahmad Chalabi was adamant that no Baathists would ever be allowed back into government service. And that's one reason the whole de-Baathification order became a catastrophic failure. End quote. Ahmad and Sam Chalabi wasted no time in exercising their new power, firing 28,000 teachers and hundreds of civil servants for alleged Ba'ath Party ties in November alone. Shocked by the committee's aggressiveness, Bremer attempted to rein in Ahmad Chalabi through the Iraqi Governing Council behind closed doors, but was unsuccessful. Chalabi, at least, was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to use his access to Ba'ath Party records to extort and blackmail former Baathists for financial and political gain. Speaking to Army historians years later, Bremer regretted his decision to hand control of the de-Baathification effort to Chalabi and other Iraqi politicians, adding in retrospect that he should have given the portfolio to a panel of Iraqi judges instead. The Chalabi's new wave of Ba'athist firings came as most coalition divisions had begun to manage the fallout from the earlier CPA Orders 1 and 2. The new firings, which extended to a large number of Iraqis who were already partnered or even employed by coalition units, threw the civil administration of Iraq's Sunni provinces into disarray again. The development worsened the Sunnis' already intense fears that they were being cut out of Iraqi public life. It also left thousands unemployed without hope of being able to get new jobs, and therefore provided a host of new recruits for Sunni resistance groups. The division commanders with large Sunni populations in their areas, Petraeus, Odierno, Dempsey, and Swanwick, argued strongly against the Iraqi Governing Council's new policy and the de-Baathification Committee's actions, with Petraeus sarcastically remarking to Chalabi that if he insisted on permanently disenfranchising so many people, he might as well throw them all in jail. Unmoved, Chalabi retorted, quote, "At least they can eat there." End quote. With CJTF-7 forbidden to provide formal guidance on managing the fallout from the more restrictive de-Baathification policies, divisions were left to develop their own consequence management strategies. In Anbar, Swanwick and leaders in the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment developed a relationship with a group of 20 former Sunni general officers living in the province. These officers, for a small sum, were assisting them with local projects and educating them on the needs and attitudes of the province and its citizens, and whom Swanwick was trying to get to command segments of the Ramadi Police and Anbari Iraqi Civil Defense Corps, or ICDC, battalions. After the 82nd Airborne Division could no longer formally pay these officers for their advice, Swanwick established a, quote, gray beard society, end quote, consisting of these retired officers that he could now continue to meet with and pay for their assistance building the new Iraqi security forces in Ramadi and Fallujah. The 101st Airborne Division created and funded a similar former Ba'athist advisory body in northern Iraq and used some legal loopholes to continue paying salaries to former Ba'athists who were working in key administrative roles or as university professors. Other units affected by the additional Iraqi Governing Council de-Baathification requirements attempted continued engagement with former Ba'athists who had been helpful, but the damage was already becoming permanent in Sunni Iraq. Challenges determining the makeup of the insurgency. The brewing trouble with Iraq's Sunni population was not necessarily reflected in CJTF-7's operational priorities, which remained focused mainly on capturing the former regime leaders on the CENTCOM deck of cards list. There was progress to show on that line of effort. On August 21, 2003, 1 month after the operation that resulted in the deaths of Saddam's sons Uday and Qusay in Mosul, Special Operations Forces captured Ali Hassan al-Majid, or Chemical Ali, north of Baghdad. Chemical Ali's capture was hailed as a major success because coalition leaders believed that many Iraqi Shia were reluctant to cooperate openly with the coalition out of fear that he might continue from his hiding place the reprisals he carried out in 1991. Number 27 on the deck of cards list, former Minister of Defense General Sultan Hashim, fled to his family's residence in Mosul after the regime collapse. Encouraged by the new Nineveh government leadership, who had had positive interactions with 101st Airborne Division leaders, members of Sultan Hashim's family approached the 101st Airborne Division leadership through interlocutors, claiming that Hashim was prepared to surrender to U.S. forces. The 101st Airborne Division subsequently drafted a surrender memorandum promising fair treatment, which it sent to Hashim through his family. He surrendered at a 101st Airborne Division compound on September 19th. After Hashim was sent to Baghdad, however, the Iraqi Governing Council demanded that he be hanged, a request the coalition fought. Meanwhile, one of Hashim's relatives, an influential leader in the Ta'i Confederation, wrote increasingly hostile papers advocating Hashim's release, which had the unfortunate impact of leading the coalition to arrest him. This arrest outraged the Ta'i tribe, adding to the brewing Sunni tribal resentment in Iraq. These significant captures did not take place quickly enough for Rumsfeld, who in early November wrote to Abizaid and Myers expressing his frustration with CENTCOM's inability to capture Saddam, his senior lieutenants, and Osama bin Laden quickly. In response, Abizaid wrote to Myers on November 10th, quote, "This is really an incredible sort of communication. Is this some sort of historical I told you so? Is this to cover impending bad news? It is professionally insulting. Can't quite fathom why Secretary Rumsfeld doesn't understand. We follow the Secretary's orders and guidance without complaint or question. We accord him great respect. A little bit of respect in return would do wonders for teamwork in this fight." End quote. In reality, this top-down focus on high-value targets was inhibiting CJTF-7 efforts to understand and seize the initiative against emerging terrorist and resistance organizations in Iraq. CJTF-7 was still employing a traditional top-down intelligence model in which it might push down intelligence and a list of targeted individuals, compounds, and organizations to its divisions. However, the operational command was not using intelligence generated by its divisions to synthesize a common operating picture of the security situation across Iraq. Sanchez's intelligence director, Brigadier General Barbara Fast, attempted to fix the dearth of intelligence resources by asking the 900-man Iraq Survey Group for assistance. However, Major General Keith W. Dayton, the ISG leader, rebuffed her request. Meanwhile, the theater-level intelligence assets that CJTF-7 did have access to tended to draw the commander's attention toward foreign fighters who used technology to communicate instead of the former regime elements and tribal networks who communicated by word of mouth along complex interconnected family lines. CJTF-7 overestimated the number and prominence of foreign fighters and foreign terrorist organizations while underestimating and failing to target the extensive tribal and nationalist influence of some of the former Ba'athist organizations. It also failed to detect the evolving alliances between tribes and Islamist terrorist organizations in the summer and early fall of 2003, all factors that were creating a broader Iraqi insurgency. The coalition divisions also had difficulty understanding this new kind of enemy organization, and they developed their own independent assessments that were often biased and oversimplified. General Martin Dempsey saw his enemy in Baghdad as threefold: Fedayeen and other former regime paramilitary units that survived the invasion, criminal activity, and Islamic extremists, with Ansar al-Islam chief among them. Since they viewed extremism as the greatest and most unpredictable threat, Dempsey and his 1st Armored Division primarily focused their operations against Sunni Islamist extremists and terrorists and their associated networks moving in and out of Baghdad. In Anbar, meanwhile, Swanwick recalled that his biggest headaches came from the networks of fighters that were blossoming in Fallujah, Habbaniyah, and Al-Qaim. Swanwick and his command identified some of the key sheikhs involved, but like the 1st Armored Division, they failed to make the connection between disaffected Sunni sheikhs and Islamists. Swanwick instead complained that the people of Fallujah lived with a, quote, 16th century mentality, end quote, and a tribal righteousness that was spawning strong tribal alliances against the 82nd Airborne Division and 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment units in the province. In the northern provinces, the 101st Airborne Division and 4th Infantry Division had a focus similar to that of the 1st Armored Division and the 82nd, but the division's close partnerships with the Kurds tended to fuel Sunni discontent as the Kurdish presence in local governments along and beyond the Green Line continued to expand with coalition help. In other words, the relationships that had been so useful during the invasion were not entirely productive in the post-invasion period. Although he was not originally on the deck of cards, Abu Musab al-Zarqawi appeared at the top of tactical, operational, and strategic target lists beginning shortly after the August car bombings, marking a shift from the previous practice of including only leaders of the former regime on high-value target lists. As the coalition would later discover, the epicenter of the Sunni insurgent movement in August to October 2003 was in Anbar, where insurgents aimed to defeat the Iraqi police and control the border areas, both of which were necessary for insurgent groups to expand their operations. Police in Fallujah and Ramadi and in the border towns of Al-Qaim, Qusayba, and Rutba were attacked repeatedly. Qusayba and Al-Qaim were also valuable to insurgents because of their location along the same smuggling routes that Saddam's regime had used during the sanctions period, and the profits available from black market trade routes in the area led to the rise of a sizable former Ba'athist criminal syndicate from within the Sunni insurgency. The coalition did not yet realize that these activities provided resources and momentum for the various Sunni terrorist and resistance groups. However, the coalition did correctly assess that the Islamist terrorist groups in Iraq were becoming increasingly capable and dangerous. In the wake of the CPA and Iraqi Governing Council's de-Baathification measures, groups affiliated with al-Qaeda and Zarqawi's Tawhid wal-Jihad in Fallujah began recruiting directly from some of the former regime organizations that were blossoming in the province. Zarqawi's rise and his polarizing influence also created schisms within the resurgent Ansar al-Islam. Many Ansar al-Islam members who had fled to Iran after the April 2003 battle against the coalition ultimately left the group to join either Zarqawi or a new Ansar al-Islam splinter group, Ansar al-Sunnah. International support for the Iraq insurgency also gained more traction. During a summit of al-Qaeda leaders in Pakistan in November 2003, Osama bin Laden announced that al-Qaeda would begin providing $1.5 million per month to the Iraqi insurgency, and he subsequently ordered 2 associates, Hassan Gul and Abdul Hadi al-Iraqi, to carry that message and a war plan for jihad in Iraq to Zarqawi and other like-minded militant leaders. In a stroke of good fortune, the U.S. military unexpectedly intercepted that correspondence in early 2004. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Muddling Through. August to October 2003. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 8, Part 2. Muddling Through. August to October 2003. of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 8, Part 2, Muddling Through, August to October 2003. CJTF-7 and the CPA, A Troubled Quest for Stability. Page 207. From Caretaker Command to 4-Star Headquarters. When 5th Corps replaced the Coalition Forces Land Component Command, or CFLCC, as the CJTF-7 in June 2003, Rumsfeld and Franks both believed that the smaller Corps headquarters would be a sufficient caretaker command that could manage redeployment operations and a transition to Iraqi sovereignty. Abizaid's July announcement that units on the ground would remain in country for 12 months effectively nullified those expectations. As the security situation deteriorated, it became clear that the coalition presence would be required beyond March 2004 to ensure the transition to a capable Iraqi authority and security forces. On November 6, 2003, Rumsfeld announced that the nearly 100,000 U.S. troops on the ground in Iraq would be succeeded by a second rotation of approximately 70,000 to 75,000 troops, including 20,000 Marines. The Department of Defense, or DoD, later revealed that the second rotation would consist of a considerable number of Reserve and National Guard troops across all the services. From an early stage, both Abizaid and Sanchez concluded that the demands placed on CJTF-7 were too heavy for an operational headquarters. The military tasks involved in supporting the CPA and standing up a functioning Iraqi government with capable security forces would require a fully staffed joint and international strategic headquarters commanded by a 4-star general, they judged. Raising the profile of CJTF-7 to a 4-star command would also preclude Bremer's wish to subordinate CJTF-7 to the CPA, an idea that Abizaid and his advisors opposed in the interests of protecting CJTF-7 and its small staff from being burdened with CENTCOM-level requirements and becoming a competitor organization for theater resources. In August, the two commanders, Abizaid and Sanchez, agreed to propose the establishment of 2 new headquarters in Iraq, a Strategic Coalition Forces Command Iraq, or CFCI headquarters responsible for theater command and control, nation building, and oversight of the Strategic Campaign Plan, and an operational-level Multinational Corps Iraq, or MNCI, focused on the operational tactical fight. As for how to build those 2 commands out of the existing CJTF-7 manning and staffing, Sanchez proposed that the U.S. 3rd Corps based in Fort Hood, Texas, serve as the foundation for the new MNCI headquarters, and that the CFLCC and 3rd Army headquarters, then in Kuwait, provide the basis for the CFCI. Abizaid discussed these proposals with CFLCC and 3rd Army Commander Lieutenant General David D. McKiernan, who would present the recommendations for both headquarters to the Secretary of Defense and the Joint Chiefs months later, in December 2003. The Troop Number Debate. As the scope of the mission in Iraq expanded in the late summer and fall of 2003, Sanchez and CJTF-7 sought CENTCOM and DoD approval for a troop increase to handle the growing military tasks in Iraq. One of the most significant resource limitations Rumsfeld imposed on the strategy for Iraq was in the number of troops, which became a politically charged topic in the summer of 2003. Even though CJTF-7 had requested additional forces for Iraq, and the Army had recommended increasing its total end strength to meet the demands of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, Rumsfeld was reluctant to commit additional forces to Iraq and disagreed with Army leaders that the service's end strength was inadequate for the existing U.S. military commitments. The institutional Army, too, wanted forces returned home quickly to reset and prepare for Army transformation, a point U.S. Army Forces Command, or FORSCOM, Commander General Larry R. Ellis made in response to General Sanchez's requests for more forces. Instead, on September 16th, Rumsfeld directed that the force in Iraq be cut from its existing 125,000 to under 100,000 by March 2004, essentially reducing the force by a division's worth of soldiers. The number of Allied troops would also eventually have to be reduced from 35,000 to fewer than 25,000 by March. Rumsfeld's insistence on reduced troop numbers for Iraq came at a time when the Reserve and National Guard personnel who had been mobilized since 9/11 were approaching their 2-year statutory mobilization limits, meaning that the Army was about to face critical shortages in intelligence, military police, civil affairs, psychological operations, and engineer personnel, many of which came from the Reserve components. By the end of October 2003, Army leaders considered reimposing stop-loss, a policy that blocked soldiers from leaving active service, for the active component and using individual ready reserve soldiers, reservists not assigned to any unit who often had not performed military duties for years, to generate augmentees to man the joint headquarters in Iraq. Army leaders were also concerned about the unpreparedness for combat of reserve component units in light of the 507th Maintenance Company ambush in Nasiriyah during the invasion. They estimated that any mobilized reserve units would require 3 to 6 months of preparation before entering the theater, so that reserve units on a 12-month mobilization would likely only be able to serve in Iraq for a total of 6 months. Quote, "We can barely resource CENTCOM requirements under current conditions, and our nation is unprepared for global contingencies," wrote Abizaid's advisors on October 1st. "Many describe the current situation as overcommitment, but we are really under-resourced. We are committed in areas vital to U.S. national interests." End quote. Because the public debates about these issues occurred simultaneously, many involved in them conflated the request for more troops in Iraq with the discussions about increasing the total Army end strength, and Abizaid found himself in the middle of arguments about whether his recommended force commitments would, quote, "break the Army," end quote. Abizaid's advisors had acknowledged this difficult predicament in a memorandum on August 27th. Quote, "It is a strange situation when Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison, a Republican from Texas, is calling for an increase in Army end strength, and the Secretary of Defense, whose options are limited by a shortage in land power, is resisting that call. The administration is confusing the troops in Iraq issue with the debate over force structure and Army end strength. It is our sensing that the DoD is using you, i.e., General Abizaid says we do not need more troops, to escape from confronting the grand strategic dilemma it faces due to a shortage of land power. The train wreck in Army readiness has already happened. We have simply not yet felt the full effects." End quote. An army of contractors. Rumsfeld's cap on troop numbers for Iraq had the unintended consequence of bringing more contractors into the theater of operations to compensate for shortfalls in military capacity, greatly expanding the 1990s phenomenon of contracting out traditional military functions. American units in Iraq relied on civilian contractors to run military systems, assist with reconstruction, and provide logistical support. The greater numbers of contractors on the battlefield brought important benefits, but also created some significant drawbacks. On the one hand, contractors provided life support that military systems alone could not sustain and assisted with missions too large for the overly taxed coalition soldiers to handle, such as the destruction of Iraq's vast ammunition caches. On the other hand, as contracts flowed into Iraq, CPA and CJTF-7 had difficulty overseeing the influx. At CJTF-7, only 24 personnel were available to manage contracts for all of Iraq, a lack of sufficient oversight that reduced the contractor's overall effectiveness. For example, Sanchez and his U.S. division commanders complained to Abizaid that the Bechtel Company, which worked reconstruction-related projects for the coalition, was, quote, "wasting time and money on assessments and working on the wrong priorities such as schools instead of electricity," end quote, and that reconstruction contracts were, quote, "weakly written," end quote, with no one to ensure their contractual mandates were fulfilled. Other contracts were not appropriately resourced, requiring commanders to redirect scarce troops to support the contracts. The Venel contract to provide trainers for the new Iraqi army, for instance, lacked provisions for Venel to transport and secure its contractors. As a result, CJTF-7 divisions had to transport and secure the contractors. The Governance Support Teams. In August 2003, CPA followed up the previous month's establishment of the Iraqi Governing Council in Baghdad by establishing small teams of governance capacity advisors for each of Iraq's 18 provinces. The purpose of these teams was to, quote, "bridge the gap between national government and the multitude of local governments within Iraq," end quote, and to work with the U.S. Agency for International Development and coalition military units to execute CPA directives in each of the provinces. Each team was led by a CPA governance coordinator and was meant to have up to 5 governance specialists from the Department of State or a similar organization capable of governance capacity building. Most teams, however, consisted of only 1 or 2 personnel at best, observed Emma Skye, the governance coordinator for Kirkuk, whose colleagues in other provinces included, among others, the Kurdish-American diplomat Hero Mustafa in Nineveh, the British writer Rory Stewart in Amara, British official Mark Etherington in Kut, and American diplomats Michael Gfoler and Henry Ensher in Hilla and Diwania, respectively. To support the governance teams, CJTF-7 directed the divisions to establish governance support teams to act as the military arm of each governance team and ensure that CPA representatives and CJTF-7 units integrated their operations. Consisting of about 14 soldiers from the Civil Affairs Branch and other combat support specialties, the governance support teams answered to the division commanders and were supposed to provide security, communications, and life support for CPA governance teams until those teams became self-sustaining. Most of the divisions housed the governance teams and governance support teams in their Civil Military Operations Centers, or CMOC, and took instructions to support the governance support team program seriously. Abizaid also saw the concept as an opportunity to redeploy the overworked civil affairs units in the short term so that they could refit for future operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. The governorate teams, however, were often poorly manned by CPA representatives who rotated every 90 days, making it difficult for the coalition divisions to develop long-term relationships or strategies with them. Fortunately, the governorate teams were not the division's sole interface with local governments. Most division commanders interfaced directly with Iraqi provincial leadership through their established CMOCs or similar bodies to maintain active coalition involvement in building governance capacity. In Baghdad, for example, the 1st Armored Division helped organize neighborhood advisory councils consisting of neighborhood leaders or mukhtars to identify the most urgent reconstruction and economic needs. One operation that leveraged cooperation between the governorate teams and the divisions was the exchange of the Iraqi dinar, the value of which had fluctuated wildly since the invasion because of counterfeited bills and the introduction of the US dollar to local markets. The old Iraqi dinars also came only in 2 denominations, 250 and 10,000, and had Saddam's face on the front. CPA economic analysts worried that absent a currency exchange, the dinar and Iraq's economy would collapse. Working with the CPA and the CJTF-7 division commanders, Wojciechowski developed a plan to collect the old dinars and replace them with the new bills, an operation that CJTF-7 intended to use as a rehearsal for introducing and collecting ballots at polling stations during Iraq's eventual national elections. On October 15th, helicopters of the new currency began arriving in the provinces, and, along with the governorate teams, the divisions and some of the budding Iraqi security forces and local governance began overseeing the distribution of the country's new post-Saddam dinar. Difficulties with tribal outreach. Frustrated by the rising Sunni resistance to the coalition, some senior CJTF-7 officers proposed outreach to Iraq's Sunni tribes as a means of blunting the growing insurgency, believing that absent opportunities to contribute constructively in post-Saddam Iraq, Sunni tribal leaders would pursue other options, including to work with anti-coalition resistance organizations and criminal groups to safeguard the prosperity and security of their tribes. The Joint Staff, too, encouraged the CPA to consider engaging those tribes that appeared willing to cooperate with the coalition, a proposal on which Bremer was reluctant to act. The CPA's policy stance toward the tribes made outreach difficult. Throughout the summer of 2003, Bremer and one of his senior assistants, Megan O'Sullivan, had viewed Iraq's tribes as an artifact of the past and were reluctant to incorporate tribal leaders into even advisory roles. In October, Bremer withdrew coalition support for a conference of southern Shia tribes arranged by Gfoler, the regional coordinator for south-central Iraq, and endorsed by Iraq's Shia and the coalition at a time when Muqtada Sadr's militia was becoming a strategic problem. Despite CPA's stance, in most areas, tribal outreach was already happening at the tactical level as a matter of course. By late summer 2003, most of CJTF-7's divisions had developed connections to important local sheikhs and religious leaders in order to facilitate reconstruction, economic development, and governance. Recognizing the value in these relationships, CJTF-7 attempted to operationalize them at the corps level. On July 31, 2003, CJTF-7 notified the divisions that it intended to develop a comprehensive list of influential tribal leaders across Iraq that any unit could use to leverage in their stability operations, and also requested that divisions identify the tribal leaders in their areas who merited engagement at the national level. As part of its effort to develop a countrywide engagement plan, CJTF-7 collected information on tribes that was useful in securing critical infrastructure. The challenge for the divisions was in identifying the correct leaders and tribes. While coalition commanders acknowledged the importance of working with tribal leaders, they were often baffled by the complexity of Iraq's tribal dynamics. Quote, "Life in the Arabian Peninsula is an intricate tapestry," Dempsey commented, "and we have a very difficult time understanding that." End quote. Dempsey's troops complained that Iraqi tribal leaders constantly lied to them, not understanding that those leaders were often caught between their cultural requirement to protect and serve their tribes and what might be best for the country as a whole. Nevertheless, these limited tribal engagement efforts eventually persuaded Bremer that the CPA should have some medium through which to address the mounting tribal grievances and encourage more Sunnis to join the political process instead of the resistance. In October, the CPA created the Office of Provincial Outreach, led by British diplomat David Richmond and State Department official Ronald L. Schlicker, to coordinate Sunni tribal outreach. However, limited in its authorities to listening to grievances and assessing reparations for damages caused by coalition operations, the new office was insufficient for initiating tribal engagements that could reverse the trend toward political conflict and insurgency. Setbacks for the internationalization effort. As the CPA and CJTF-7 were branching into local governance in fall 2003, CENTCOM continued pursuing its dual main efforts of putting an Iraqi face on the campaign and internationalizing the U.S.-led military and reconstruction missions, matters that became increasingly difficult from the late summer onward. At the CENTCOM level, internationalization translated into engagements with regional and international players to donate more financial, humanitarian, and military resources to Iraq reconstruction. It also meant building capacity within the multinational forces already operating as part of Multinational Division South Central, or MNDCS, in the Mid-Euphrates region, Multinational Division Southeast, or MNDSE, in southern Iraq, and the small South Korean Army force in Kurdistan known as Multinational Division Northeast, or MNDNE. With support from CENTCOM, the State Department asked other countries in the Middle East to contribute military and reconstruction resources to Iraq, and Bremer convinced the State Department and the Iraqi Governing Council to send Iraqi representatives to a donor conference in Madrid, Spain on September 23rd to ask for debt relief, donations, and other resources. In southern Iraq, CPA Representative Sir Hilary Synott successfully obtained 22 additional country donor contributions for the region by explaining, quote, how much more pleasant it would be if their staff worked in the south rather than the dangerous Sunni triangle. End quote. Despite these accomplishments and some success obtaining international debt relief for Iraq, internationalization on the whole was unsuccessful. Many Iraqis were unenthusiastic about contributions from Arab countries and Turkey because they viewed the provision of aid from neighboring countries as a slight to Iraqi national pride. Coalition Military Assistance Training Team Commander Major General Paul D. Eaton noted, for example, that the Iraqi police trainees he sent to the Jordan International Police Training Center had difficulty adjusting to being trained in a neighbor state that Iraqis had long considered a weak satellite of Iraq. The Iraqi Governing Council, meanwhile, judged that a Turkish military presence in northern Iraq would upset the delicate balance between Kurds and Arabs in the region. It was Zarqawi's activities, however, that truly derailed international participation and buy-in for rebuilding Iraq. On September 22nd, Zarqawi's organization bombed the remains of the headquarters of the UN Assistance Mission for Iraq, or UNAMI, in Baghdad they had destroyed the previous month. Although the attack caused far less physical damage than the August 19th truck bomb, it proved to be a significant setback to CENTCOM's internationalization campaign when UN Secretary General Kofi Annan announced further reductions in UNAMI personnel. The attack also heralded a conscious shift in UN perception of what its role should be in Iraq. Shortly after Ansar al-Islam detonated a car bomb outside the Turkish embassy in Baghdad on October 14th, the UN Security Council passed Resolution 1511, authorizing the multinational force to continue operating in lieu of the UN-led mission in Iraq and requiring it to report on the progress being made. Slow start for the Iraqi security forces. After Zarqawi's activities imperiled internationalization efforts, the coalition moved its energies into the other priority Abizaid's advisors had predicted was necessary: Iraqization. A key component of Iraqization was the building of independent Iraqi security forces. Abizaid intended for these forces to serve as a buffer between the coalition military and the Iraqi populace, and, in so doing, to downplay the coalition's role as an occupying force and mitigate the operational risk posed by shortfalls in U.S. and international troop numbers. CENTCOM envisioned that the CPA, with assistance from CJTF-7, would build a security infrastructure consisting of 3 divisions of a new Iraqi army, between 22,000 and 40,000 Iraq Civil Defense Corps troops akin to a National Guard, 75,000 provincial and national police, 50,000 Facilities Protection Service members, and 7,000 border guards by the end of 2004. Ambitious as that timetable was, by late October 2003, DoD leaders considered increasing the overall size of the Iraqi security forces to 200,000 and accelerating the transition of the security mission to Iraqi control by September 2004. Rumsfeld acknowledged that in order to create larger numbers of troops more quickly, CENTCOM would require some additional resources, and he agreed to commit more U.S. troops for that purpose, though it was unclear from where the additional Iraqi recruits and U.S. trainers would come. De-Baathification policies prevented much of Iraq's former military from participating, advising, or serving as leaders in the Iraqi security forces, and although CENTCOM proposed that the Army send teams from the training base at Fort Jackson, South Carolina to augment the contractors working for Eaton's CMAT, large numbers of qualified trainers never arrived. Another factor inhibiting the development of the Iraqi security forces, or ISF, was the lack of unity of command at all levels of security force development. At Bremer's direction, development of the new Iraqi Army and the Iraqi National Police Service was exclusively in the purview of the CPA, with CJTF-7 effectively cut out of the process. Fortunately for Sanchez and his operational command, Eaton, whose monumental task was recruiting, vetting, and training 27 new Iraqi Army battalions in just over a year, made an effort to keep Sanchez apprised of his activities, and Sanchez, in turn, provided resources to the CMAT mission. Relations between CJTF-7 and the Civilian Police Assistance Training Team, or CPAT, however, were not so cordial. When former New York Police Commissioner Bernard "Bernie" Kerik arrived in midsummer 2003 to take charge of CPAT and countrywide police development, one of his first actions was to prohibit CJTF-7 and its divisions from hiring any new police until the International Police Training Center in Jordan became operational. This dismissed the fact that CJTF-7 units had already begun working with and training police recruits on their own. One of the outcomes of the dysfunction between Kerik and the coalition military units was that the Iraqi police, already suffering from corruption and questionable manning, became the most problematic of the Iraqi security services. The police forces suffered from disparate methods of training and equipping and nepotistic hiring practices, while the police rosters were filled with ghost police, who were on payroll but did not actually show up for work. In September 2003, CJTF-7 reported that more than 60,000 of the planned Iraqi police force of 77,000 were working, but only around 30,000 of those were actually policing. The rest of the ghost police were receiving pay, and these invisible police were only one symptom of a much larger problem. On September 16th, Bremer cautioned Abizaid and Rumsfeld that it would take at least a year to build a capable police force and advised those watching the numbers of police in briefings not to be fooled by those statistics. CENTCOM's own concerns about the Iraqi police grew along with the size of the police force. On November 18th, Abizaid's advisors concluded that, with insufficient resources to support accelerating police development, the ineffectiveness of CPAT and its director, and CJTF-7's lack of logistics to support the program, quote, "It is increasingly clear that the Iraqi police service is a potential point of failure in Iraq," end quote. During a Thanksgiving visit to Iraq, Abizaid spoke with a battalion executive officer whose thoughts on the matter accorded with Abizaid's misgivings about the status of the Iraqi police and tactical problems with the Iraqi security forces writ large. Quote, The Iraqi police are broken to an almost indescribable degree. For the first few weeks of joint patrols, we literally had to chase them down in the streets to get them to walk with us. I had to coerce an IP to get him to complete a foot patrol with me. The situation is slowly improving, but the police still have no radios, limited uniforms, not enough weapons, and no windows or doors in any of their police stations. We still have a long way to go before they're ready to be partners in keeping the peace." End quote. Beyond the police, the overall Iraqi Security Forces development mission was suffering from a lack of consistency in terms of composition, resources, and organization. The Iraqi Civil Defense Corps, or ICDC, was an initiative that originated with the 101st Airborne Division as a means of leveraging unemployed former Iraqi security personnel and tribal militias to support the scarce U.S. military footprint on the ground. As different divisions adopted the ICDC concept, CJTF-7 attempted to support the endeavor, intending for the ICDC to assist the coalition military temporarily with internal security. The ICDC was meant to eventually be disbanded, integrated into the new Iraqi army, or form the basis for an Iraqi Reserve or National Guard force. Because Sanchez was blocked from overt involvement with the Security Force Development Mission, he gave little guidance about how each division should develop their ICDC battalions. As a result, unit approaches to ICDC and police development were mixed. CJTF-7 reported in December that the ICDC was, quote, "widely recognized by the Iraqi people," end quote, as a capable and effective force, but in actuality, coalition units struggled to get weapons, uniforms, and vehicles for their ICDC battalions and police. Training and equipping across those forces was far from standardized. Some commanders diverted their increasingly scarce Commander's Emergency Response Program, or CERP, funds to the Iraqi security forces instead of to reconstruction projects, while others did not, leading to impressive police and ICDC training academies in a few regions that could not be duplicated across the country. Iraqi security leaders tended to give conflicting accounts of the types of equipment they needed for their forces, pistols in particular, but those requests, too, were only met for isolated units and not for the entire Iraqi forces. The training and equipping of the CJTF-7-led Iraqi security forces missions continued in a disparate fashion until the Iraqi forces generally failed in the large-scale violence that would come in spring 2004. The recruiting mechanisms that CJTF-7 units used for the ICDC, Iraqi police, and some of the other security services created another problem. Coalition units often recruited tribes, militias, or families wholesale into specific units or branches of service, expecting that Iraqi nationalism would naturally tie them to the national interest. Unlike the new Iraqi army, whose individual recruits came from all regions and sects of Iraq, CJTF-7 divisions recruited the ICDC, Iraqi Police, Facilities Protection Service, and Border Police members locally and trained them in their native towns. This is similar to the U.S. Army National Guard, a practice based on the premise that home-based forces would have the greatest stake in the security of their local areas. The same was true for the local Iraqi police units created by the coalition divisions. Coalition officers eventually determined that many on the local police payroll were relatives of Iraqi government officials and tribal leaders who used the police pay system as a means of providing incomes to their families and tribes. Over time, the tribal militias that the coalition divisions hired came to be absorbed into the border police and facilities protection services as part of the coalition's objectives to transfer Iraq's borders and critical infrastructure to the control of the national government. When combined with CJTF-7's inability to organize security force development at the operational level, local recruiting efforts meant that a significant portion of the ICDC battalions, local police, border forces, and facilities protection services created by the divisions, though marginally capable, remained loyal to parochial rather than national interests. The coalition's tactical adaptations. Although there was scant synchronization of offensive operations at CJTF-7, each division gradually developed what its leaders believed were effective methods to regain the initiative against enemy forces. In Baghdad, the 30,000 soldiers under Dempsey's command sought to maintain security in a city of 5.6 million people spread across 94 military zones through aggressive traffic control points. Judging that it was not feasible for the 1st Armored Division to sustain large numbers of presence patrols or traffic control points, Dempsey decided to shift from that defensive posture to precision operations against the Fedayeen, criminals, and extremist groups like Ansar al-Islam that he believed were disrupting the division's efforts to restore security. Dempsey also had his units closely monitor the city's mosques for harbingers of future unrest. Far to the west at the Syrian border, the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment experimented with techniques to interdict foreign fighter routes coming from Syria. Establishing a wide net to block ingress and egress routes at certain hours of darkness, the cavalrymen then conducted multiple cordon and search operations within that net, using the intelligence and documents acquired in those searches to build targeting packets for the next night's operations, a technique the 82nd Airborne Division adopted in the remainder of Anbar province. The initial shortage of information about Iraqi society and locally based resistance groups, while problematic at the operational level, did not prevent the divisions from finding innovative methods of better understanding local adversaries. Although regulations of the time prohibited personnel untrained in human intelligence from being human intelligence collectors, most divisions acknowledged that, quote, every soldier was a censor, end quote, and began to incorporate information from tactical patrols and chance engagements with Iraq's citizens into their intelligence analysis. The divisions gradually expanded the use of smaller unmanned aerial vehicles and direction-finding platforms, resulting in more accurate targeting of hostile actors. The 1st Armored Division, 4th Infantry Division, and the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions each began incorporating external units and agencies working within their battle space into their operations and targeting processes. In Baghdad, Dempsey created a targeting board comprised of his own maneuver units, civil affairs, and information operations personnel, along with other agency representatives to wage an undeclared, quote, Battle of Baghdad, end quote, against former regime elements entering the city from rallying points in the Sunni Triangle. Farther north in the 4th Infantry Division sector, Odierno established a functional relationship with special operations and other national agencies to share intelligence and prepare joint operations against the high-value targets listed on CENTCOM's deck of cards. The close collaboration between the 4th Infantry Division and Special Operations Forces allowed each to capitalize on the other's strengths. In Anbar, Swanek likewise organized weekly meetings between his commanders and the Special Operations Forces working in the province to determine joint targets and develop operations against them. In Nineveh in September 2003, Petraeus formed a Joint Interagency Task Force, or JIATF, to synchronize intelligence assets and deconflict disparate conventional and unconventional operations against hostile forces in the 101st Airborne Division's area. The JIATF included representatives from CPA's governorate teams, special operations forces, and interagency officials who were working in Mosul, including the Iraq Survey Group, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the intelligence community. JIATF North's, or JIATF-N, work led to synchronized raids against a large number of targets, including some of the organizers of Muhammad Yunus al-Ahmad's Hizb al-Auda. Rarely, however, did CJTF-7 synchronize the operations of these tactical, joint, and interagency organizations with its own offensive operations or synthesize the associated tactical information and intelligence across the division battle spaces. As a result, while the tactical units could judge that they were achieving some success in their respective areas, seams along the division boundaries remained to offer opportunities for Sunni resistance organizations to organize large-scale attacks across the theater. As the 1st Armored Division would later describe in its after-action review for its 2003 to 2004 deployment, U.S. divisions found themselves conducting offensive and stability operations simultaneously, forcing them to adapt and integrate lethal and non-lethal effects into their targeting processes. Personnel and expertise shortages also forced division commanders to employ significant portions of their forces in non-traditional operations. In Baghdad, Dempsey found that he had to send maneuver soldiers to support civil affairs missions and make maneuver commanders responsible for distributing CERP funds for reconstruction projects. A shortage of infantry soldiers for patrolling and civil affairs soldiers for reconstruction also led the 4th Infantry Division and the 82nd Airborne Division to retrain their artillerymen and other soldiers to conduct patrols in civil affairs operations. They also decentralized military police, intelligence, and other division support units across their maneuver brigades, which became a widespread practice. Although commanders in the 4th Infantry Division maintained separate targeting processes for lethal and non-lethal operations to avoid confusion, some units began integrating the two into the same process to improve their understanding of complex environments and deconflict the fine line between hostile and helpful behavior. In the 101st Airborne Division, an Integrated Effects Working Group merged representatives of the lethally focused JIATFN with experts working on governance, reconstruction, and economic development to determine the most useful ways of approaching problem areas in Nineveh and the Kurdish provinces. The 4th Infantry Division eventually moved to this same model and, by the end of their time in Iraq, had transitioned to a blend of operations that was 10% offensively focused and 90% focused on reconstruction. Another byproduct of the blended targeting operations was that those working at CMOCs and other civil affairs-oriented units understood how to incorporate information provided by grateful and concerned local citizens at their centers into the targeting of hostile activity, while those troops focused on offensive operations could also identify local grievances that were best resolved by non-lethal means. The result was that many units moved to a targeting model that not only identified whom to watch or capture, but also which local leaders to engage, where and what type of reconstruction projects were most needed, and how best to distribute resources across an array of missions. A common topic in these integrated targeting boards was the employment of the CERP, a tool that all the coalition divisions agreed was one of their most critical enablers in post-regime Iraq. CJTF-7 divisions all expanded the use of CERP funds beyond reconstruction projects to microbusiness loans, food, salaries, and equipment for the Iraqi security forces under their control, as well as compensatory payments for the families of citizens who were wrongly detained or harmed during offensive operations. The 1st Armored Division spent a considerable amount of its CERP funds reopening national hospitals and clinics, building or renovating local government buildings, and supporting the national judiciary and legal system. The 82nd Airborne Division used CERP to refurbish mosques during Ramadan in an effort to curb anti-coalition sentiment among Anbar's population. The 101st Airborne Division used CERP to establish a Northern Iraq Office of Judicial Operations and an anti-corruption office, as well as the Eagle Village of Hope, which provided low-cost housing and job skills training to underprivileged Iraqi citizens. In Basra, Major General Graham Lamb in MNDSE was grateful to receive U.S. CERP support because the British government did not provide sufficient funds to support his reconstruction efforts. Abizaid and Sanchez continued to press the CPA, which remained focused on large-scale reconstruction projects, to decentralize funding from the Iraqi ministries down to the provinces and get the additional CERP funds authorized in a new supplemental budget pushed down to the tactical level. The Sadrist challenge continues. Although Muqtada Sadr's followers appeared more subdued after the unrest of August 2003, their resentment had simply been turned from a boil down to a simmer, and CPA's apparent endorsement of the Sadrists' main rivals, the Hakims and SCIRI, as part of the Iraqi Governing Council, had only widened the rift between Sadr and the coalition. The Sadrists grew further incensed when SCIRI began using its influence with the coalition to extend the reach of the Badr Corps militia. SCIRI leader Abdul Aziz al-Hakim had lobbied CJTF-7 to use the Iraqi Civil Defense Corps as a vehicle to disband or absorb armed militias, including the Badr Corps, after Bremer declared all militias illegal. When Hakim offered that CJTF-7 could transform the Badr Corps battalions into ICDC battalions in Najaf, Bremer countered in September with a proposal to integrate Badr Corps members into the ICDC as individuals, an offer Hakim accepted. For Iraqi observers, it appeared that Hakim had the ability to influence both the Iraqi Governing Council and the coalition leadership, and that it might not be long before he could use the Badr Corps to attack Shia rivals as well as Sunni militants. Since the minor Sadrist uprising in Baghdad in August, Dempsey's troops had observed Sadr's men taking over administrative buildings and mosques responsible for overseeing the financial management of the holy Shia shrines. This convinced Dempsey that Sadr's activities in Sadr City, Kadhimiya, Karbala, and elsewhere were, quote, less aimed at gaining political and religious influence and more at gaining financial influence, end quote, that would enable Sadr to grow his militia and expand his future power. Dempsey's concerns were realized sooner than he anticipated. Shortly after denouncing the Iraqi Governing Council, Sadr announced that he would work with other similarly disgruntled parties to form an alternative governing council based in Sadr City. He then strengthened his position by sending Jaish al-Mahdi militia to guard the Najaf Hawza in early October, effectively putting the Shia religious leadership under his physical control and prompting Deputy Sekdef Paul Wolfowitz to again press for military options for detaining or killing Muqtada Sadr. On October 11th, Abizaid briefed Wolfowitz that the coalition could seize Sadr within 3 to 4 days. It was a step Bremer strongly endorsed, but that Abizaid and Sanchez both opposed for the same reasons they had raised in August. The generals were ultimately successful in convincing first Wolfowitz and then Rumsfeld that cracking down on members of Sadr's militia was more effective and less disruptive than capturing Sadr himself. A few days later, troops from the 1st Armored Division joined forces with the Polish division in MNDCS to forcibly expel the Sadrists from the shrine in Karbala, after which CJTF-7 installed hand-picked replacements for the Sadrists on the council in Sadr City. After this confrontation, coalition officials observed that the Friday prayers led by the Sadrist firebrand cleric Abdul Hadi al-Daraji at the Al-Ahrar Mosque in Sadr City drew significantly fewer listeners than before the raids, from which the coalition concluded that Sadr and his Mahdi army lacked the power to counter the coalition. Dempsey and CJTF-7 judged that they had neutralized the Sadrist threat by showing the militia members that there was no sanctuary in the sacred shrines. By the end of October 2003, the British also seemed to have the situation in Basra in hand, though their relative isolation from the rest of CJTF-7 prevented them from seeing the province's connection to the greater Shia challenge. Nor did their American partners to the north keep them fully informed. Like the other multinational forces, the British initially could not access the secure internet the U.S. military used to distribute orders and reports, and CJTF-7 did not begin converting to an international network until late 2003. In the meantime, Governance Coordinator Synut observed in November that MNDSE was not a British fiefdom isolated from the forces at work in the rest of Iraq. In his estimation, the Sadrist, quote, infection, end quote, was spreading into the British sector from MNDCS, and he was unable to convince nervous clerics in Nasiriyah to speak out against Sadr. This was among the first indicators that the Sadrists were far from contained and, though temporarily off balance in Najaf, Karbala, and Baghdad, were quietly extending their grasp to Iraq's largest southern population centers. Faced with shortages, increased hostility from Sunni resistance groups, terrorist attacks against the international presence, and an organizational energy drain because of supporting the understaffed CPA, CJTF-7 provided only scant operational guidance, leaving its divisions to operate independently with few linkages across their division areas of operation. Disparate approaches to operations meant that some unit areas flourished while others bore the brunt of the rising insurgency. Zarqawi and other insurgents took advantage of CJTF-7's lack of synchronization, exploiting unit boundaries and blind spots to organize increasingly lethal attacks against the coalition military and its partners. Far from being neutralized, as CJTF-7 believed, Sadr and his militia had sustained only temporary setbacks, employing an operational pause to regroup in support of Sadr's longer-term ambitions. As CENTCOM and coalition commanders were beginning to discover, the truly decisive operation in Iraq was not the combat phase, but the stability phase that almost no one had prepared for, and that neither senior civilian leaders nor senior U.S. commanders were prepared to allocate sufficient time or resources to complete properly. An increasingly unstable, dangerous environment began draining international support for the Iraq effort and, when combined with pressure from the Pentagon to redeploy the invasion force quickly, the ambitious timelines proposed in new campaign plans from CPA, CENTCOM, and CJTF-7 to transfer responsibility to the Iraqi government began to move from difficult to impossible. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Muddling Through. August to October 2003. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 9. Down the Spider Hole. October to December 2003. Of the U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1. By U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 9. Down the Spider Hole. October to December 2003. Page 227. During the fall of 2003, the coalition found itself in a precarious situation whose dangers it was slow to acknowledge. The haphazard security operations of that summer and fall generated thousands of Sunni prisoners the coalition had not been prepared to hold, leading to startling revelations about the state of detention operations. The Combined Joint Task Force 7, or CJTF-7, began to realize that the former regime insurgency and the growing foreign insurgent elements were much stronger than coalition leaders had initially thought. Though tactical operations from October to December ultimately would lead to the capture of Saddam Hussein, they also would show that the insurgency was far more than just a rebellion intended to return Saddam and the former regime to power. Abu Ghraib and the Emerging Detention Problem. Page 227. As the number of detainees in coalition custody approached 10,000 in the fall of 2003, CJTF-7 and its divisions struggled to manage this growing detainee population. Coalition units had few reliable means to track detainees or an accurate way to determine their names and identities. Iraqis, including tribal sheikhs and Iraqi Governing Council members, complained of the difficulties in obtaining information on the whereabouts of their constituents' relatives in the coalition's custody. This situation bred resentment and undermined General John P. Abizaid's August 2003 pledge to Iraqi leaders to, quote, free innocent detainees with help from the local leaders, end quote. The coalition's detention facilities proved unfit. The looting of the former regime's internment facilities had left the Coalition Provisional Authority, or CPA, and CJTF-7 with an Iraqi prison infrastructure that was inadequate for the numbers and types of detainees captured by the coalition divisions. Both Ambassador L. Paul Bremer and Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez were reluctant to reopen the vacated Abu Ghraib prison given its notorious role as a torture site under the former regime, but they had few options. A CPA report in the summer of 2003 concluded that Abu Ghraib was the only prison facility in condition for quick restoration to house maximum security inmates. Sanchez put the 800th Military Police Brigade, a U.S. Army Reserve unit commanded by Brigadier General Janis L. Karpinski, in charge of detention operations at Abu Ghraib, with Colonel Thomas M. Pappas and his 205th Military Intelligence Brigade responsible for leading interrogations and obtaining intelligence from the prisoners. However, the two brigades lacked personnel trained in detention and interrogation. The problem, immediately apparent, greatly slowed the vetting of detainees and the separation of those high in intelligence value from those whose information lost value over time. The Military Intelligence Brigade had to stretch its small contingent of interrogators and interpreters to support Abu Ghraib while it continued with its primary task of providing intelligence to the Corps headquarters. After 6 weeks as commander, Sanchez visited Abu Ghraib in August 2003 to get a better understanding of the burgeoning insurgency from the detainee population. What he saw alarmed him. Located in the middle of a former Republican Guard area with a pro-Saddam population, the Abu Ghraib facility experienced almost daily mortar and rocket attacks. The military policemen, who also lacked combat experience or training, were ill-prepared to secure the facility on their own. Sanchez attributed the military police brigade's ineffectiveness to a lack of training and to Karpinski's failed leadership. Although he decided not to relieve Karpinski in the absence of a replacement, Sanchez placed Pappas formally in charge of Abu Ghraib. His concerns also led him to try to consolidate detention operations in a series of fragmentary orders in late summer 2003. Sanchez requested outside assistance to advise him and his units on how to manage detainee operations. In the meantime, the situation at Abu Ghraib worsened as the detainee population grew. By October, the 7,000-man detainee population at Abu Ghraib outmanned the 92 military police on duty there by approximately a 75-to-1 ratio, compared to the 1-to-1 ratio used at the Guantanamo Bay, Cuba detention facility. To fill their personnel shortfalls, both brigades turned to contractors who often lacked training in military interrogation techniques, policy, and doctrine, a measure that had serious consequences. The status of the detainees. These detention problems were compounded by the coalition's internal confusion about the legal disposition of those in CJTF-7 custody and how they should be handled in detention and interrogation. It was unclear, for instance, whether the Fedayeen and those detained after major combat operations ended were enemy prisoners of war, or EPW, who by law should be treated under the provisions of the Third Geneva Convention, civilian internees or detainees treated under the provisions of the Fourth Geneva Convention, or unlawful enemy combatants, a category that U.S. officials in Washington had ruled were not entitled to the protections guaranteed to EPWs under the Geneva Conventions. Options for trying the detainees included courts-martial, military commissions, and the Iraqi courts, each with its advantages and disadvantages. Courts-martial generally were appropriate only for U.S. military personnel under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Military tribunals could result in a death penalty sentence, an outcome opposed by the United Kingdom and the international community. The Iraqi courts, in their infancy, proved inconsistent in 2003. Ultimately, it was determined that the prisoners CJTF-7 had in custody did not meet the criteria of enemy prisoners of war, and that they should instead be treated as civilian internees covered under the statutes of the Fourth Geneva Convention. At the same time, it was decided that relatively few met the criteria for unlawful combatants, a category that President George W. Bush outlined in a February 7, 2002 memorandum that instructed the U.S. military how to treat the al-Qaeda and Taliban fighters on the battlefield in Afghanistan. The decision to categorize CJTF-7 prisoners as civilian internees gave those captured considerable legal protections, including a requirement for semi-annual reviews of their detention status. Like many decisions made in the first few months after the end of major combat operations, it became an unchanged precedent that had a profound impact on the conduct of the war. The Abu Ghraib abuses. The nebulous legal status of detainees created fertile ground for abuse and misconduct. After September 11, 2001, or 9/11, and the invasion of Afghanistan, the president approved a set of methods labeled, quote, enhanced interrogation techniques, end quote, for use against, quote, unlawful enemy combatants, end quote, that many believed were prohibited by the Geneva Conventions. This decision opened the door for those interrogating, quote, unlawful enemy combatants, end quote, to use a host of methods not listed in the Army's Field Manual for Intelligence Interrogations, Field Manual 34-52. Confusing and inconsistent unit policies on interrogation techniques resulted in methods involving, quote, mild physical contact, end quote, that were outside the Geneva Convention's guidelines but used in order to obtain time-sensitive intelligence on terrorist activities. At an American detention facility in Bagram, Afghanistan, 2 Afghan detainees died in U.S. custody in a November 2002 incident that did not result in any changes until after the scandal at Abu Ghraib became public in 2004. Sanchez later would assert that the Army's reluctance to acknowledge the Bagram abuses committed by soldiers of the 28th Airborne Corps prevented it and U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, from rectifying the greater problems of legal interrogation procedures. In the absence of specific guidance from the Army, CENTCOM, or CJTF-7, interrogators in Iraq during 2003 relied on Army FM 34-52 and on unauthorized techniques that had migrated from loosely supervised interrogations in Afghanistan. Elements of the 519th Military Intelligence Battalion, which had just come from Afghanistan, became responsible for managing interrogation operations at Abu Ghraib in late July 2003. It prepared draft interrogation guidelines that closely resembled the standard operating procedures used by Special Operations Forces in Afghanistan in 2003. Many of those techniques did not conform to the Geneva Conventions. At the CJTF-7 level, however, Sanchez and other senior leaders apparently were unaware of the Afghanistan connection and the Bagram incident. They only knew that their soldiers struggled to manage interrogations of suspected Iraqi insurgents and foreign terrorists. In Mosul, the 101st Airborne Division reported it was investigating alleged detainee abuse by soldiers from one of its intelligence companies, a development that revealed not just soldier wrongdoing, but also the greater problem of inadequate experienced personnel and infrastructure to support detention and interrogation operations. In the 4th Infantry Division's area, Major General Raymond Odierno observed similar problems and, recognizing that he was unlikely to receive the resources needed to manage his large detainee population properly, began sending increasing numbers of his division's prisoners to Abu Ghraib, a facility the 4th Infantry Division presumed was more professionally run than the division's local detention centers. Odierno and his division had little idea that the theater detention center in Baghdad was as fraught with problems as those run by the divisions. Sanchez's request for outside assistance on detention operations was fulfilled when Major General Jeffrey D. Miller arrived on August 31st with a team from the detention facility in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, to evaluate the strategic interrogation of detainees in Iraq. Miller's team identified many problems with the detention facility at Abu Ghraib and received Sanchez's approval to make on-the-spot adjustments to military police and military intelligence operations at the facility and to detainee segregation methods. But Miller's primary focus concerned the effectiveness of interrogation operations. On September 9th, he advised that CJTF-7 should train a dedicated guard force that was, quote, actively engaged in setting the conditions for successful exploitation of internees, end quote. In other words, he recommended that military police at Abu Ghraib should create an environment in support of military intelligence interrogations. After conferring with CENTCOM on October 12th, Sanchez issued a new CJTF-7 policy authorizing methods, quote, only slightly stronger than those in FM 34-52, end quote. However, different units interpreted the new policy differently. Pappas later stated that the policy was explained to his military intelligence brigade as, quote, the things you can and can't do with interrogations, end quote. The 800th Military Police Brigade was not briefed on Sanchez's new policy because it was not responsible for interrogations. This created additional confusion between the two commands at Abu Ghraib. Miller's was not the only detention-related assistance CJTF-7 received. On October 13th, Army Provost Marshal Major General Donald J. Ryder arrived in Iraq with a second team to inspect CJTF-7 internment practices. Ryder and his people found that deficiencies in manpower and training in the detention system in Iraq created the potential for human rights abuses, although he noted that, quote, no military police units purposely applied inappropriate confinement practices, end quote. On November 6th, Ryder discussed his findings with Sanchez, including Ryder's reservations about Karpinski's ability to command and his proposals for new procedures for in-processing and managing detainees. Ryder also made recommendations about overall corrections systems management, legal processing for detainees, and plans to transition the theater detention facilities to an Iraqi-run correction system, all recommendations that CJTF-7 planned to adopt. Unfortunately, Ryder's recommendations and Sanchez's policy changes came too late. Between October 25th and November 6, 2003, at precisely the time the Ryder team was inspecting CJTF-7 detention facilities, Abu Ghraib became a site of prisoner abuse and maltreatment. Soldiers from the 372nd Military Police Company, a reserve unit from Maryland, arrived at Abu Ghraib on October 13th and were assigned guard duty in the section housing Tier 1 detainees, those considered most dangerous. On October 25th, just 12 days into its deployment, the untrained and poorly supervised soldiers dragged a prisoner around the cell block on a cargo strap leash while taking photos of the detainee and Private First Class Lindy England. This behavior degenerated further when, on November 3rd, an Army Criminal Investigation Division, or CID, interrogator brought to the Tier 1 section a new prisoner suspected of involvement in the killing of 5 Americans and instructed 372nd Military Police Company Sergeant Charles Grainer to subject the detainee to stressful treatment in order to soften his resistance to questioning. Grainer shouted at the man while forcing him to stand hooded on an empty box for hours at a time. Joined by fellow military policemen, Sergeant Ivan Chip Frederick and Specialist Michael Smith, Grainer attached the detainee to some loose electrical wires hanging from a wall, telling him that if he moved, he would be electrocuted. Other detainees were sodomized, stacked naked in human pyramids, beaten, and raped. None of the soldiers knew that the photos of their acts of abuse from that week would surface months later and cause a worldwide uproar. At the time, Sanchez, CJTF-7 Intelligence Chief Brigadier General Barbara Fast, Karpinski, and Pappas were unaware of these abuses, which would not come to light until early 2004. However, Sanchez's concerns increased on November 5th when an Iraqi detainee died at Abu Ghraib while being questioned by non-Department of Defense or DoD U.S. interrogators, just 2 days after Grainer's as-yet unknown abuse incident. The man had died from blows to the head in an incident that a DoD autopsy ruled a homicide. While Sanchez remained concerned about detention issues, he was convinced for the moment that other agencies were responsible for the worst abuses, not the soldiers under his command. The Ramadan Offensive, page 231. The insurgents strike. During the fall of 2003, CJTF-7 leadership divided its attention among the seemingly disconnected though increasing incidents of violence around the country, the thorny problems of detention operations, and the planning required for the troop rotations and drawdowns scheduled for early 2004. These matters obscured indications of a concerted insurgent effort later dubbed the Ramadan Offensive. In what was to become an annual phenomenon for the U.S.-led coalition, insurgent attacks spiked significantly during the holy month of Ramadan in Iraq, which began October 26, 2003. In early October 2003, at least 3 Sunni resistance groups formulated plans to attack the coalition during the holy month of Ramadan. Jaish Mohammed had grown considerably by filling its ranks with former Fedayeen members. It also developed a relationship with a National Islamic Resistance Front led by a former Iraqi colonel and Saddam's half-brother, Sabawi Ibrahim al-Tikriti, the latter based in Syria. Tikriti and the former colonel made an agreement with Syrian leaders whereby members of the group could purchase supplies inside Syria at reduced prices, transit the Iraq-Syria border with ease, and receive direct support from Syria through the Syrian branch of the Ba'ath Party. Jaish Mohammed also had well-established cells in the Sunni areas of the Rashid and Qarada districts of Baghdad, as well as Ramadi, Fallujah, and Baquba, and was well-positioned to attack a variety of coalition military targets. The Ansar al-Islam offshoot, Ansar al-Sunnah, also prepared for attacks against 2 of its historical enemies, the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, or PUK, and the Turkish military presence in Iraq, as well as against some other international players. Ansar al-Sunnah acted quickly on its plans to attack Turkish interests, carrying out a suicide car bombing of the Turkish embassy in Baghdad on October 14th. This bombing caused no casualties other than the bomber. Finally, Abu Musab al-Zarqawi intended to use both foreigners and Iraqis to initiate his own offensive against the coalition, Iraqi security forces, and coalition partners. These resistance groups marked the Ramadan holiday with a series of attacks targeting the coalition military and the fledgling Iraqi security forces. They also attacked the locations hosting Deputy Secretary of Defense or SecDef Paul Wolfowitz, who was making a visit to Iraq as Ramadan began. Shortly after Wolfowitz visited Tikrit on October 25th, rocket-propelled grenade fire downed a Black Hawk helicopter, wounding 5 soldiers. On October 26th, a mortar attack killed 1 soldier at an Abu Ghraib police station. A gunman assassinated a deputy mayor of Baghdad, and rockets struck the Rashid Hotel in Baghdad where Wolfowitz was staying. Although the deputy secretary emerged unhurt, the attack killed an American colonel and wounded 16 others. The next morning, a suicide bomber drove an explosives-laden ambulance into the headquarters of the International Red Crescent in Baghdad, killing 12. 5 additional suicide car bombings against Iraqi police stations in Baghdad followed in the space of 45 minutes, killing 1 American soldier, 26 Iraqi civilians, and 8 Iraqi police officers. Police captured a 6th would-be suicide bomber, a Sudanese national. After a bloody 2 days of fighting with 47 dead and 244 wounded, attack rates against the coalition and its supporters continued to rise for the rest of Ramadan, reaching a peak of 45 per day. Ramadan also brought increased targeting of coalition aircraft. On November 2nd, Sunni militants shot down a CH-47 Chinook helicopter west of Baghdad, killing 16 soldiers and making it the deadliest single day for American troops since March 23rd, the most costly day of the invasion. The attack was most likely carried out by Albu Isa tribesmen retaliating against the coalition for arresting a senior Albu Isa leader, Sheikh Barakat, just days before. A few days later, insurgents shot down a Black Hawk helicopter near Tikrit, killing another 6 soldiers. Shortly thereafter, a Black Hawk attempting to avoid enemy fire collided with another Black Hawk in Mosul, killing 17 soldiers and bringing the number of American troops killed in the space of 2 weeks to more than 60. The Ramadan attacks also targeted U.S. coalition partners. On November 12th, a suicide car bomber dispatched by Zarqawi attacked the headquarters of the Italian military contingent in Nasiriyah, killing 19 Italian soldiers and 8 Iraqis. This attack was the deadliest against international troops since the beginning of the war and marked the Italian military's single worst loss of life since World War II. During the rest of the month, insurgent attacks killed 2 Japanese diplomats near Tikrit, 2 Korean contractors, and 1 Colombian national. On November 29th, Ansar al-Islam killed an additional 7 Spanish intelligence agents in an ambush in Mahmudiyah. These attacks brought the total number of coalition dead and wounded during the month of Ramadan to at least 126 soldiers killed and more than 750 wounded, surpassing the death toll of the invasion and subsequent major combat operations to that date. In addition to causing hundreds of military casualties, the more than 1,000 insurgent attacks in November targeted Iraqi infrastructure, Iraqi security forces, and Iraqis believed to be cooperating with the coalition. Sanchez noted that during the 32 days of Ramadan, insurgent attacks on Iraqis doubled, with a total of 74 recorded attacks against civilian or Iraqi government officials and 84 attacks against the Iraqi security forces. Among the Iraqis killed was Muhan Jabr al-Shuwaili, a judge from Najaf in charge of a commission investigating former members of Saddam's regime. His death sparked protests by Iraqis demanding better security. A final, bloody confrontation in the 4th Infantry Division's area of operations marked the end of Ramadan. On November 30th, more than 100 insurgents wearing Fedayeen Saddam uniforms ambushed 2 American convoys delivering new Iraqi currency to banks in Samarra. The 4th Infantry Division repelled the assaults, killing at least 54 of the attackers, but the message from the holy month of Ramadan was clear. Iraqi and foreign Sunni resistance groups were sufficiently resourced and organized for larger-scale operations against coalition targets, a far cry from the isolated dead-enders SecDef Donald Rumsfeld and CJTF-7 had expected to eliminate. Response to the Ramadan attacks. In Baghdad, Bremer cast the increased insurgent activity as, quote, no strategic threat, end quote, to the CPA-led reconstruction operations and emphasized that the United States would not, quote, cut and run, end quote, from the country. Outside Iraq, some analysts viewed the Ramadan offensive as analogous to the 1968 Tet offensive in Vietnam, meant to convince Americans, their coalition partners, and Iraqis that the coalition was involved in a losing cause. In Washington, the administration responded to the deteriorating situation by announcing the CPA's mission would be sharply curtailed. On November 15th, the United States announced that the transition of sovereignty to Iraqi control would occur at an accelerated pace, in just over 7 months, rather than the originally planned 2 to 3 years. The new timeline called for the selection of a transitional assembly that would elect a provisional government in June 2004, when Iraq would be granted sovereignty and the CPA would dissolve. Before national elections, a set of principles of government would become Iraq's basic laws and eventually lead to a new constitution. In addition to the perception of success, the administration hoped that the accelerated transfer of authority, power, and sovereignty to Iraq would reduce support for the insurgency. Beyond the United States, the late 2003 insurgent offensive had a significant impact on international involvement in the coalition campaign. The United Nations, or UN, had already largely removed its footprint to Jordan. The November bombing of the Italian Carabinieri in Nasiriyah placed considerable pressure on Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi, whose decision to contribute troops to Iraq was already controversial to the Italian public. Pressure mounted on other contingents, including the British, to avoid further casualties because of the political consequences. The Ramadan attacks had begun the fraying of the coalition in Iraq, leaving the United States with the challenge of keeping it together. As insurgent attacks mounted during Ramadan, coalition commanders launched counterattacks of their own. Quote, "We are going to get pretty tough," end quote, Sanchez told reporters on November 11th. On the following day, the same day the Italian contingent in Nasiriyah was bombed, the 1st Armored Division launched a series of strikes to disrupt enemy operations in Baghdad. AC-130 Spectre gunships, artillery, and mortars targeted likely launch sites for insurgent mortar attacks, while 1st Armored Division units and Iraq Civil Defense Corps battalions set up additional checkpoints throughout Baghdad. To combat the increasing numbers of improvised explosive devices, or IED, the division ordered soldiers to shoot to kill anyone digging along roads after dark. The division also launched an operation to crack down on black marketeering and other criminal networks in Baghdad, activities Major General Martin Dempsey believed were contributing to the insurgency. The division's military police also began detaining Iraqi police leaders with links to former regime organizations. These operations extended beyond Baghdad. On December 10th, after insurgents attacked Spanish troops traveling between Baghdad and Anbar, the 82nd Airborne Division undertook a series of 18 raids targeting those thought to be responsible. Further west, just before Christmas, the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment raided insurgent training camps in Rawa, capturing 11 high-value targets and a significant amount of weaponry and electronics. The 82nd Airborne Division complemented these offensive operations with non-lethal activities, such as paying to refurbish almost half of Anbar's 702 mosques during Ramadan. Meanwhile, in northern Iraq in late November and early December, the 101st Airborne Division conducted a series of operations culminating in a December 10th raid against 34 simultaneous targets in Mosul, resulting in the detention of 54 suspected insurgents, including a former Fedayeen general. The 4th Infantry Division hunted former regime loyalists in Tikrit, Bakuba, Kirkuk, and Balad, destroyed insurgent safehouses, and captured over 600 suspected insurgents. Sanchez credited these activities with reducing attacks against coalition troops in the division's area of operations. Because of the heightened insurgent activity during Ramadan, Odierno asked Sanchez for the use of the 3rd Brigade, 2nd Infantry Division en route from Kuwait to relieve the 101st Airborne Division in Mosul. The brigade, the first Stryker-equipped unit employed in Iraq, conducted raids and patrols in Samarra and Balad, the suspected sources of the massive insurgent ambush that had occurred on November 30th. Odierno used the Stryker Brigade to launch another operation on December 17th, targeting retired officers and prominent Ba'athists in Samarra. This sweep lasted nearly 2 weeks and resulted in the detention of 15 high-value targets and 111 other suspected insurgents, along with the discovery of 26 major weapons caches. Although each coalition division believed its operations against hostile forces were precise and successful, it could only measure its effectiveness in terms of the numbers of people detained and the number of weapons and ammunition seized. The divisions could not correlate their tactical operations to a reduction in violence and still lacked an accurate sense of the depth and nature of the various militant groups permeating their areas. Thus, their expansive clearing operations and raids were essentially movements to contact, symptomatic of units' dearth of information about whom they were fighting, and they often equated to only temporary setbacks for the insurgent organizations. The coalition's situational awareness. The Ramadan attacks forced CENTCOM and CJTF-7 to re-examine their intelligence picture of enemy activity. Although Abizaid remained convinced that, quote, unemployment was the primary source of strength for the insurgency, end quote, foreign-led terrorist organizations were clearly becoming problematic as well. On October 28th, 2 days into the Ramadan offensive, Abizaid briefed the Joint Chiefs on Iraq's enemy force, which he estimated consisted of approximately 4,000 former regime loyalists, 2,000 members of Ansar al-Islam, and an unknown number of foreign fighters, though he judged the number of foreign fighters cited elsewhere had been overstated. At CJTF-7, Red Cell leader Colonel Derek Harvey and other senior officers believed Abizaid was underestimating the insurgency's strength. CJTF-7 units were reporting a higher level of enemy activity than Abizaid's 6,000-plus insurgents could carry out, and U.S. troops had already detained more than 10,000 suspected insurgents in Abu Ghraib. The insurgency's networks were more complex than previous estimates appreciated, CJTF-7's officers judged. There were extensive relationships among, quote, the former denizens of Saddam's regime, the jihadists sneaking into the country, the tribes who were sympathetic to the brewing insurgency, and Zarqawi's organization, end quote, Harvey concluded. In a report entitled, quote, Sunni Arab Resistance, Politics of the Gun, end quote, Harvey detailed how Iraq's highly militarized society, paramilitary organizations, and intelligence services established under Saddam's regime had provided the foundation for a well-trained and organized insurgency. After the fall of the regime, an estimated 65,000 to 95,000 Special Republican Guard officers, intelligence officers, Fedayeen Saddam forces, Ba'ath Party militias, and their ilk had faded into the population in and around Baghdad. But even Harvey and his experts were unsure of who among these ready-made insurgents was running the insurgency's operations, and CJTF-7 continued to scramble to find enemy leaders and operatives ahead of planned attacks. This former regime threat was matched by a metastasis of Salafi militant organizations. At the same time that CJTF-7 senior analysts were coming to recognize the role of the former regime in the insurgency, the command began receiving reports that Ansar al-Islam had returned from Iran in August 2003 to set up operations in Mosul, Fallujah, and Ramadi, and to train in remote encampments in Anbar for future attacks on the coalition. In November 2003, a new group calling itself the Jaish Ansar al-Sunnah announced its presence in Iraq via a fax sent to the Arab newspaper Al-Quds al-Arabi. The group was at least inspired, if not directly linked to al-Qaeda at the time of its formation, and would quickly grow to prominence as an Iraqi-dominated terrorist organization, later to compete with Zarqawi's Tawhid wal Jihad to become the al-Qaeda franchise in Iraq. Eventually, CJTF-7 correctly determined that Ansar al-Sunnah was a subset of and a successor organization to Ansar al-Islam, and that it had been responsible for some of the Ramadan attacks. The coalition had underestimated insurgent strength in part because CJTF-7 had undercounted the number of insurgent attacks, recording perhaps as little as 1/3 of all of the hostile activities in the theater, Harvey and others concluded. Because CJTF-7 and its units had no master system to incorporate reports from Iraqi forces as well as civilian authorities, a number of insurgent attacks on Iraqi forces and even some terrorist strikes were omitted from the coalition's count because U.S. troops had not witnessed the attacks. IED events, roadside bombs, suicide bombs, and car bombs, especially were underreported, recorded in the coalition's Significant Activities or SIGACTS database only when an IED damaged a vehicle or wounded or killed soldiers. Following the CJTF-7 reporting criteria, coalition troops were not recording those IEDs that were found before they detonated but caused no casualties. Upon realizing a full 9 months into the war that a large number of incidents had gone unreported, CJTF-7 instructed its units to report all incidents in which the coalition military or its Iraqi partners were attacked, even if the attacks resulted in no injuries or damage. CJTF-7 also standardized methods for reporting SIG-acts across the theater and established clearer criteria for what should be reported as significant. Under the revamped reporting system, the Iraq theater would appear far more violent than coalition leaders had understood. The counter-IED fight. The Ramadan period also convinced coalition military leaders to take steps against what had become the Iraqi insurgency's weapon of choice, the IED. CJTF-7 began counting IED incidents in July, and over the next 5 months, the number of recorded IEDs went from 8 per month to a high of 95 effective IED attacks during Ramadan in November. By September 2003, IEDs already accounted for more U.S. combat deaths than direct-fire weapons and indirect fire combined. To reduce IED-related casualties, unit commanders sought to improve the physical protection of their soldiers. U.S. forces in Iraq had few general-purpose vehicles with armor and even fewer vehicles equipped for counter-IED activities. Although DoD recognized that units needed more and better armored vehicles, acquiring and delivering those vehicles into the country would take some time. In the interim, units in Iraq improvised by adding so-called hillbilly armor to their vehicles, using steel, plywood, and other available materials to harden their soft-skinned vehicles. In late 2003, CENTCOM requested additional armored vehicles and add-on armored survivability kits. By November, up-armored high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, or HMMWV, and add-on armor kits began pouring into theater. Because many IEDs were radio-controlled, CJTF-7 also requested and received some new equipment and systems capable of jamming some of the frequencies on which insurgents detonated their IEDs. The scale of the IED problem led Abizaid to propose to Rumsfeld and Myers in October 2003 that DoD should initiate a, quote, Manhattan Project-like effort, end quote, to confront this, quote, #1 killer of American troops, end quote. In response, Army G3 Lieutenant General Richard A. Cody created an IED task force under Brigadier General Joseph Votel that would eventually grow into the Joint IED Defeat Organization. Institutional development of an IED task force, however, was bound to be a slow process. Concerned groups working explosive ordnance in Iraq began building their own local counter-IED task force. In Baghdad, special operations officers who had discovered disparate coalition units working on counter-IED measures succeeded in merging British, American, and Australian ordnance specialists and technicians into a combined explosive exploitation cell, or CEXC, pronounced sexy. Dubbed the CSI of the counter-IED fight, the SEXI surveyed post-blast sites to collect fingerprints, gather forensic evidence to link devices to individual bomb makers, and examine unique aspects of the device's deployment. SEXI also became the first consolidated organization to diagnose the composition of IED systems as well as indirect fire weapons and relay pertinent information to field commanders. Evidence gathered by SEXI technicians, for example, led to the eventual capture of the insurgent cell that had rocketed Wolfowitz's hotel in Baghdad on October 26th. Across Iraq, each division developed its own local responses to the IED threat. In Baghdad, the 1st Armored Division attempted to counter IED use by increasing patrols along frequently trafficked routes to deter insurgents from placing IEDs among them. The 4th Infantry Division units gradually built a sophisticated set of techniques directed at the networks that constructed IEDs, reasoning that, quote, wherever there was an IED, there was a bomber, a bomb maker, a cache, and someone funding the operation, end quote. Tactical commanders also began discussing counter-IED initiatives with each other, including information about different types of IEDs, techniques for emplacing them, and ways to defeat the devices. By December 2003, CJTF-7 had consolidated this input with information from SEXI to create counter-IED smart cards showing pictures of IEDs along with the different firing mechanisms and recommended methods to defeat or bypass the devices. CJTF-7 also established an IED training cell and sent Center for Army Lessons Learned representatives to each division to assist with the counter-IED learning process. The Capture of Saddam Hussein. Page 237. Operation Red Dawn. The months-long manhunt for Iraq's former Ba'athist leadership paid off at the beginning of December with the capture of Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri's private secretary in the town of Hawija. Although Duri himself was not captured, commanders in the 4th Infantry Division sector believed the raid indicated they had made steady progress toward finding their most valuable target, whose capture, coalition leaders believed, could potentially break the insurgency: Saddam Hussein. The eventual capture of the former Iraqi president was the culmination of 6 months of intelligence-driven raids. Throughout the summer and fall of 2003, soldiers of the 1st Brigade, 4th Infantry Division had formed an increasingly close partnership with the Special Operations Forces, or SOF, working in northern Iraq to bring their complementary capabilities together. Rumors about the former Iraqi dictator's whereabouts multiplied to the point they were dubbed, quote, Elvis sightings, end quote. But Odierno and his 1st Brigade commander, Colonel James Hickey, both agreed Saddam hid somewhere in Salahuddin province. After months of fruitlessly trying to find Saddam by tracking down figures in the former regime's formal structure, 4th Infantry Division leaders and their SOF partners realized they were hunting the wrong network. The key to sifting through the many possible leads was not in the Ba'athist regime's formal apparatus, but rather in identifying the unofficial security apparatus protecting Saddam, which consisted of less powerful figures who had long-standing tribal and family ties to Saddam. Beginning in July 2003, the 4th Infantry Division and its special operations partners began building a network link diagram focused on Saddam's family and clan. Analyzing this informal network led to the capture of Brigadier General Daham Mahmedi, a man in indirect contact with Saddam through couriers whom coalition analysts had pinpointed by examining archival news footage. When questioned, Mahmedi pointed coalition officials in the direction of Mohammed al-Muslit, a former bodyguard and relative of Saddam who was already in coalition custody but had been concealing his identity. Based on information from Muslit, Hickey and special operations leaders identified 2 farms on the eastern bank of the Tigris River near Ad-Dawr as possible locations for Saddam. The area around the farms, which was actually within view of the 4th Infantry Division base in Tikrit, was covered with dense vegetation. The farms themselves were located in a riverside orchard where Saddam famously had swum the Tigris to escape capture after his failed attempt to assassinate Iraqi leader Abdul Karim Qasim in 1959. The ease with which Saddam might be able to escape again meant that the soldiers on any raid to capture him would need to establish a tight cordon around the target sites. Additionally, Hickey and his special operations partners estimated that Saddam might be guarded by 20 or 30 armed individuals, potentially making capturing him alive even more challenging. The operation that Hickey and the special operations team leaders developed, codenamed Red Dawn, involved 2 of Hickey's infantry battalions, the 299th Engineer Battalion, an aviation detachment, an artillery battalion, cavalry forces, and special operations teams. The plan called for the maneuver forces to provide an outer cordon on the eastern and western banks of the Tigris River, while Apache helicopters covered them. A cavalry troop provided the inner cordon for the special operations teams who, while supported by an armored car element, would assault the farms simultaneously. At 7:50 p.m. on December 13th, the first assault team reported no enemy forces at the first farm. At the second farm, the arrival of U.S. soldiers surprised 2 of Saddam's assistants who ran north hoping to draw the soldiers away from the small 3-room farmhouse in which they resided. During their initial search of the farmhouse and surrounding palm groves, the soldiers found 2 AK-47s and $750,000 in cash. A more thorough search of the area with the assistance of Muslit led the soldiers to a styrofoam hatch that turned out to be the opening to a small subterranean chamber that coalition troops would later refer to as a spider hole. Inside, the U.S. soldiers found an angry-looking, unkempt man who, according to one of the battalion commanders on the scene, Lieutenant Colonel Stephen D. Russell, quote, looked remarkably similar to John Brown of Civil War days, end quote. "Who are you?" the soldiers asked through an interpreter. The man responded, "I am Saddam Hussein, the duly elected president of Iraq. I am willing to negotiate." Although it would take several hours to confirm Saddam's identity scientifically, the 4th Infantry Division leaders were elated by the capture, as were Sanchez and then-President George W. Bush. On December 14th, Bremer opened a briefing of the coalition's leadership in Iraq to the press by announcing, quote, "Ladies and gentlemen, we got him," end quote. In the wake of Saddam's capture. Saddam's December 13th capture brought the coalition a sense of euphoria and an impression that events were beginning to move in a positive direction. By the week before Christmas, CJTF-7 had observed a 39% decrease in the number of IED attacks, indicating that the coalition might be making some headway in countering IEDs. In the violent Upper Tigris region, Saddam's capture was followed by the first period of real calm in the 4th Infantry Division's area, leaving CPA and CJTF-7 with an optimistic outlook as 2003 drew to its close. With Saddam and a sizable amount of his money now in custody, CJTF-7 believed that the former regime elements that had threatened Iraq's stability were well on their way to being broken, though the Red Cell predicted that the impact only would be short-term. At the same time, CJTF-7 units began using information from documents and other materials captured with Saddam to pursue what they believed were the last vestiges of the former Ba'athist resistance. As they did so, one of the key lessons that SOF and conventional leaders and analysts began to apply from Saddam's capture was the importance of using information gained from detainee interrogations to help drive operations. Despite the positive signs of the days following Red Dawn, Saddam's capture did not stop some operations whose planning had most likely already been in progress. Just 12 hours after Saddam's capture, a car bomb exploded outside the police station in Khalidiyah, and suicide bombers targeted Iraqi security forces again the following day in the northern outskirts of Baghdad. That same day, another car bomb destroyed the Amariya Criminal Investigations Department. A second car bomb exploded shortly thereafter. During a December 16th press briefing in Baghdad, Myers and Sanchez minimized these attacks and focused instead on the positive impact Saddam's capture likely would have on the insurgency. Sanchez explained that the recent car bombs were probably planned for some time. Myers noted that those left for the coalition to fight consisted mainly of terrorists and remnants of the former regime. On December 19th, the 1st Armored Division began Operation Iron Grip, directed at some 14 enemy cells in Baghdad, leading to the detention of 2 leaders, 3 financiers, and 27 fighters. Maneuver units also went after suspected mortar and rocket sites used to attack the Green Zone. Because the enemy responded with only 9 ineffective rocket-propelled grenade attacks on Christmas Day, Dempsey and Sanchez believed the operation had been a success, and that the former regime units in Baghdad, at least, had been neutralized. In contrast to the optimism of his fellow commanders, Abizaid explained to the National Security Council on December 19th and 20th that the former regime elements would continue to disrupt stability operations by attacking infrastructure and intimidating the vulnerable Iraqi police, and that the potential for ethno-sectarian conflict remained. Abizaid also mentioned that CJTF 7 divisions in the south continued to complain of Iranian influence, and one commander he met during his Thanksgiving trip to Iraq opined that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran was assisting the various Shia militias in that region of the country. Unemployment also remained a major problem and source of recruiting for the insurgency, the CENTCOM commander believed. To keep these prospective threats in check, Abizaid requested additional CERP funds and advised that CPA or another entity should resume oversight of Ba'athist reconciliation by injecting more Sunnis into the political process, while further decentralizing development and intelligence assets down to Iraq's provinces. In the wake of Saddam's capture, the alliances of convenience between foreign terrorist organizations and foreign regime elements that Abizaid had feared also were coming to fruition. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's terrorist organization remained far from subdued. By mid-December, coalition officials noted that evidence was mounting that Zarqawi had been behind the major attacks against the UN, the Jordanian embassy, and the Italian compound in Nasiriyah. On December 27th, Zarqawi launched 4 near-simultaneous attacks in the Shia holy city of Karbala. Insurgents using car bombs, mortars, and machine guns targeted 2 coalition military bases located at the city's university, as well as the local police station and the mayor's office, leaving 13 dead and more than 170 wounded, with the death toll including 6 coalition soldiers from the Bulgarian and Thai contingents stationed there. Among the wounded were 37 coalition soldiers, including 5 Americans. Alarmed, Dempsey ordered his soldiers in Baghdad and the Iraqi police to increase security in the capital by raising additional razor wire fences and establishing checkpoints in key areas of the city ahead of the New Year's holiday. Quote, "We will act appropriately to make sure that our soldiers and the Iraqi populace are protected against the potential attacks against us," end quote, General Dempsey told reporters. Just hours later, a car bomb tore through Baghdad's popular Nabil restaurant, a spot frequented by Westerners and upper-middle-class Iraqis, killing 8 and wounding dozens more. The blast was the worst in a series of bombings throughout the country that day, confirming the fears of some officials and military leaders that the real fighting in Iraq had only begun. End of Chapter 9, Down the Spider Hole. October to December 2003. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 10. Conclusion. From Invasion to Insurgency, 2002 to 2003, of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 10. Conclusion. From Invasion to Insurgency, 2002 to 2003. Page 247. Military operations during the March and April 2003 invasion of Iraq resulted in 172 coalition fatalities, almost 600 wounded, and nearly 5,000 Iraqi combatant deaths. The coalition military sustained an additional 408 killed and 2,000 wounded, detained over 10,000 suspected insurgents, and killed an additional 600 insurgents between the declared end of major combat operations on May 1st and the end of 2003. When combined with the scope and requirements of post-combat operations, the casualty numbers highlighted that Phase 4, and not Phase 3, was the decisive phase of military operations in Iraq, but that the planning time, resources, and personnel allocated for Phase 3 far exceeded those for Phase 4. The Coalition Provisional Authority, or CPA, and Combined Joint Task Force 7, or CJTF-7, were likewise poor substitutes for the capabilities of the collapsed Iraqi state. The resultant void in state power during the summer of 2003 was eventually occupied by Sunni resistance organizations, Islamic terrorists, Shia militias, the Iranian regime, and Kurdish factions, all vying for autonomy and rule in Iraq, circumstances that effectively ceded the initiative from the coalition military forces to Iraq's various insurgent groups for years to come. As 2003 came to a close, the U.S. military found itself enmeshed in a long-term occupation of Iraq it had not expected, for a variety of reasons. Then-President George W. Bush's November 2001 order to plan military operations to forcibly remove Saddam Hussein from power and eliminate his weapons of mass destruction, or WMD, program surprised military leaders who were accustomed to more limited objectives. The new plans that U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, and its subordinate units developed for Iraq were emblematic of 1990s-era military doctrine and practice. Throughout the 1990s, the combat training centers and simulations that Army units used to replicate and prepare for maneuver operations employed Cold War-era scenarios that pitted Army units against a peer or near-peer Soviet-style military formations and validated the use of deep aviation attacks as core-shaping operations. Those scenarios also taught maneuver units to avoid getting bogged down in Grozny-like urban combat and minimized the importance of any stability or peacekeeping activities that might take place at the conclusion of major combat. The Army's institutional bias in favor of Phase 3, its distaste for stability and support operations, and its expectations based on successful operations in Afghanistan led its leaders to focus on the maneuver operations that would depose the Iraq regime and to give little consideration to the aftermath. The war plan that the invasion force executed in March 2003 focused on defeating Iraq's Republican Guard, putting military pressure on Baghdad until the regime collapsed from within, and transitioning the administration of the country to the 2-month-old Office of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance, or ORHA, and an expatriate-led Iraqi interim government. The plans largely discounted Saddam Hussein's extensive paramilitary apparatus, tribal patronage system, and intra-Iraqi dynamics, all of which would play crucial roles in the ensuing instability and insurgency. The military intelligence community's similar emphasis on adversaries' conventional military forces resulted in an over-focus on Iraq's Republican Guard and regular army, and a discounting of the paramilitary forces that became the Ba'athist regime's de facto main effort by the time of the invasion. U.S. intelligence also only touched the surface of Iraq's complex social dynamics, resulting in flawed assessments about Iraqi military capabilities and inaccurate assumptions about how the Iraqi communities, tribes, and security apparatus would respond to the removal of the Ba'ath regime. The coalition's analytical bias toward a familiar, hierarchical Soviet-style enemy persisted well into the months following the Iraqi regime's collapse, inhibiting a more fundamental understanding of Iraq's politics and human terrain. At the same time, CENTCOM, Coalition Forces Land Component Command, or CFLCC, and 5th Corps, consumed by the requirements of planning for the invasion and working under the assumption that the Iraqi army would be available to help secure and stabilize post-regime Iraq, did not prepare realistic plans for securing the country with their comparatively small ground force footprint. Because of these factors, the invasion itself was an operational success, but not a strategic one. The presence of the Fedayeen and other paramilitary forces in southern Iraq surprised the coalition military, who had expected to fight conventional Iraqi forces as they advanced on Baghdad. After some tactical setbacks negating the use of deep aviation attacks as core-shaping operations and highlighting the need to secure the coalition's vulnerable lines of communications, CFLCC pressed forward. On April 9th, just under 3 weeks from the beginning of the invasion, CFLCC determined that any organized resistance in Baghdad had disappeared along with Saddam and his regime. The war, however, was far from over. Much of the country, including Anbar and Iraq's northern provinces, remained unsecured because the Special Operations Forces who had made territorial advances in those areas lacked the capacity to hold that territory alone. Furthermore, since the regime had collapsed far sooner than any of the military plans had envisioned, organizations designated to manage the transition between major combat operations and Phase 4 were still in the process of organizing themselves and formulating their plans. Even the effort to locate the Iraqi regime's WMD, the very casus belli for the U.S.-led coalition, was treated almost as an afterthought, tasked to a U.S. Army organization that was unequipped to accomplish the mission and had to be replaced by the hastily formed ad hoc Iraq Survey Group. What the coalition had intended to be a surgical regime change quickly deteriorated into the general collapse of the Iraqi state, creating a power vacuum and a breakdown of law and order. In the absence of any authority that could govern or maintain order, Iraqis looted the public infrastructure and carried out reprisal attacks against their former Ba'athist masters. CFLCC ground units did not anticipate these developments and spent weeks reacting to contact instead of preparing an orderly changeover to a transitional civil authority. Although the coalition military eventually regained some measure of control in many urban areas, the damage was done. Iraqis who had expected the United States to reestablish order quickly and improve standards of life became disillusioned as the essentials of the Iraqi state evaporated and Iraq's social order began to break down. In the midst of this turmoil, Lieutenant Generals David McKiernan and William Wallace hewed out unit boundaries that made operational sense but were often misaligned with Iraq's physical and human terrain. The new unit boundaries crossed mountain ranges, rivers, tribal lines, and smuggling routes, creating seams that later would be exploited by the Sunni resistance organizations and Shia militias that emerged in the summer of 2003. When it became apparent that the invasion forces would not have Iraqi military and police forces at their disposal to restore order, McKiernan and Wallace made a deliberate decision to make Anbar and Iraq's southern provinces, which appeared comparatively peaceful in the turbulent weeks following regime collapse, economy of force missions. After the Marines and the 3rd Infantry Division redeployed from Iraq in the summer of 2003, these two critical regions were left to a small U.S. Army contingent and a polyglot multinational force, respectively, neither of which had sufficient combat power to secure the territory and contain the unrest there. In addition to the departure of the 3rd Infantry Division and 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, or 1st MEF, the summer of 2003 also saw the replacement of some of the more seasoned forces in Iraq with people who had far less experience with the country. At the policy level, Lieutenant General retired Jay Garner's ORHA was summarily replaced by the even less resourced CPA under Ambassador L. Paul Bremer. At Secretary of Defense or SecDef Donald Rumsfeld's insistence, the CFLCC that had conducted the invasion returned to Kuwait, leaving the tactical 5th Corps headquarters to transform overnight into a theater command responsible for the entire country and led by the Army's most junior lieutenant general. At the same time, institutionally driven changes of command and mandatory military moves left some units like the 1st Armored Division with entirely new leadership. When superimposed on the hastily assembled new Iraqi Governing Council, this turnover of key personnel and organizations effectively put a combination of novices and opportunists in charge of Iraq, with neither the expertise nor the resources needed to replace the collapsed Iraqi state. Meanwhile, the CPA, CENTCOM, and CJTF-7 began moving forward with a new campaign to internationalize the Iraq effort and stand up new Iraqi security forces, with the goal of allowing the United States to reduce its footprint in Iraq dramatically to fewer than 30,000 troops by the end of 2004. This ambitious plan was thwarted by a number of factors. While it was clear that CJTF-7 needed more boots on the ground to accomplish all of its missions, Rumsfeld and the institutional army were reluctant to provide them, given their perception that the war in Iraq was effectively over as of May 1, 2003. Much of the institutional army also failed to recognize the urgency of the situation in Iraq and was eager for its units to redeploy, continue with the Army's transformation program, and be available for other contingency operations. Sources of additional personnel, too, were scarce as U.S. Army Reserve tours came to a close, and the time constraints associated with Reserve and National Guard tour lengths began to take their toll on the total force. The coalition's failure to understand the environment in Iraq had far-reaching consequences that likewise held CENTCOM's ambitious stabilization campaign goals in check. CPA Orders 1 and 2 thwarted stabilization plans by effectively removing the Iraqi civil servants and military personnel that CENTCOM had intended to use for stabilization and reconstruction operations. The Sunni backlash to CPA Orders 1 and 2 was exacerbated by the seating of a new Shia-majority Iraqi governing council comprised largely of expatriates who were competitors for power against non-expatriate factions. The foreign terrorist and former regime element organizations that had only tenuous footholds in Iraq in April 2003 gradually gained traction as the coalition military forces failed to protect the population from crime, assassinations, and reprisal attacks, alienated Sunni parties and tribes, and appeared to enable the Kurdish parties to seize territories beyond the Green Line permanently. While CJTF-7 battled a mounting number of Sunni militant groups, intra-Shia rivalries exacerbated by Iranian-backed political parties and militias began to flare into violence. Principal among these intra-Shia battles was the power struggle between Abdul Aziz al-Hakim's SCIRI and Badr militia on one side, and Muqtada Sadr and his Jaish al-Mahdi on the other, with the latter becoming increasingly problematic for the coalition as the conflict intensified. CENTCOM and CJTF-7, however, were slow to respond to the Sadrist danger and, in their anxiousness to avoid opening a second front against Iraq's seemingly placid Shia population, decided to contain Sadr rather than confront him and his militia head-on, a decision that has had far-reaching consequences for the United States ever since. CJTF-7's relatively hands-off approach to division operations, combined with varying force composition and the unique environments and human terrain in each division's area of operations, led to a diverse application of both offensive and stability operations across the country. Divisions had great leeway to operate as they saw fit in their respective areas, with mixed results. Some were able to manage their diverse regions relatively effectively, while others essentially were left conducting continual movements to contact against unknown enemies on complex terrain. Some divisions were successful in organizing joint and interagency targeting mechanisms with special operations forces and humanitarian organizations that led to more precise operations against insurgents and more focused reconstruction efforts. Others benefited from the expanded use of the Commander's Emergency Response Program, or CERP, funds to rebuild local security forces, infrastructure, and governance structures, and to find innovative ways to keep reconcilable former Ba'athists on the payroll and out of the insurgency. The variation in the application of CJTF-7's rules of engagement, however, was not so helpful, as some of the coalition's more heavy-handed tactics began creating collateral damage and political fallout detrimental to the stabilization campaign. Considering the rules for engagement for Iraq sufficient, General John Abizaid did not change them. He and Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez instead provided verbal guidance about avoiding mass sweeps of villages and treating those in their custody respectfully, but units' interpretation of that guidance varied nearly as much as the physical and human geography of each area of operations. Meanwhile, the number of detainees in coalition custody continued to mount, and the Iraqi prisoner population, categorized deliberately as enemy combatants rather than prisoners of war, became a fertile recruiting ground for all insurgent groups in Iraq. The volume of detainees, combined with a lack of adequately trained interrogators and prison guards, contributed to a dysfunctional detention system countrywide, and the criminal abuses and deaths of Iraqi prisoners at the Abu Ghraib Theater internment facility, particularly in the fall of 2003. The revelations about the Abu Ghraib abuses would fuel the Iraqi insurgency for the remainder of the coalition military's time in Iraq and beyond. In retrospect, these worsening problems of insecurity, insurgency, and political instability were symptoms of two larger problems: state collapse and civil war. A great many of the issues that the coalition had to face in the second half of 2003 were the relatively predictable consequences of the collapse of the Iraqi state, which unfolded in patterns similar to other cases of state collapse, such as those the United States and its allies had previously encountered in Somalia, the Balkans, Haiti, and even Afghanistan. The behavior of the Iraqi population in 2003 reflected the unsettling disappearance of a centralized state that for 4 decades had become the dominant force in almost all aspects of Iraqi life, atomizing most other institutions and leaving no civil society buffer between the individual and the state. When the Ba'ath collapsed and chaos ensued, nearly 30 million Iraqis began to revert to long-dormant sectarian, tribal, or ethnic identities in a quest for survival. Above all, however, the developments of 2003 indicated that in invading Iraq, collapsing the Iraqi state, and leaving a power vacuum, the U.S.-led coalition had unleashed a civil war among the many Iraqi factions and created a maelstrom in which the regional powers were compelled to intervene in order to promote their proxies and expand or secure their interests. In hindsight, many of the steps that CJTF-7 and the CPA took to try to snuff out the budding insurgency and terrorist groups were doomed to failure or even counterproductive in the absence of a larger program of political stabilization. Aggressive security operations to stop insurgents and terrorist groups against the backdrop of a vast power struggle in the country served in many cases only to drive the population toward extremist groups between both the Sunni and Shia communities. To some extent, these security operations were a red herring, distracting the coalition from the larger problems of a security vacuum for the population and a failure of governance, neither of which became the coalition's main focus until 2007. At the same time, the U.S. decision in late 2003 to move quickly toward Iraqi self-governance and an accelerated election timeline in the name of political stabilization would actually have the opposite effect. This only heightened the stakes in the violent struggle for power, inflamed divisions, and created a political process that only could be destabilizing in the midst of civil and regional war. These facts, however, would wait for years for the coalition to recognize and act on them. In the meantime, Iraqis and coalition together would descend into large-scale insurgency and pass through the fire of a brutal, sectarian civil war. End of Chapter 10. Conclusion. From Invasion to Insurgency, 2002 to 2003. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Part 2. From Insurgency to Civil War, 2004 to 2006. Chapter 11. The Gathering Storm, of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Part 2. From Insurgency to Civil War, 2004 to 2006. Page 253. Chapter 11. The Gathering Storm, page 255. For the U.S.-led coalition in Iraq, the dramatic capture of Saddam Hussein in December 2003 brought a short-lived euphoria and sense that the campaign to stabilize the country had moved into its endgame. For the first 3 months of 2004, the mood within Combined Joint Task Force 7, or CJTF-7, was cautiously optimistic, as many coalition officials assumed that without Saddam, the former regime's dead-enders would see their cause of restoring Ba'athist power evaporate. Though Anbar remained restive and an insurgency still simmered in Sunni areas, senior coalition leaders believed that the overall security situation was improving enough that it might be possible to withdraw forces to a caretaker level within a year. To that end, CJTF-7 drew up plans that blended offensive operations with stability and support operations and aimed to improve training for the Iraqi security forces. Because they believed their mission had likely turned a corner, coalition leaders instructed their units to begin to pull back from the Iraqi population centers to concentrate on large operating bases and begin to turn over security and political responsibility to the Iraqis. Unfortunately, CJTF-7's focus and positive mood did not match the actual situation. Despite Saddam's capture, the Sunni insurgency, which mostly had not looked to him for operational leadership, had reached a state of maturity in which disparate groups could communicate, plan, and execute operations both geographically and across time as part of a greater strategy. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's Tawhid wal Jihad, though not the strongest component in the vast Sunni insurgency, was gaining strength and formulating a campaign plan of its own that aimed to incite civil war. At the same time, the coalition cast about for options to address the increasingly troublesome Muqtada Sadr and his burgeoning militant following. Turbulence within the coalition. Page 255. Planning for the handover in 2004. Zarqawi and Sadr were among numerous emerging threats whose severity most coalition leaders did not sufficiently appreciate. As insurgents across the country grew in strength in the first weeks of 2004, the coalition continued with its planned replacement of nearly every brigade and division in the country by follow-on forces, some of which would arrive with expectations of a Balkans-style stabilization mission. With this view in mind, CJTF-7's undermanned staff developed a draft campaign plan that melded continued offensive operations with stability and support operations, responsibility for which would be transferred in the not-too-distant future to the Iraqis, or another competent force. The command's draft mission statement, which in the course of events was never approved or published, reflected this bifurcated objective. Quote, CJTF-7 conducts offensive operations to defeat remaining non-compliant forces and neutralize the destabilizing influences in the area of operations to create a secure environment in direct support of the Office of Coalition Provisional Authority. Concurrently support the establishment of governance and economic development to set the conditions for a transfer of operations to a designated follow-on military or civilian authorities. End quote. For CJTF-7 Commander Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez, the mission at the outset of 2004 was a continuation of the destruction of Saddam's regime, and CJTF-7 officers still considered their units in Phase 3 operations. Quote, "We had shattered the enemy, changed the regime," recalled CJTF-7's lead planner, and now what we needed to do was continue offensive operations, i.e. pursuit operations, of the remnants of the Iraqi army and the Saddam Fedayeen to complete their destruction and allow us to move forward. End quote. At the same time, in areas where the destruction of these forces had been mostly accomplished, CJTF-7 considered that its units should be conducting stability and support operations and carrying out reconstruction efforts similar to those the Army had done in the Balkans. The command's focus on transitioning its mission to someone else included a process of withdrawing from areas of contact with the Iraqi population and turning over tactical security missions to Iraqi forces. Quote, "The plan is to work very aggressively to build Iraqi capacity by February or March, to turn over control and to pull out base camps," end quote, Sanchez told Iraqi politician Sharif Ali bin Hussein on December 28, 2003, adding that after the move, quote, "quick reaction forces would be positioned to respond as necessary," end quote. As early as January 4, 2004, CJTF-7 was working out procedures for coalition units to hand over the responsibility for security to the Iraqis and turn over regional or local political control as well. Initial assessments held that the Iraqi police, considered the linchpin of relinquishing coalition responsibility, would not be ready until October 2004, but the Iraqi Civil Defense Corps, or ICDC, could be ready sooner, potentially as early as March or April. On the ground, Sanchez's guidance to withdraw from areas of contact translated into a decreasing coalition footprint and a shrinking number of forward operating bases. The 1st Armored Division in Multinational Division Baghdad, or MNDB, was emblematic of this effort. Having occupied 46 temporary forward operating bases as of May 2003, the division had reduced to just 26 in January 2004, of which its replacement, the 1st Cavalry Division, would occupy only 8. On February 10th, Sanchez briefed visiting Ambassador Robert D. Blackwell, Deputy Assistant to the President and head of the Iraq Stabilization Group at the National Security Council, or NSC, on CJTF-7's plans for coalition withdrawal from the cities. The CJTF-7 commander revealed that, quote, "In Baghdad we are shutting down and pulling our forces out of the city. By the time that 1st Cavalry Division arrives, we will have pulled all of our forces to the perimeter except 2 BCT, which provides security for the Green Zone." End quote. After the withdrawal, Sanchez explained, U.S. units would be concentrated on the southern outskirts of Baghdad, and any further need for them in the city would be worked out by coalition and Iraqi officials at joint coordination centers. Sanchez's plans to pull back from Iraqi population centers soon were copied at lower unit levels. While each coalition unit created a mission statement that blended its commander's priorities with guidance from higher headquarters, many CJTF-7 units wrote their missions to mirror closely Sanchez's own. For example, the plan for the newly arrived 3rd Brigade 2nd Infantry Division, a Stryker Brigade combat team, encompassed all of the key aspects of CJTF-7's campaign plan, including to capture or kill remaining non-compliant forces, assist in the development of Iraqi forces, and transition responsibility for maintaining civil order to Iraqi security and police forces. The decision for a 4-star headquarters. Despite CJTF-7 leaders' confidence that they had begun to get their arms around the problem of stabilizing the country, the command's difficulties in fall 2003 had convinced senior Department of Defense or DoD leaders that CJTF-7 needed to be replaced by a larger, more capable headquarters with a 4-star commander. Meeting with Secretary of Defense or SecDef Donald Rumsfeld and the Joint Chiefs of Staff in December 2003, General John Abizaid and Coalition Forces Land Component Command, or CFLCC, Commander Lieutenant General David McKiernan explained in detail that the single 3-star headquarters of CJTF-7 was not sufficient to manage both the day-to-day requirements of the operational fight and the heavy load of strategic and diplomatic responsibilities. Acknowledging the force of McKiernan's arguments, Rumsfeld approved the change in principle, but had quietly instructed Chief of Staff of the Army General Peter J. Shoemaker after the meeting that, whatever new command the military devised for Iraq, McKiernan was not to be allowed to command it himself. Ignorant of Rumsfeld's guidance, U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, and McKiernan's Third Army first explored a course of action that entailed reactivating the Third Army as the CFLCC for Iraq and moving it to Baghdad to become the strategic-level headquarters. This plan progressed far enough, in fact, that some of McKiernan's staff deployed to Kuwait for a 2-week conference in January 2004 to finalize their plans for reassuming the Iraq mission. During the exercise, however, Rumsfeld's December guidance caught up to the planning process, and CENTCOM instead decided that the already deployed 5th Corps headquarters that had formed the core of CJTF-7 would also form the core of the new 4-star theater headquarters, initially to be named the Coalition Forces Command. Under this plan, Abizaid intended that Sanchez would be nominated for a 4th star and stay on as the strategic commander, with his headquarters to be filled in using individual augmentees for its initial and follow-on rotations. When this new strategic headquarters stood up in May 2004, operational-level responsibilities would devolve to the newly deployed 3rd Corps headquarters, commanded by Lieutenant General Thomas F. Metz, which had arrived in January. However, awkwardly in the interim, 3rd Corps would merge with the CJTF-7 headquarters to replace individuals who were redeploying and to fill out more fully the skeleton CJTF-7 staff, which at that point still had not climbed above 60% of its planned strength. As Sanchez became theater commander, Metz, who had commanded infantry units at all levels, would assume the role of Sanchez's deputy for operations, running the day-to-day battle rhythm of the headquarters, allowing Sanchez to focus on working with the CPA, CENTCOM, and U.S. officials in Washington. Not even a year into the mission, it had become clear that saddling an augmented Corps headquarters with both the operational and strategic levels of command had been a mistake. The 5th Corps that had formed the basis of CJTF-7 was a single-service Army organization accustomed in practice and doctrine to managing high tactical and operational levels of war. Though Army Corps headquarters with joint augmentation had been used as short-term Joint Task Force headquarters for less complex and smaller operations in the past, such as Operation Just Cause in Panama and Operation Uphold Democracy in Haiti, the scope and complexity of the Iraq mission had proved to be too much for this model. Compared to previous operations, 5th Corps had been assigned more subordinate elements, a more complex mission, and more personnel by roughly a 5 to 10-fold order of magnitude. A cascade of transitions. During the first 3 months of 2004, at the same time that DoD leaders planned for a change at the top of the coalition structure, Nearly all of the coalition's combat power was scheduled to rotate out of country, creating massive requirements for personnel. As CJTF-7 worked with the institutional Army to fill those requirements, Army leaders rejected the idea of using the year-long individual rotation policy, a model that many of the Army's senior leaders had judged to be a contributing factor in the Army's failure in Vietnam. As a result, in most areas of operations, divisions replaced divisions and brigades replaced brigades in a one-for-one unit swap. In Multinational Division North Central, or MND-NC, covering Salahuddin, Kirkuk, and Diyala provinces, Major General John Batiste and the 1st Infantry Division replaced Major General Raymond T. Odierno and the 4th Infantry Division in March. In MND-B, Major General Peter W. Corelli and the 1st Infantry Division replaced Major General Martin E. Dempsey and the 1st Armored Division in March and April. Unlike later transitions, the units that arrived in early 2004 tended to come as organic sets, bringing their assigned subordinate units with them. The 1st Cavalry Division, for example, arrived with its 3 maneuver brigades and organic support resources from Fort Hood, Texas, each with its own assigned subordinate battalions. In most cases, the arriving commanders and units had worked together as teams prior to deployment, a factor that facilitated the concept known as mission command, allowing leaders to better assign missions in the heat of battle because senior leaders would know their subordinates' strengths and weaknesses. The handover of Anbar province was less smooth. The coalition presence there had been turbulent in the years since the invasion, with responsibility for the province passing from Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force West, or CJSOTF-W, to the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, and then to a headquarters element from 82nd Airborne Division with 2 subordinate brigades, 3rd Brigade 82nd Airborne Division and 1st Brigade 1st Infantry Division, in the space of 10 months. In February and March, the ad hoc division organization in MNFW gave way to 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, or 1st MEF, commanded by Lieutenant General James T. Conway. Deviating from standard procedure, the Marine element in Anbar had a 3-star commander but also maintained the 2-star 1st Marine Division as an intermediate headquarters, with the 1st and 7th Marine Regimental combat teams as subordinate elements for the division. Marine leaders had also explored the advantages and disadvantages of various rotational policies and decided that combat units and squadrons would rotate as organizations every 6 to 7 months, in contrast to the Army's year-long rotations. Higher headquarters, such as the 1st MEF and 1st Marine Division, would deploy for a year but would rotate individual personnel every 6 or 7 months. Explaining the decision, Marine Corps Commandant General Michael W. Hagee stated that the 6 to 7 month rotation would, quote, permit much more flexibility in meeting global requirements while maintaining unit cohesion, end quote. Such a schedule would almost mirror the Marine Corps Unit Deployment Program, a rotational schedule established after the Vietnam War, in which each unit followed a pattern that included a 6-month forward deployment, followed by a year-long period at its home station. With 3 U.S. divisions assigned to Baghdad, Anbar, and the North Center region centered on Tikrit, respectively, CJTF-7 was left without enough incoming units in early 2004 to replace the 101st Airborne Division with another division-sized unit. Believing that Mosul and the surrounding region had been rendered fundamentally more stable than the rest of central and northern Iraq by the year-long efforts of Major General David H. Petraeus and the 101st Airborne Division, CJTF-7 leaders decided Multinational Division Northwest, or MND-NW, could be made an economy of force mission within the coalition. Accordingly, in February, the 25,000 troops of the 101st Airborne Division were replaced by the ad hoc Task Force Olympia, commanded by Brigadier General Carter F. Ham, with a reinforced Stryker Brigade beneath him, making a total of 10,000 troops in the renamed Multinational Brigade Northwest, or MNB-NW. When the changeover occurred, the significantly smaller Task Force Olympia took responsibility for a huge geographic area that included the provinces of Nineveh, Dahuk, and Erbil, even though almost all of their combat power resided in Nineveh province. Suleimania province, which had previously been part of the 101st Airborne Division's area of responsibility, was handed off to MND-NC in recognition of Task Force Olympia's reduced combat power. Ham's ad hoc headquarters had a total of just 80 people drawn from the Army's First Corps, meaning it lacked many of the critical capabilities and depth that Petraeus's division had possessed. The new task force also lacked a military intelligence battalion with its internal analysis element and had only 3 colonels across the entire organization, including the Stryker Brigade commander. In addition to being smaller, the second rotation of Operation Iraqi Freedom units reflected a sharp increase in the reserve component's contribution, which constituted 32% of total U.S. forces, 37,209 of 118,043 troops, a higher percentage than during the invasion. These reserve units generally provided combat support and combat service support, and only in rare cases, such as that of the 39th Infantry Brigade of the Arkansas National Guard in MND-B and the 30th Infantry Brigade from the North Carolina National Guard in MND-NC, were reserve units responsible for their own area of operations or battle space. By mid-March, with the majority of transitions complete except for in Baghdad, the number of troops in Iraq had dwindled to 95,000 Americans and 25,000 from various coalition countries, a total of 12 U.S. brigades and 2 loosely defined coalition divisions. Supporting these forces, on paper at least, would be 40,000 Iraqi soldiers in the ICDC, 4 battalions of the new Iraqi Army, and 60,000 Iraqi police. Equipping the second rotation. In addition to a reduced overall troop level, the U.S. units arriving for the second rotation of Operation Iraqi Freedom were bringing with them less combat equipment than the invasion forces they were replacing. Sharing CJTF-7's assumptions about an improving security situation, U.S. Army Forces Command and the Army writ large discouraged the second rotation of divisions from deploying with their full complement of combat vehicles and weapons systems, which Army planners assumed was of marginal use in stability operations. In the most notable case, Corelli and the 1st Cavalry Division were initially prohibited from bringing their tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles into Iraq. Only after adamantly protesting to McKiernan and obtaining his support for a full complement of armored vehicles was Corelli able to secure permission to bring about a third of his division's tanks and Bradleys to Baghdad. Other units found themselves forced to leave their artillery tubes behind, with their gunners dragooned into provisional motorized infantrymen. Corelli's difficulties reflected the fact that the Army's centralized equipping plans had not caught up to the growing dangers on the ground. The need for protection against rising numbers of improvised explosive devices, or IED, reflected this disconnect as well. In order to meet CJTF-7's skyrocketing requirements for armored wheeled vehicles, Army leaders decided to fund a mix of tested add-on armor kits and up-armored high-mobility multipurpose wheeled vehicles, or HMMWV. Because the existing production lines were nowhere near capable of producing sufficient numbers of up-armored vehicles, a majority of the program to increase protection for coalition forces involved add-on armor kits. By January 2004, the Army had developed a plan to provide add-on armor protection for 8,400 HMMWVs, 2,700 medium tactical vehicles, and 1,080 heavy expanded mobility tactical trucks, an enormous amount compared to the mere 354 vehicles with add-on armor and 829 M1114 up-armored HMMWVs already on the ground in Iraq. The Special Operations Rotations. By late 2003, the Special Operations community recognized that the mission in Iraq was going to last far longer than originally anticipated and create a severe resourcing problem. With the 5th and 10th Special Forces groups rotating headquarters every 7 months, nearly 40% of the Army's Special Forces assets were already in Iraq. The 5th Special Forces Group had deployed near continuously since the September 11, 2001 or 9/11 attacks, having taken part in the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq. The 10th Special Forces Group, meanwhile, was committed outside of its normal European Command operating area, which had required the cancellation of several European security cooperation deployments and partnership exercises. This overcommitment led to discussion among Special Operations Forces leaders about what a sustainable Army Special Forces rotational cycle should look like. An initial plan in fall 2003 had judged that a single Special Forces company was sufficient for the Iraq mission, but the worsening security situation obviated that plan, and instead, one composite battalion comprised of companies from both groups served as the Army Special Forces footprint until January 2004. The still deteriorating security situation and the near insatiable need for local information that Special Forces provided soon made even that level of force insufficient, forcing a reevaluation of the long-term footprint. After the initial turbulence, the CJSOTF's makeup was eventually settled at 2 Special Forces battalions and a Navy Sea, Air, and Land Teams, or SEAL, Special Warfare Task Unit, a force nearly 9 times as large as the fall 2003 assessment deemed appropriate. That force level would remain the Special Operations Force's commitment for most of the remainder of the war. After considerable debate and a proposal to stand up a provisional group headquarters based in Iraq, the Institutional Special Forces Headquarters determined that the CJSOTF headquarters would be provided in turn by the 5th and 10th Special Forces groups every 6 or 7 months. The new single headquarters was named CJSOTF Arabian Peninsula, or CJSOTF AP. The maturation of the enemy. Page 262. For many coalition leaders, the capture of Saddam on December 13, 2003 brought a sense that perhaps, finally, the Iraqi resistance would see the futility of its struggle to restore the old political order and choose to lay down its arms. However, this hope was illusory. By the beginning of 2004, the Sunni resistance was maturing into a traditional insurgency, with various organizations employing classic guerrilla strategies. The prolific Sunni resistance was comprised of disparate groups, former regime elements, xenophobic nationalists, members of the global jihadist network, and criminal opportunists. For most of these groups, the Syrian regime provided safe haven and external support by harboring former regime elements and facilitating the flow of foreign fighters, for whom Iraq had become a cause célèbre, attracting jihadists from across the Muslim world. While the capture of Saddam did not create the much-hoped-for collapse of the resistance, to a degree it did spark an internal conflict among the Sunni resistance groups over whom would succeed Saddam as the leading symbol of opposition to the occupation. This internal conflict occurred principally between what coalition analysts would call former regime loyalists, who had wanted to restore Saddam's regime to power, and former regime elements, who sought the broader goal of restoring Sunni primacy, but were not committed to restoring Saddamist rule. After Saddam's capture, the former regime elements clearly began to supersede the former regime loyalists, but more importantly, as Saddam's capture dispelled the cult of personality surrounding him, many members of the Sunni resistance began to migrate from groups loyal to the old regime into religious extremist groups. Salafi militant groups, in particular, benefited from the leadership vacuum left by Saddam's capture. By early 2004, the influx of local Iraqi recruits to Salafi organizations had converted Tawhid wal Jihad, for example, from a predominantly foreign terrorist organization to a group in which Iraqis constituted a majority of the rank and file. Meanwhile, in Anbar province, coalition officials judged that a plurality of the province's 57 insurgent groups had adopted Islamic rhetoric and policies. In addition to this shift from Baathism to Islamism within the insurgency, the eclipse of the old regime in late 2003 created tensions between foreign insurgent leaders and local Iraqi insurgent leaders. In the view of many Iraqi insurgent commanders, the foreign fighters in Iraq should subordinate themselves to native resistance leaders, as the Arab Mujahideen had done in the anti-Soviet jihad in Afghanistan. Zarqawi, in particular, had discarded this Afghan model in Iraq. Though Zarqawi reportedly assured Iraqi insurgents in June 2003 that he merely wished to, quote, assist his Iraqi brothers to win the fight against the occupation, end quote, by late 2003 the Jordanian was staking his claim to leadership of the entire insurgency. Senior Iraqi insurgent leader Mahmoud Janabi later recounted that in mid-November 2003, Iraqi insurgents in Fallujah had rejected Zarqawi's demand that they should fall under his command, leading Zarqawi's Jordanian lieutenant Abu Anas al-Shami to warn the Iraqis that, quote, we, the Tawhid wal Jihad, will leave Iraq to some other land as long as you do not agree to form an armed group under the leadership of Zarqawi, end quote. Nevertheless, this internal fracturing of the Sunni insurgency led to few outright acts of violence between the disparate groups in this early phase of the war, and the intra-insurgency tensions were more properly characterized as a competition for the moral and financial support that would accompany being perceived as the strongest resistance group. Despite their internal struggle, the groups generally worked toward the common goal of expelling the coalition. There was also considerable consensus among the groups about how to achieve this objective: blocking reconstruction efforts, isolating coalition forces from the population, separating pro-coalition Iraqi leaders from the population, reducing public confidence in the nascent Iraqi government, and fracturing the multinational coalition. Coalition assessments in early 2004 tended to characterize the insurgency as disconnected, locally supported organizations without operational-level planning or objectives. These assessments missed the degree to which many of the former regime elements retained the military-style organization and planning they had possessed before the fall of Saddam. They also missed the degree to which jihadist networks nested their operational-level activities under the ideological and strategic umbrella of al-Qaeda. In fact, during November 2003, Osama bin Laden had recognized the value of the Iraq conflict for his broader strategy and had begun providing $1.5 million a month to support the Iraqi insurgency. In order to determine which groups should be rewarded with this support, bin Laden dispatched several al-Qaeda senior leaders, including Hassan Ghul and Abdul Hadi al-Iraqi, to Iraq to assess the various insurgent factions and identify a commander who could serve as emir, or leader, of an Iraqi al-Qaeda franchise. As part of this process, the al-Qaeda men asked each insurgent leader to provide a war plan or strategy document explaining how they would conduct operations in Iraq. Among the first candidates that al-Qaeda's corporate recruiters vetted was Zarqawi, who was hiding in Fallujah. Though the Sunni insurgency of early 2004 lacked a formal hierarchical structure or single operational-level brain that could issue orders to its subordinate elements, there was a surprising level of coordination among the various war councils that comprised what some coalition officials described as the Sunni Arab Resistance or Sunni Arab Rejectionists. One of the most notable examples of these councils with operational reach beyond its local area was the Ramadi Shura Council headed by Muhammad Mahmud Latif, a Sufi cleric whose objectives were to restore Sunnis to power in Iraq and increase Islamic religious influence in government. Some of the militant groups represented in the Ramadi Shura Council received financial support from family members of former regime leaders hiding in Syria and Jordan, such as Saddam's daughter, Rana Saddam Hussein, and Saad Tariq Aziz, the son of former Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz. This cash flow enabled the insurgency in Ramadi to become more sophisticated and better coordinated than in other locations. In addition, the Karbit family, well known throughout Iraq for the fortune it had amassed as industrial-scale smugglers under Saddam, provided considerable funding for a variety of Ramadi-based insurgent organizations. One notable effect of the insurgency's operations was the thwarting of the coalition's hopes for quick reconstruction of the Iraqi state and economy. With its exposed electrical grid and oil pipelines that stretched hundreds of miles, Iraq's vulnerable critical infrastructure was among the first targets against which the Sunni resistance acted in a coordinated fashion. By the end of 2003, infrastructure attacks were so frequent that the Kellogg Brown & Root Restore Iraqi Oil project was having difficulty keeping employees on the job due to the dangers. During the month of November 2003 alone, 5 Kellogg Brown & Root employees were killed and 26 wounded in 18 separate attacks. Interrupting the flow of oil or electricity damaged the population's trust in its new government and reduced the oil revenues the government had to fund development projects. Infrastructure attacks were also powerful signals of coalition ineffectiveness and lack of control. When Iraqis in Baghdad suffered random electricity brownouts, they tended to blame the coalition rather than their own increased energy consumption or insurgent attacks on the electrical grid. Like the attacks against infrastructure, IEDs began to have a significant impact on coalition operations as they became the weapon of choice among insurgents. Early IEDs were predominantly command-detonated explosives controlled by a trigger connected by wire, radio link, or cell phone to the weapon. This method permitted insurgents to target their objectives selectively and allowed less tactically skilled insurgents to conduct attacks. As coalition casualties from IEDs rose, coalition leaders promulgated new force protection rules. Only armored vehicles were allowed to leave forward operating bases, and personnel had to travel in larger convoys. To minimize their exposure to IEDs or ambushes, coalition convoys tended to travel at high speeds using extreme offensive driving techniques, a practice that riled Iraqi drivers and further reduced contact between coalition troops and the Iraqi population. As weapons, IEDs were asymmetric in every sense of the word. They turned the American and coalition strength of greater combat power into a liability and created a wedge between the coalition and the people. The insurgent tactic of hiding among the population made separating friendly Iraqis from enemy combatants challenging. IEDs also frustrated many soldiers and leaders because the devices allowed insurgents to kill or maim coalition personnel nearly anonymously and made the capture of the perpetrators difficult. A few soldiers and leaders took out this frustration on Iraqis, as in the January 3, 2004 incident, in which soldiers from 1st Battalion 8th Infantry, an element of the 4th Infantry Division stationed in Samarra, ordered 2 Iraqi civilians to jump into the Tigris River as punishment for being out after curfew. After one of the 2 Iraqi men drowned, the soldiers' ethical failure was compounded when the battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Nathan Sassaman, told the troops involved to lie about the incident to Army investigators. Frustrated by his unit's casualties and disillusioned with how the war was being prosecuted, Sassaman had clashed with his brigade commander, Colonel Frederick S. Rudesheim, accusing him of appeasing Sunni insurgents. Sassaman had grown impatient with the challenge of differentiating between good and bad Iraqis and adopted punitive measures such as employing white phosphorus artillery shells to burn farmland used as insurgent firing positions and utilizing anti-tank missiles to destroy houses owned by suspected insurgents and smugglers. Punishing curfew violators by throwing them in a river and then crushing their truck under the treads of a Bradley fighting vehicle were in keeping with Sassaman's view of how the war should be fought. Ultimately, Sassaman's leadership failure was discovered, and he was reprimanded for impeding an investigation. The 2 soldiers most directly involved in the January 3rd drowning were convicted by a court-martial and sentenced to short prison terms of 6 months and 45 days, respectively. The Sunni insurgency fractures the coalition. In the first months of 2004, the Sunni Arab rejectionists continued their strategy of targeting what they perceived to be weaker coalition members in order to force them to withdraw from Iraq. The insurgents appeared to focus first on inflicting casualties on countries whose elected political leaders supported military operations in Iraq but whose populations opposed the war. Driving these coalition members out would not only reduce the coalition's combat power, but also spread the remaining forces more thinly across the country. It would also reduce the number of countries in the coalition, a political bellwether that would affect the degree of international support for the mission. The aftermath of the November 12, 2003 attack against the Italian headquarters in Nasiriyah seemed to validate the insurgents' approach, as the strike prompted the Italian government to restrict its forces' activities significantly. Major General Andrew Stewart, the British commander of Multinational Division Southeast, or MNDSE, to whom the Italian contingent reported, observed that the Nasiriyah attack placed the Italian contingent in a difficult political position. Quote, "I was told that the commander of the Italian brigade in Nasiriyah received 2 telephone calls a week personally from Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi," Stewart wrote later. Whether or not he did, he was under considerable political pressure not to lose another soldier because if he did, Berlusconi's premiership would be under severe threat. End quote. The attack contributed to the Italian government's eventual decision in March 2005 to withdraw its 3,000 troops, the 4th largest Allied contingent in Iraq. Next to be targeted was Spain. On March 11, 2004, terrorists affiliated with al-Qaeda bombed the Atocha train station in Madrid, killing nearly 200 civilians. The group responsible billed the attack as a response to so-called Western injustices in Iraq and Afghanistan and promised more bloodshed if the injustices did not stop. The bombing had an immediate impact on the coalition, as it was at least partly responsible for the Spanish government's defeat in the country's general election just 3 days later, as the terrorists clearly intended. The new anti-war Spanish government hastily withdrew its 1,300 personnel by the end of April 2004, just 7 weeks after the attacks, and Honduras and the Dominican Republic quickly followed suit with their nearly 700 combined personnel. The sudden departure of the Spaniards and their partners created a brigade-sized gap in Multinational Division Central South, or MNDCS. With MNDCS losing about a fifth of its personnel and 1/3 of its brigade combat teams, and its total strength dropping to about 6,000 troops, CJTF-7 had to fill the shortfall on a stopgap basis, first by the 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment, and later by 2nd Brigade, 10th Mountain Division. Searching for a long-term solution, CJTF-7 leaders tried to convince their British counterparts to expand the boundaries of MNDSE and assume control of the rump MNDCS as well as all 9 of the southern Shia provinces. U.S. military leaders also asked the United Kingdom to deploy the Allied Rapid Reaction Corps under a North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, flag to assume command and control of the expanded effort, a request that Prime Minister Tony Blair and his government mulled over for several months before rejecting it in summer 2004. In May, Sunni insurgents would try the same strategy again, this time targeting South Korea as that country prepared to deploy more than 3,000 additional troops to assist in security and reconstruction activities in the Kurdistan region. Insurgents believed to be from Zarqawi's Tawhid wal Jihad captured a South Korean contractor and threatened to murder him if South Korea did not withdraw all its forces. Unlike the Spanish case, the South Korean government continued its troop deployment, and Zarqawi's men beheaded the Korean captive in late June. Despite their failure with the Koreans, the Sunni insurgents were clearly aiming to defeat a key component of the original American plan, that the United States would be able to internationalize the Iraqi mission and turn over a significant share of the security responsibilities and reconstruction efforts to coalition partners, non-governmental organizations, or international organizations like the United Nations, or UN. Indeed, as of early 2004, many 5th Corps staffers continued to work under the assumption that a NATO force would be arriving, perhaps even in 2004, to take charge of the entire mission from CJTF-7. The spate of insurgent attacks against these allies, as well as assaults against the UN and the Red Cross, ended all hope of such a handover and severely hampered reconstruction efforts across the country. By early 2004, Sunni insurgents were targeting international aid and reconstruction organizations, kidnapping aid workers and contractors, often brutally killing them in videotaped beheadings designed to scare away the engineers, technicians, and development experts who had volunteered to assist in Iraq's rebuilding. While this campaign of intimidation spanned all of 2004 and beyond, during the month of April, insurgents carried out several high-profile kidnappings of Americans who were later brutally beheaded, including the contractor Nicholas Berg. Zarqawi aims for civil war. Within the broader Sunni insurgency that focused on thwarting and expelling the U.S.-led occupation force, a smaller insurgent strain was driven by an additional dark motive. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi believed the Shia majority was the most dangerous threat to Sunni interests in Iraq and the surrounding region, even more dangerous than the American occupation. In order to prevent what he expected to be a sectarian liquidation of Sunnis by Iraq's majority Shia, Zarqawi had decided he should provoke the Shia into a sectarian war, thereby forcing the mobilization of Iraq's Sunni population as well as, more importantly, the global Sunni population. In the 3rd week of January 2004, Kurdish forces captured Hassan Gul as he was returning to al-Qaeda senior leaders in Pakistan with a letter containing Zarqawi's proposed strategy calling for attacks on the Iraqi Shia to create a civil war. In his letter, Zarqawi identified the Shia as the true enemy of Salafi jihadists, representing a greater danger than coalition forces. Quote, "The unhurried observer and inquiring onlooker will realize that Shi'ism is the looming danger and the true challenge," end quote, he wrote. As Zarqawi saw it, the Shia were, quote, "the insurmountable obstacle, the lurking snake, the crafty and malicious scorpion, the spying enemy, and the penetrating venom. They are the enemy. Beware of them. Fight them," end quote. Stoking fears deeply held by many Sunnis, some of which would later be matched by reality, Zarqawi argued that, quote, The Badr Brigade, which is the military wing of the Supreme Council of the Islamic Revolution, has shed its Shia garb and put on the garb of the police and the army in its place." End quote. The Shia in the Iraqi security forces would soon start to, quote, "liquidate the Sunnis under the pretext that they are the saboteurs, remnants of the Ba'ath, and terrorists spreading evil in the land," end quote, Zarqawi predicted. The only way for the Sunnis to avoid being exterminated, Zarqawi argued, was to strike at the Shia as their main objective, before the coalition and Americans. As the Shia responded to this sectarian war, it would, quote, "awaken the inattentive Sunnis as they feel imminent danger and annihilating death," end quote, after which the global Sunni community would rise up and come to the Iraqi Sunnis' aid. Beyond his claims to be protecting the Sunni community, Zarqawi himself was driven by ideology and pure hatred of Shi'ism. Zarqawi preached that the Shia were religious idolaters who performed ceremonies and held beliefs that were heretical to his extremist version of Islam. In Zarqawi's view, drawn from that of the medieval Sunni extremist philosopher Ibn Taymiyyah, the Shia were worse than Jews and Christians because they had seen the light of true Islam and had chosen instead to stray off what he believed was the straight path. For that sin, Zarqawi described the Shia as atheists several times in his letter. This extreme antipathy toward the Shia was put into practice and made clear in early 2004. In March, Zarqawi's attempts to foment sectarian violence focused on the Shia religious day of Ashura, when a series of complex attacks in Karbala and Baghdad killed nearly 200 Shia pilgrims and wounded another 500. While the Ashura attacks were the most spectacular among Zarqawi's early efforts to inspire a civil war, a steady drumbeat of smaller sectarian killings and bombings would continue throughout 2004, building momentum toward the civil war that Zarqawi intended to start. Prophetically, the CJTF-7 Red Cell, which acted as an independent think tank for General Sanchez, identified the danger that Zarqawi posed, noting in a February assessment, quote, "The assassination of Grand Ayatollah Ali Husseini Sistani or the destruction of a revered mosque such as the Imam Ali Mosque in Najaf would send reverberations throughout the Shia world and direct Shia anger both at Sunni Arabs and the coalition. This could spark wide-scale Shia on Sunni violence in Iraq, particularly in areas where both communities are mixed, such as Baghdad or Basra, which could, in turn, lead to countrywide ethno-religious violence, causing Iraqi society to factionalize and shattering hope of national unity." End quote. While the coalition used the captured Zarqawi letter as a part of an information operations campaign to try to discredit the Sunni insurgency, the January 2004 revelation that Tawhid wal-Jihad and its leader intended to plunge the country into a Sunni-Shia war had little impact on the coalition's operational planning, even though the letter's contents were well understood and its significance acknowledged by a number of senior coalition officials. The only coalition elements to recognize and act upon the scale of the danger were Special Operations Forces, which, in February, made Zarqawi their primary focus. Even so, the evolution in their targeting would occur slowly, and 50% of their operations until July 2004 were prosecuted against targets unrelated to Zarqawi and his organization. The coalition had been handed, by Providence, the war strategy of one of its most dangerous opponents, but coalition operational commanders did not make preventing civil war a central part of their campaign plans. In retrospect, it was a strategically significant missed opportunity, akin to Union General George McClellan's failure to act on captured Confederate plans ahead of the Battle of Antietam. Iranian moves. As Zarqawi set in motion his strategy to provoke a civil war to restore Sunni ascendancy in Iraq, the Iranian regime was making its own moves to solidify Shia control and ensure its long-term influence. Iraq's borders with Iran were almost completely unsecured, and at a coalition meeting to address the problem on February 7, 2004, Ambassador L. Paul Bremer noted that, quote, "We have no border policy, no capacity to enforce it even if we had a policy, and no Iraqi diplomatic system to support issuing visas," end quote. The Iranian regime was exploiting this policy and enforcement vacuum, sending agents and businessmen into southern Iraq to garner influence and lay the groundwork for larger elements and capabilities to arrive. Some Iranian agents were detained, but these were likely only a small portion of those that had been sent. One indication of the scope of the problem came in the December 2003 release of 41 Iranian detainees from the Camp Bucca detention facility, including the CENTCOM-authorized release of 4 IRGC members captured in the late spring. The Iranian regime was using additional means to exert influence as well, including flooding southern Iraq with Iranian immigrants, some of whom were buying up so much Iraqi property that their actions created a housing bubble that drove up property values significantly. Some coalition officials, such as Karbala Governorate Coordinator Ambassador John Berry, judged that the Iranians' actions constituted the early phases of an insurgency. Iranian operatives had allegedly attempted to assassinate Iraqi political and security leaders, including the Karbala police chief, and were attempting to co-opt Iraqi interpreters working for the coalition. A January 2004 CJTF-7 report assessed that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, Quds Force was directing the Badr Corps to assassinate former regime members across southern Iraq, amounting to a violent de-Baathification campaign that had killed at least 43. The effort was so advanced that Supreme Council for Islamic Revolution in Iraq, or SCIRI, had begun collaborating with the Dawa Party in its search for Baathists, even establishing a council that proposed and approved targets. The Iranians had also tried to stack the Najaf Provincial Council with pro-Iranian SCIRI members through intimidation and threats. Finally, some coalition officials believed they detected an Iranian hand in the bombing of the Coalition Provisional Authority facility in Karbala in December 2003. The Iranian regime's strategic purpose for these actions was debated extensively among CJTF-7, the CPA, and U.S. officials in Washington. Some argued the Iranian regime was simply acting in self-interest by injecting reconstruction funds and capital as a means of stabilizing southern Iraq and preventing the violence from spilling over the border. Others judged the Iranians were trying to gain control over southern Iraq without firing a shot via population transfers, financial support, civic aid projects, and propaganda. Still others perceived a malignant nature in Iranian actions. From Karbala, Berry reported to the CPA his assessment that, quote, "All of the recent moves in recent weeks are part and parcel of a master plan directed by Iran to create a sphere of influence in the Shiite heartland, starting with the 2 holy cities. Iran is eager to split Iraq into 3 semi-autonomous zones and wants to extend Iranian control in the south, which, in addition to emasculating its old enemy, Iraq, would guarantee its dominion over the 2 holy cities, Najaf and Karbala, the income they derive from pilgrims, estimated between 1.5 and 3 million people a year, and the prestige of having them back in the same orbit as Qom." End quote. Recommendations for how to respond to the Iranian regime's actions were as disparate as the assessments of Iranian motives. Deputy SecDef Paul Wolfowitz had long recommended that only the worst Iranian regime proxies, such as Muqtada Sadr and his militias, should be engaged by force, and that the coalition should co-opt other Iranian-associated groups, especially SCIRI. Others, such as CPA Najaf Governorate Coordinator Richard G. Olson, argued that the situation in Najaf was, quote, "fundamentally unstable," end quote, and that the coalition should establish a monopoly of the legitimate use of force by both disarming the Badr Corps and eliminating the threat from Muqtada Sadr. Continued escalations with Muqtada Sadr. The first 3 months of 2004 were marked by gradually mounting tensions between the coalition and Muqtada Sadr. In January, several incidents instigated by Sadr nearly escalated into combat. On January 11th, an Iraqi policeman was kidnapped by members of Sadr's Jaish al-Mahdi wearing masks and Iraqi police uniforms. He was taken to a shadow court and prison in Najaf, where the Sadrists were torturing political opponents. Incensed by the discovery of the extrajudicial prison and courts, Bremer wrote to Olson that, quote, "We cannot let this, quote, court and, quote, prison continue in operation," end quote, and signaled his intent to eliminate them. Unfortunately, both the prison and court were located in close proximity to the Imam Ali shrine, which complicated the situation enough to preclude launching an immediate security operation. As the CPA considered its options, Sadr accused the police responsible for the security of the Imam Ali shrine of corruption and sent members of his militia to occupy part of the shrine. A crisis ensued, as Grand Ayatollah Sistani demanded that Sadr's men immediately withdraw, but refused to allow coalition forces to enter the shrine to help eject them. The situation spiraled rapidly up to the CPA and CJTF-7 level as both local police and the Allied forces in MNDCS declined to act against Sadr's fighters, and it was defused only after difficult negotiations between SCIRI leader Abdul Aziz al-Hakim and Sadr that allowed the Badr Corps to take responsibility for the shrine's security. Because of these and similar provocations by Muqtada Sadr and his forces, coalition leaders had vigorously debated the various actions that could be taken against Sadr and his organization. Among the issues driving the debate was the strong evidence linking Sadr and his men to the April 2003 murder of Ayatollah Abdul Majid al-Khoi. Sadrist leaders' inflammatory public statements also threatened to undermine the democratic direction the CPA hoped Iraq would follow. CPA Regional Coordinator for South Central Iraq, Michael Gefoler, advised CPA officials in Baghdad on January 7th that, quote, "My recommendation is unchanged from before with regard to Muqtada Sadr and his henchmen. I strongly recommend that they should be arrested under the extant warrants issued last summer for the murder of Abdul Majid al-Khoi." End quote. Gefoler itemized a long list of the Sadrists' crimes and destabilizing incidents, concluding that failure to act was undermining the coalition and causing serious fear among Sunnis of a future Shia theocracy running Iraq. With regard to the second and third order effects of an operation against Sadr, Gefoler argued that, quote, "Should we finally take the necessary action, I would predict several days at most of unrest in Kufa, Najaf, Karbala, and Amara. Other southern cities might be affected as well, in addition to Sadr City, of course. I nevertheless believe, given Sadr's great unpopularity, that the unrest would involve a small percentage of the population and then wind down rather quickly." End quote. Bremer echoed this assessment in a January 18th message to Rumsfeld, noting, quote, "Now is the time to take action in conjunction with Iraqi authorities to hold Sadr accountable. Although Sadr's arrest may provoke clashes with his supporters in the short run, we believe it will have an almost immediate, salutary impact on politics in southern Iraq." End quote. A counter-argument by those who were opposed to taking such action was that Sadr was not part of the Shia mainstream, and that conducting operations against him would only likely empower him and raise his credibility. These debates were not limited to coalition officials in Iraq, as key decision-makers in Washington took up the question as well. David Gompert, the senior advisor for national security and defense in the CPA, proposed to Wolfowitz during the Deputy Secretary's January visit to Iraq that the coalition should ally with the Badr Corps and ask them to arrest Sadr and eliminate his organization. Wolfowitz supported the proposal and introduced it at the national level, noting in a January 21st memo that, quote, "While there is definitely some conflict between our goals and SCIRI's, I think it is a mistake to overestimate the degree of conflict, and in particular, I think it's a mistake to think that they are stalking horses for the Iranians." End quote. The recommendation touched off a debate that included Abizaid and Sanchez and the CPA, with Sanchez the least supportive of the plan. Meanwhile, in a January letter to the SecDef, DoD policy officials argued that Sadr was the weakest of the Shia opposition to the coalition and should be arrested by Iraq's police to send a signal to other recalcitrants. As CJTF-7 reviewed its options in light of the policy proposal, Sanchez's political advisor, Catherine Dale, reported that, quote, "Bremer's guidance is to clarify that the coalition is not reluctant per se to arrest Sadr, but note that the Iraqi police simply cannot carry out the action." End quote. She further noted that, quote, "We already have a decision with regard to Sadr to be prepared to execute, and we are looking for an opportunity." End quote. For his part, Abizaid was deeply reluctant to act against Sadr and his movement, concerned about the potential consequences of entering a fight against Iraqi Shia militants. In Abizaid's view, it was important to maintain focus on al-Qaeda and its allies across the region, the perpetrators of the 9/11 attacks. To go to war against the Shia, either generally or in the form of the Sadrists, was, in Abizaid's judgment, a senseless strategic distraction because al-Qaeda, the main U.S. enemy in the global war on terrorism, was a Salafi Sunni organization whose leaders hated the Shia even more intensely than they hated America. Concerned about the momentum building to take action against Sadr, Abizaid wrote Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Richard Myers on January 23, 2004, arguing, quote, "We cannot afford to divert military and intelligence capacity against threats such as the PKK, MEK, and types such as Sadr at this time. We must stay focused on what kills us. I remain perplexed at the constant concern from Washington as conveyed by the Joint Staff on problems that are peripheral to success in Iraq." End quote. Clearly concerned, too, about the nature of the instructions he was receiving about killing or capturing Sadr, Abizaid added in his January 23 letter to Myers that, quote, "It would be best to communicate our orders in writing through you to avoid any misunderstandings on the desired way ahead. To the best of my knowledge, no written orders have ever been received on this subject." End quote. Myers replied with a formal cable 2 days later that resulted in CJTF-7 ordering the CJSOTF to draw up plans to capture Sadr and his senior lieutenants, naming the mission Operation Stuart. The struggle to formulate a long-term strategy. Page 272. In contrast to the insurgents and Zarqawi's nihilistic but consistent strategies and Iran's calculated actions, the coalition in early 2004 had trouble formulating a coherent countrywide strategy. Within CJTF-7 and the CPA, commanders and staffs struggled to formulate long-term plans given conflicting political guidance from Washington and an uncertain future for both organizations. At the same time, the CPA and CJTF-7 wrestled with the challenges created by being under-resourced organizations conducting missions and activities they had not expected to perform. Seeking guidance from Wolfowitz, who was visiting Baghdad on February 1st, Sanchez noted that, quote, "Right now there is no Iraqi national security strategy. We need a long-term vision that will facilitate Iraq's independence, and we need to communicate that vision to Iraqis." End quote. A nonplussed Wolfowitz responded that, quote, "Part of that vision is winning the damn war first. Writing nice papers while VB-IEDs, or vehicle-borne IEDs, are still going off is like Alice in Wonderland. There is a disconnect, and until we are further down the road, what we need most is short-term thinking." End quote. Separate but related to the campaign plan were ongoing discussions on what to do with the Iraqi security forces. For Abizaid, Sanchez, and Rumsfeld, establishing capable security forces seemed to provide the clearest U.S. exit strategy. Rumsfeld, concerned by a lack of progress in regenerating the Iraqi security forces, ordered Major General Carl W. Eikenberry to Iraq in January 2004 to report on ways to speed up the Iraqis' development. Having just headed a similar training mission in Afghanistan, Eikenberry found that the CPA's efforts were not effective for either the Iraqi army or the police, and that progress in the police force, deemed critical for success in fighting the insurgency, was lagging far behind progress in the army. Eikenberry recommended that the new Iraqi army be reduced in size as a cost-saving measure and because, in his view, quote, "the planned rapid buildup puts at risk quality control." End quote. Eikenberry also concluded that training should be standardized for the ICDC, which to that point had been decentralized and driven by the various multinational divisions because CJTF-7 and CENTCOM considered the ICDC as a reserve or National Guard type force that was temporarily mobilized for the ongoing national emergency. The report also recommended that all security force training be transferred from CPA's control to CENTCOM and CJTF-7 to create unity of command. At the strategic level, Eikenberry endorsed CENTCOM's plan to focus its main effort on the creation of Iraqi security forces, to which the coalition would gradually transition responsibility as a way to reduce coalition force presence. As Iraqi forces became more capable than they originally were, coalition forces would hand over local control and then regional and provincial control, theoretically receding into the background to provide strategic overwatch by July 2006. Rumsfeld seized on Eikenberry's report, seeing it as a roadmap to restart the foundering Iraqi Security Forces training mission under a new model. To highlight the importance of the training mission, Rumsfeld ordered CJTF-7 to, quote, give the highest priority to standing up capable Iraqi security forces and transitioning responsibilities to them as soon as possible, end quote, and directed Sanchez to change his command's mission statement to reflect the heightened priority. The resulting updated CJTF-7 mission statement included the requirement to, quote, organize, train, and equip credible and capable Iraqi security forces in order to accelerate the transition of security from coalition forces to Iraqi forces, end quote. While Rumsfeld rejected Eikenberry's suggestion to reduce the size of the new Iraqi army, almost all of the general's other recommendations were implemented. The Coalition Military Assistance Training Team, or CMAT, was wrested from the CPA and moved under CJTF-7, and a new sister organization, the Civilian Police Assistance Training Team, or CPAT, was created under CJTF-7, thereby aligning resources with responsibilities. A new military headquarters, the Office of Security Cooperation, would be created under CJTF-7 to oversee the military and police training teams and supervise the security force assistance effort. Because Eikenberry had noted that the police were equipped primarily with pistols and outgunned by the insurgents, CJTF-7 started to make changes to police training and equipping that would effectively militarize much of the country's police force. The holding of elections and writing of a new Iraqi constitution were also critical topics that prompted debate among U.S. officials. Initially, officials in Washington and the CPA had preferred to have caucuses, selected by coalition authorities, choose Iraqi representatives to write a new Iraqi constitution. This option would give the coalition the maximum ability to steer the new Iraqi political process. In June 2003, however, Grand Ayatollah Sistani had issued a fatwa declaring that the new constitution should be written by a constituent assembly directly elected by Iraqis. In December and January, Sistani had insisted that elections should be held quickly and that the new government that would accept sovereignty in 2004 should be elected as well. As U.S. leaders in Iraq and Washington searched for ways to preserve significant control over the process, SCIRI leader Abdul Aziz al-Hakim countered by requesting that the UN intercede, after which the veteran UN diplomat Lakhdar Brahimi arrived in Iraq to mediate. Brahimi formulated a compromise under which an Iraqi interim government would be selected by the Iraqi Governing Council and serve until nationwide elections in January 2005 for an Iraqi parliament that would form a transitional government. The transitional government would then draft a constitution, thereby meeting Sistani's requirements. Hakim and Sistani's efforts were both intended to reshape the Iraqi political landscape. For decades, the Shia Islamist factions had been blocked from participation in Iraqi politics and the spoils that came from it, and they were not about to pass up the opportunity to finally take the majority share of power. Abu Ghraib, the failure of detention policies. On January 14, 2004, the problems of the struggling detention program finally became clear when Sanchez was informed of the illegal acts and violations of the Geneva Conventions that U.S. guards had committed against Iraqi detainees at the Abu Ghraib complex in October 2003. Sanchez was told that there were, quote, pictures of naked prisoners, some of which are pornographic in nature. Others show the use of unmuzzled dogs, and there are even pictures of military police posing with a dead body, end quote. On January 19, 2004, Sanchez requested that CENTCOM appoint a general officer to conduct an Army Regulation or AR 15-6 investigation. Major General Antonio M. Taguba, the CFLCC Deputy Commander for Support, was appointed on January 31st and provided findings and recommendations in a written report on March 9th. Taguba's investigation revealed systemic problems and abuses worse than Sanchez had imagined. In gross disregard of the laws of land warfare, a group of soldiers from the 800th Military Police Brigade, an Army Reserve unit, had carried out numerous sadistic and perverse acts on detainees, including sodomizing them, stacking them naked, threatening them with dogs and weapons, beating them, and depriving them of sleep. Among his many findings, Taguba recommended the appointment of a single commander for all detainee operations in the theater and additional training for all those working with detainees. Tagaba's report also recommended that Brigadier General Janis Karpinski, commander of the 800th Military Police Brigade, should be relieved and reprimanded, along with a battalion commander and other leaders who had responsibility for Iraqi detainees. Colonel Thomas M. Pappas, commander of the 205th Military Intelligence Brigade, who had been given overall responsibility for the prison by Sanchez in fall 2003, was also deemed responsible for the debacle and recommended for reprimand. 11 soldiers from the 800th Military Police Brigade were eventually convicted of crimes committed at Abu Ghraib. Within CJTF-7, Sanchez and his headquarters had done everything by the book once the activities at Abu Ghraib had been discovered in late 2003. However, no matter how thorough the investigation they ordered, and no matter how severely they punished those responsible, the fallout from the scandal would ultimately prove impossible to contain. As March 2004 came to a close, the coalition's struggle to find its way in terms of both strategy and countrywide plans was compounded by considerable turbulence among the coalition's key leaders and units, most of which were transitioning into or out of the country. Despite these challenges, coalition leaders remained unrealistically hopeful that the entire effort could soon be made stable enough to be transferred to an external multinational actor, such as the UN or NATO. Conversely, the forces opposing the coalition were developing long-term plans and beginning to execute them. Iran was well on its way to establishing a foothold in the Shia heartland. Zarqawi was initiating his plan to start a civil war, and the broader Sunni insurgency was coordinating well-planned operations. As the first anniversary of the invasion passed, Iraq was primed for an explosion. The pent-up frustrations of Iraqis, some caused by unfulfilled hopes of what the invasion would bring, some by coalition actions, and some by a simple hope for a return to normal, had begun to act upon Iraqi politics and security like a virtual pressure cooker. In April 2004, nearly all of the challenges the coalition was facing would explode simultaneously. End of Chapter 11, The Gathering Storm. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021.